working on Russell. Brings them to within one.
I know you see the length of the video. I know it's a lot, but trust me, this adventure will be well worth your time. But I gotta be honest with you. I wasn't around when Michael Jordan was doing his thing back then in the 90s. Like, I know about the 6 titles. I know about the dynastic finish. Obviously, it's legendary, but I was born very late into this prime, so really, a lot of this is coming as if I was a new fan of the NBA. Right, talking about Jordan. This is how this video will be framed as. And let me tell you something, man. I think a lot of you guys can relate to me. You guys weren't around for Jordan's prime and really feel like you missed out, really. And in this video, I'll attempt to tell this story of Michael Jordan in a different way. One posing it as him playing in his career, but also contrasting it with Michael Jordan, the owner of the Charlotte Hornets that we know him as today. No, sorry, that's wrong. He sold the team in 2023. Well, I'll get into that in the video. But basically, this will be a new way of covering it. I hope you guys enjoy this.
Well, for Bulls fans, there is, of course, cause for celebration tonight after a 6th championship that came harder than the others. But there's some anxiousness mixed in as well. Who knows how all of this will play out, but it's certainly possible that tonight we saw the last of the Chicago Bulls as we have known them.
I think many of us know how this story ended, mostly because of the Last Dance release documentary. But I think it's one of those stories that I think deserves a bit more explaining, especially the latter parts of this story. Because, of course, this was the last year Michael Jordan would play for the Bulls, and obviously lifting off the Larry O'Brien trophy at the time. Wait, what kind of trophy is that? I'm sorry if I'm just dozing off here in ADHD brain, I guess. This does not look like the trophy that you usually see on TV. I gotta get to the bottom of this. Hold on. Oh no, I'm dumb. This was the Larry O'B trophy. That other trophy was probably Michael Jordan's Finals MVP trophy. My bad. I'm so dumb. Well, yeah, as I said, this would be his last time lifting that trophy. Because during a season that was already hectic because of a lockout ensuing, and that mostly being due to contract disputes and how the salary cap kept increasing over the, last couple of years. Despite all that was happening during that year, that wasn't even the biggest news of the season.
And whether it ends here or sometime in the near future, it'll be noteworthy not just for the breakup of one of the great teams in sports history, but because given the present structure of pro sports, it may be quite a while before we see anything like this again.
And yeah, for reasons that we'll get into later, yeah, the Bulls had to break up this team. And that meant that because Michael Jordan said that he wouldn't play for any other coach other than Phil Jackson, that Michael Jordan's time with the Bulls would come to an end. But what we would soon find out is his career might come to an end altogether.
Chris, for the second time in a little more than 5 years, Michael Jordan is choosing to walk away from the NBA. Now it looks like he's going to be walking away for good.
He basically had a whole hour press conference about the whole thing and how he's about to retire. It's over. His career's over.
We do this again for the second time. I am here to announce my retirement from the game of basketball. My life will take a change. And a lot of people say, well, Michael Jordan didn't have any challenges away from the game of basketball. Well, I dispute that.
This was in early January of 1999. Never mind. I look at the date. It's mid-January. And I'm sure to many back then, it was just as shocking as it is for a guy like me watching this now. Like, he was just retired like that, like after his last championship. Even though he had more gas in the tank, like, it just doesn't feel real just seeing that. And I'm sure those that were alive then and are probably still alive today to witness or tell the story, rather, they would go back and talk to you about how it all started and how it led up to this point.
And I think this is actually a good lesson for maybe for kids in high school. Because I always think a guy like you, okay, from age 6 on,
right,
star athlete. But I read you were actually cut from your, sophomore?
Yeah, I got cut as a sophomore.
The story goes that, as early as his sophomore year in Laney High School, Jordan was apparently cut from his varsity team. And there was something else about this that made Jordan very upset.
You were actually cut from your, sophomore?
Yeah, I got cut as a sophomore. I mean, hey, that's embarrassing. Why do you always want to talk about that?
He attributes this coach cutting him from the high school team as being a big pivotal moment in his life to where he was able to reach the heights that he eventually did, right? Now,
the best thing that happened to me was to get cut because it made me go back and get caught up with my skill level at my height.
Now, do you still see that coach?
Oh, he coached me through high school.
Right.
Actually, he used to pick me up and take me to the gyms and help me improve. He's a little disappointed now that, he may not get the recognition that he deserved because some other coach came and took some of the recognition as being my head coach. Right. But his name was Clifton Herring, and he was my high school coach. And he's the one that cut me, but then he was the one that picked me up and got me straight.
But he's also the one who can say, I cut Michael Jordan from the team.
You know what? He takes pride in that, too.
Well, let's just say this won't be the last time you hear about this story in this video. Now, I want to take a different direction and talk about his college years where, you know, as far as I'm concerned, this is the first ever game that Michael Jordan played in college.
Preseason All-American, Tony Guy, a 6'6" senior out of Townsend, Maryland. He makes things go. And the man who helps make things go for the Carolina Tar Heels, starting his first game ever, Mike Jordan.
So Michael Jordan came in as a freshman and started his first game, which back then was a rarity. And this being his first game, right? It's rare to see a freshman being in the starting lineup during his first game.
Michael did not really come on fast through high school. He's just one of these late bloomers to get better and better. But at the beginning of the season, we could see he was going to be an outstanding basketball player as a freshman, but his consistency from a defensive standpoint was not there. Offensively, he'd have good nights and bad nights. And then near the late in the year, the tournament, the ACC tournament, he started playing extremely well.
And this was MJ's coach at UNC, Dean Smith, a guy whose coaching resume was quite extensive around this time. He's coached all the way to the 50s, all the way through the 90s. I mean, this guy was a legend in the coaching business. In the 20-plus years of this dude coaching, there was one thing he didn't have in his resume, and it was an NCAA title, an NCAA national championship. And in 1982, during his freshman year, Michael Jordan was a big factor as to how he even got his first NCAA title.
And throughout the tournament, I thought he seemed more confident. And then going into the Georgetown game, he certainly was ready to play and played his best defensive game against Georgetown as he had all year.
In his first college game, he scored just 12 points on 5 of 10 shooting. During that game, he was dubbed Mike Jordan, as you could clearly hear when the starting lineups were announced. But just like what Dean Smith said about Michael Jordan improving steadily throughout the year, there was also his teammates in college that would say the same thing about him.
Well, I remember recruiting Michael Jordan. I remember him coming in on a weekend, the football weekend, and I was down in my room at the end of the hall, and the elevator doors opened up. And all I could hear was this big mouth.
That big mouth ended up MJ, who was quite arrogant as a freshman, coming up telling James Worthy that, oh, this is going to be my hall, this is going to be my dorm, I'm going to take over the school.
And I was like, he's still in high school. You know, he's still in high school. And I was like, who is this guy? And I never thought he was arrogant, but he was full of confidence. Yeah. And I was better than Michael Jordan for about 3 weeks.
So much of the Jordan mythos that you get told by the old heads of the NBA community. Some of it may be exaggerated urban legends, but you know, something like this, you know, just an innocent little story. It just speaks to the greatness that you already saw in Michael Jordan, even this early into his career. And when doing my research, I stumbled upon this video by Secret Base, talk about how this is the game that Michael Jordan became MJ. You see here, it's a 1-point game. North Carolina is losing by 1 with less than 20 seconds left. And the video is quite cool to listen to and watch. It really does recount the background of the coaching, the background of the team, how they got to this point. Back then in college, there was no shot clock. So basically, if you had the lead, like Dean Smith would love to do here, he plays what is called 4 corners offense, where you just pass the ball along the perimeter so that you just waste time, you drain the clock out. And he apparently did this during a big game in the tournament, leading up to that championship game against Georgetown, where he drained 7 minutes of the clock. And now you're at this point where, you know, you're losing by 1, so you can't play your corner offense. And of course, for many of you, you know how this story ends.
The time, 18. Shot, Jordan, Michael Jordan, 14 seconds.
Yeah, he makes a shot, and they end up not making the next shot. So that means that the lead was taken and kept. So North Carolina won the championship, guys, the national title, the UNC. What am I saying? Basically, in summary, Michael Jordan was like that. At one point during his college career, you would just see how athletic he was. Look at here, he's trying to block this shot, and he ends up banging his head on the backboard. Like, this dude was just legit a freak athlete. And even Jordan at the time said he was shocked at how high he jumped. It's crazy. I would imagine I'd be shocked too. I'd be like, yo, come on, bro. Like, you tell me this whole time God gave me the gift of flying and I didn't know it until now? Man, if I could be like Mike, Okay, let's not get distracted now. Back to the video again.
This is Atlantic Coast Conference basketball with 1-3 Georgia Tech against North Carolina, 5-0 and number 1 in the...
Michael Jordan in this game had a career high 39 points. He had a monster game. The team's number 1 in the ACC, and yeah, he had a monster game. That's it. Am I supposed to feel bad because he banged their head on the board and now all of a sudden you got 39 points in the game? Like, all in all, Jordan was good. The team was good. And that's all you need to know. He played 3 seasons in college. And I'll just show you some of the highlights of his, collegiate career. Not all of them, obviously. Splash. Many people will see the rock the cradle dunk that Jordan made in 1983 and not think much of it because, now guys can do this without thinking much of it. But let's just say back then, this was crazy. Like, bro, this guy is doing stuff that really hadn't been seen much.
And went in and cradled it and dunked it across his body like that. And I'd never seen anything like that in the game.
And he did this even though the coach, didn't like to see guys, flashing around with those, crazy slam dunks. And when Jordan asked about the coach, hey, was that too much? Was that too crazy of a dunk? He apparently didn't even see the dunk because he was too busy coaching.
Oh, this is a fun play out of 4 corners. Watch Michael go up.
He was just spectacular during the stretch. We asked later just how he responded.
Well, really, I just found some opportunities and some holes, and I just penetrated, and I felt that I could beat my defender. And, I don't do anything out of the ordinary, and I don't do anything spectacular. I just want to do something basic that I do in practice.
I'm Michael Jordan. I'm just doing basic stuff I do from practice. Sorry if I sound jealous. I mean, come on. Not everybody can be Michael Jordan. Not everybody can be like Mike. I mean, God, I want to hold a trophy just like him. Like, look at this. Oh, look at that beautiful golden Okay, I'm getting too sidetracked. My bad. The 1998 lockout. Oh, brother. Oh, boy. So let's just say the player's slice of the pie was getting larger and larger, and that the owners of the NBA were very pissed. They did not like that players were making more and more extravagant money. Like, let's be honest, Jordan was a big factor in why the league has been generating more revenue, and that has thus came in to benefit the players getting drafted. And many people say it was Kevin Garnett's contract that was given up by the Timberwolves owner, Glenn Taylor, that contributed to the owners just being pissed. Like, oh, this is too much money to give to like a very young, unproven player. Some owners basically talked about how Glenn Taylor was a new, inexperienced owner overpaying to keep a star. And that's how most owners saw the situation being played out. And let's just say in 1995, a new CBA had been signed in which there was a clause inside of it for both sides to reopen the agreement after 3 years, in which, they did. And we'll get into that 1995 CBA because it was quite interesting. Some of the arguments that were being thrown back then. So the owners banded together and basically locked the players out and wanted to renegotiate this collective bargaining agreement so that the owners could place more punitive luxury taxes so that they won't have to pay players as much as they would have to.
Current agreement also includes a rookie salary scale that restricts a player's earnings his first 3 years in the league.
I'm financially set for probably to lifetime. I don't know if I should get Kevin Garnett's money, but I know I should be somewhere up there.
You have to make as much money as you can while you can. I just want fair market value for my services, just like you do.
So it's a bit simple here. The negotiations we're going through, owners wanted to pay players less, okay? That's the most basic way I can put it. Players want to get paid more money.
You don't want, 1 or 2 players making great money, everybody else at the minimum.
We're paying out $1 billion in salary to something like 400 or so players. That's about $2.5 million a player. There ought to be a rational way to figure out how to divide that amount of money and growing without having to do serious damage to the business, and that's what we hope will happen at a collective bargaining.
And one argument that was posed was that, well, if I pay this player billions of dollars, this player's gonna get paid scraps. And so we should, make it more even, make it more fair. Well, the other argument is, well, if this guy, Kevin Garnett, makes that much money, well, I should be worth something close to that. And both sides were bickering on. And let's just say it took some time, but they both finally reached a deal. And let's just say if Jordan was very vocal on behalf of the players. As a matter of fact, he went up to one owner and told them as much. In this book called Just Ballin', Mike Wise and Frank Isola talk about a specific meeting that happened in '98 between Jordan and Wizards owner A. Pullen, in which apparently Jordan sparred with Wizards owner A. Pullen in front of Stern during the NBA lockout. Now, it was said that Pullen, he had talked about how he struggled, to keep his team due to financial reasons. And Jordan here interrupted. He told him, if you can't make it work economically, you should sell the team. And of course, Pullen was offended, basically told him, who do you think you are telling me to sell my team?
Michael, is there any chance whatsoever that you'll change your mind somewhere down the road and return?
No. I never say never, but 95, 99.9%, I'm very secure with my decision.
But there was something in Jordan that just made him think about the game a bit more. There was one day after the years of, three-peating twice, right, that he was playing basketball, practicing in the Chicago Bulls facility, and, media went in and asked him, what's going on here?
When was the last time you were in this building?
We was retirement. It's been a while. I haven't been here since.
How'd it feel out there? How much of your game you still got left?
None. Half court and I'm wore out. There's the good thing about it, he's wore out more than I am.
There's no chance ever, right?
None at all. None at all. I mean, today was just break a sweat. See some of the guys, try to help the morale a little bit.
Apparently, he just came in the facility unprompted. Nobody asked him to show up. And he was also on break, waiting to pick up his children afterwards.
Happy with your life and what you're able to do?
I'm going back and pick up my kids right now, so it's just a little break until I can get back and pick them up. So, I mean, it's full enough. I got enough opportunities on my plate. I got enough challenge with golf. I got enough challenges elsewhere. I mean, I had my great reign in basketball. No matter what you guys say, or if I come and hang around the game because I still love the game, that doesn't mean I'm coming back to it.
You're going to buy.
Now, he was also asked, whether or not he wanted to buy a team at some point, and he said eventually he would. But something about the game still enticed him to want to play, right? He still had an itch, apparently. It would seem that's why it's not 100%, right?
Physically, I can't say that I'm any less than 99 right now because I obviously, I haven't played for 3 years.
MJ can't be pleased with his squad's performance.
In January of 2000, he endorsed Democrat Bill Bradley for president.
It's a place where you can be proud to be an American. It's time for us to believe in something that will give every American an opportunity to succeed and be viewed equally. That's why I'm supporting Bill Bradley for president. Shouldn't you?
I suppose he uses his voice for good pretty often, right? Well, later in this video, you'll see how it was a bit murky for Jordan at the time when he was speaking out, or rather not speaking out at some certain points.
And that same month, he became president of basketball operations and part owner of the Washington Wizards.
I have an attitude about the way I play. I have an attitude about the way I win. My job and my responsibility with this organization is to see if I can pass that on to the players in those uniforms.
Now, before Jordan made a deal to become part owner of the Wizards, he was having dinner with the Pullen family. And let's just say that they had a series of intense negotiations over the next 2 weeks, which led to the agreement of the partial stake in the franchise. And he would also be named, obviously, head of basketball operations by the Wizards as well.
At 38, can I possibly come back and play at a level of basketball that, that I left the game? The odds are that I probably can't.
But why should Jordan play again? I mean, his career basically ended in the best way it could. Well, him coming back would just, tarnish that most likely.
Well, that last shot you hit to win the 6th championship game was a perfect memory. Well, that's our memory. That's not Jordan's memory.
If I can do it, great. If I can't, that's great too. But you can't take my 6 championships away. You can't take all the things that I've done.
And it felt like the world even knew he would come back at some point. It was all over the news. Michael Jordan could not resist the itch to come back.
Speculation has ended. Rumors confirmed. The greatest player of all time is back, and he's wearing a Wizards uniform.
You cheeky bastard, Michael Jordan, you! But before we get to his playing days in Washington, I do need to get to some backstory here. 2 years after the last championship with the Bulls, in 2000, Michael Jordan becomes a minority owner with the Wizards. Not just that, He also assumed a role in the front office as president of basketball operations for the Wizards. And on lottery day, Jordan and his team got lucky.
Michael Jordan and the Wizards, of course, had the first pick, and much of the speculation has revolved around the high schooler Kwame Brown, big man out of Georgia.
If Kwame Brown were to be the pick at number 1, he'd be the first ever high school senior to be selected that high in the draft. And at the time, people did rave about Kwame Brown's potential coming out of high school. And so that number 1 pick, it seemed like a no-brainer at the time. There was also rumors they'd trade the pick for Elton Brand, but they decided instead to go and draft Kwame Brown with the pick. But the TNT crew seemed to be joking around MJ potentially wanting to play again.
Well, I mean, it's one of those scenarios, Michael Jordan in the two-guard spot, Charles Barkley in the power forward, and Kwame Brown playing the center.
Well, actually, I think Charles should be getting the message. This kid can play multi-position, so no, it had nothing to do with me. Yeah.
And months later, the rumblings that Michael Jordan would potentially return on to a basketball court would get even louder. In 2001, this seemed to be the big story of the day.
It is 7 a.m. in Washington, 6 a.m. in Chicago, where the news is being made this Tuesday, September 11th.
From the CNN Center.
What? On what day? I'm sorry. I need some time to process this. So you mean to tell me the biggest story of the day, an hour or two before what happened, was Jordan returning to the NBA? Wow, that's a lot to take in right there. And exactly 2 weeks after that date, it was announced on SportsCenter that he would indeed return to basketball.
2,383 days after the last time he announced he was coming back, March 18th, 1995, Michael Jeffrey Jordan comes back again. Back then, it was a 2-word press release. I'm back. This time, 11 words. I am returning as a player to the game I love.
So not only is Jordan now a player for the Wizards, but he's also still the president of basketball operations. So he calls the shots on who he gets to play with. And with his first pick being Kwame Brown, I mean, I'm sure he's invested into his career and making sure he's in a position to succeed, right? I suppose so. But as we'll get into a bit later, the way Michael Jordan leads his teammates, it's not so friendly. It's not so, cut and dry. In his first season with the Wizards, he had some great moments. He was averaging over 23 points per game and had some crazy good games too.
Broken fibula. Jordan, 51 for Michael.
On a December 29th game against the Charlotte Hornets, Jordan would score 51 points at the age of 39 years old, folks. Okay, I might be wrong there. He was technically 38 years old, but he was turning 39 very soon after. But he was, for a good couple of years, the oldest player to score 50 points in the game until Jamal Crawford, at 39 years old, scored 51 in Phoenix. What?
It's on Kenyon Martin. Does so, now has 43, and will get 2 more free throws. And now has his second high-scoring game of the season.
This man Jordan, 2 days after that 51-point performance, will go on and score 45 points in this one against the number 1 rated defense. Richard Jefferson, he was a rookie guarding Michael Jordan during that game, and he would attest to how crazy of a performance this was from a 38-year-old. This Brooklyn Nets team had a 98.1 defensive efficiency, best in the NBA.
MJ, nice move. Off the glass, what a shot. And he's down and he's hurt. He hurt his knee. He's trying to get up to run it off.
I think it is he banged knees with someone.
Now, you can't see the scoreboard that well, but I've been able to decipher here that this was a game at Washington against Sacramento where, Michael Jordan makes a 2-point field goal to make it 41-28 in the second quarter with just over 8 minutes left in the game. And there we are here, the field goal made, the same score, same timeline, 8 minutes and 3 seconds. Now, in the second half of this game, Michael Jordan still played 21 minutes, in fact, most minutes besides one player, Popeye Jones here, but he would also not have a good game, obviously. He's hurt there. 3 or 14 with 6 points only in the second half. In the game, by the way, where Michael Jordan scored 15 of his 25 points in this game before he got hurt. And you can see here the Wizards, 5 games over 500 up to this point.
Michael Jordan left the team in Milwaukee Wednesday afternoon. He was placed on the injured list and will miss the remainder of the season. So Jordan's last contribution to the first season of his third tour of duty is in the books. 2 points for 12 minutes in a loss to the Lakers. By the way, the team he won his first title against with the Bulls. So what now?
This would obviously be a big blow to a team who, at that point of the season, were actually on pace to make the playoffs had they kept up the win pace that they were currently headed towards. But unfortunately, the Wizards would actually end up ending the season 8 games under 500 and out of the playoff picture altogether. Now, one big reason Michael Jordan wanted to play in Washington, instead of just doing his job of being the president of the basketball operations, was because he thought he could make a substantial difference in this team's fortunes in terms of competing for a championship. And because now he sustained an injury that would, end the season for him and his team altogether, they're in a place where, despite them improving by 18 wins compared to last season's results, they're still out of the playoffs like they were the season prior to Jordan playing as a Wizard. And for a guy to think that at 38, 39 years old, he could make a substantial difference to a team's fortunes to compete for a championship, that says a lot about the type of mentality he has on the court, not just that, but off the court. And you'll see here that he was not too kind with players like Kwame Brown, the guy who he picked at #1 in practice. I'm not going to read what he said. Just read it for yourself right here. This quote. This is apparently what he said to Kwame Brown during practice. This being revealed in a memoir that was written, by Michael Leahy. And obviously, look, this is the media talking, and this is not Kwame himself saying this. For anyone curious to know what Kwame thinks about this, here's what he said years later.
Now, speaking of Michael, there have been some reports, and speaking of the media too, that Michael did cause a lot of stress for you in your early years. There was a story in his memoir about him almost bringing you to tears at a practice. Mm-hmm. How would you describe that, or is that true? And is that something that, some of these young players might experience going into a team with veterans?
Well, no player is going to experience their idol talking to them in any kind of way. Michael has never brought me to tears. Did he upset me a lot? Yeah. I mean, he's a competitor. That's what I think. It's much to do about nothing. So many people want to make up stories about Michael Jordan that he could have been the greatest guy in the world to me. They still would have made up something. Right. I watched Richard Sherman talk about the Seahawks locker room, a team that makes the playoffs every year, and how they created a story about Russell Wilson not being black enough. So it's just the media nowadays, they're going to sell gossip. And it's sad that it got to this point. But if we just, where are the X's and O's? Where's the numbers at? Everyone says I can't play, but no one has my numbers when I do play.
And look, it's easy for me to just take a quote from a memoir and say, oh, Michael Jordan was a bully. But you also have the guy himself saying, look, I get where he's coming from. He's a competitor, right? And, he did idolize Jordan coming in, just like many other kids out of high school. But also more recently, Kwame did reveal that, apparently, allegedly, that Michael Jordan was never planning to draft him and that somebody else had basically made the call instead.
They never drafted Kwame Brown with the intentions of being the #1 draft pick. I was supposed to be traded. MJ was a 39-year-old man. He's from an era where, and that's why I'm not bashing him. I'm not saying this to bash him, but MJ is from an era where young guys did not play. I think John Sally just said this on Vlad TV. The era that they're from is young guys had to prove themselves and earn the right to play. You could say it's wrong, you could say it's right, you could say whatever, but that's the era that he's from. I was drafted in order to be traded for Elton Brand to come to the Wizards so MJ can get into the playoffs and compete for a championship. MJ did not get what he wanted. Abe Pollin did not allow me to get traded because they've made so many trades. And this part is alleged, but allegedly there was an argument between MJ and Abe Pollin that he wanted to trade me for Elton Brand. Elton Brand was killing at this point. He's double easy, 20 and 12, 20 and 14.
Obviously, this is all alleged, but I have an easier time believing what Kwame says over what, some media pundit, that, never dared to even ask Kwame about a lot of this stuff has to say. And this is not me just trying to defend Kwame Brown for obviously the zealots out there that, try to say he's a scrub. He was not that good. He was underwhelming. He was supposed to be way better than he was, hyped up to be as a #1 pick. That makes sense. And there were people that attested to the fact that Kwame Brown was being threatened by Charles Oakley, who was a teammate of Jordan's, that he would bring into practice to threaten Kwame to basically say, hey, I'm going to beat your ass up. And by the way, it wasn't just the players that MJ got to pick. It was also the coach. He fired the coach that was there when he came in for Doug Collins, the coach that came in and coached him during his first years at Chicago. So obviously, Doug Collins was going to do what Jordan wanted him to do.
He reportedly refused his coach's request that he be a sixth man and threatened to make personnel decisions based on who got him the ball.
Jordan had so much control over the team. In fact, he even orchestrated some trades during his time as a player. Jerry Stackhouse, who was a Piston at the time, was reportedly traded to Washington as the older, veteran shooting guard for a player in Rip Hamilton that was 21 when he got traded and that would be a key piece to the Pistons' 2004 championship run.
I wish I never played in Washington, and for a number of reasons, things were still being run through Michael Jordan. Head coach Doug Collins, I love Doug, but I think that was an opportunity for him to make up for some ill moments that they may have had back in Chicago. It just kind of spiraled in a way that I didn't enjoy that season at all. The kind of picture I had in my mind of Michael Jordan and the reverence I had for him, I lost a little bit of it during the course of that year.
So this obviously paints a darker picture. It seemed like Jerry, he came under the impression that he thought he was going to have the ball in his hands way more. And Stackhouse, he was a pretty good player. I mean, he averaged 26 points per game on the Pistons before he got traded. Okay, I had to look this up to make sure I was right. It was actually not 26. In 2001, he averaged 29 points per game. I think he was, top 3 in scoring. And he was obviously a top 15 MVP candidate both in 2001 and 2002 when he was a Piston. A former All-Star, he gets traded to Washington. He's the older player. He's also a player that, will, hopefully give you more boost on offense. And despite leading the team in scoring over Michael Jordan, he would still call the shots. Michael Jordan obviously getting the All-Star nod over him. It was his team. It was Michael Jordan's team, despite Jerry Stackhouse feeling like it was supposed to be his. So just to note, he was also in the same college as Michael Jordan, which might have obviously contributed to him thinking that, that was a worthy player to trade for. Aside from that, though, some people complained that Jerry Stackhouse shouldn't be the one talking too much because every team he left ended up getting better after he had left them. Case in point being Detroit as the biggest example. But also even the Wizards team after he had left and Gilbert Arenas was the one. Let's see here. The last year that Stackhouse was a Wizard, they have a record of 25-57. I kid you not, the next year they have a 45-37 record, and they're second in their division.
Your Washington Wizards have a record of 25 wins and 28 losses. That's 5th place in the Atlantic.
During his second season as a player, he averaged just over 20 points. He had actually managed to play all 82 games this time around. He would also get some monster performances along the way. 43 points here in this game against the reigning East champs Brooklyn Nets. And look at that. That's Richard Jefferson having to guard Jordan again. And look at that shot splash. Even 39 to 40-year-old Michael Jordan was a problem for players. He was also the first 40-year-old in NBA history to score 40 points in a game. Okay, this is incredible. But again, this was Michael Jordan's team, a 40-year-old running the show with a coach that would obviously listen to what MJ says, not just because he's a former player that he coached, but because he got given the job by Michael Jordan, who's also the president of basketball operations, who's also in control of who gets to play with him. And obviously, there was already players that had built resentment over Jordan, even players that had idolized him before. So although people were watching on their TVs as Jordan would come back at the age of 40 and just, stomp the competition whenever he could, not only was the team not good enough to even make the playoffs, but they also had the same record as they had previously, despite MJ playing every game that season. Michael Jordan had promised that they would compete, and he did not deliver on his promise. The mystique that he had in the 90s, dominating headlines, being the media darling, it was all evaporating before the players' eyes who were playing with him.
I've had guys in that locker room curse at me this year, show no respect. And Michael stepped in immediately and said, we don't treat our coach that way. All these guys who thought he took away from their games this year, they're going to find out what he brought. sometimes be careful what you wish for. You might get it.
But not just that, even ownership was starting to get annoyed at Michael Jordan and just all the dysfunction around the organization. And perhaps these players, understandably so, started to get annoyed and tired of everything being about MJ all the time.
And forward from North Carolina, 6'6", Michael Jordan.
He would get all the adulation, a standing ovation in Chicago when he would return in his first time as a Wizard. And during his final game in Chicago, it was much of the same. I just want to mute this and tell you that this will go on for 4 minutes. 4 minutes of a standing ovation because, you know, this would be his last game in Chicago, right? As that one sign perfectly encapsulates it, MJ's irreplaceable.
I love y'all. Still support the Chicago Bulls. Thank you for support over the years. I love y'all. Thank you very much.
Even in his final game of his career in Philadelphia, it was full of celebrity. It was full of adulation. Oh, whoa. Not that type of celebrity. Whoa! Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Just seeing that man on the screen. Is this video gonna be monetized? I hope so. The fans wanted him to come back in, and he did. And he had, you know, an average of 20 points per game, but he was falling short of it. He only needed 2 points to average 20 points on the dot, and he got it on the free throw line, and mission accomplished for Michael Jordan, who would average exactly 20 points per game in his last season of his career, with Allen Iverson and his team blowing them out by, quite frankly, 20 points. Yeah, this was a disaster of a game for the Wizards. Not exactly Michael Jordan's best showing in the game, even for that season as a 40-year-old, but it was still a stark reminder of how great he was, that so many were so captivated, even down to his last free throw. And so now that he's a retired player, Michael Jordan assumed, okay, I'm retired. I can go back to being a president of basketball operations and really doing my job with 100% dedication and focus. The playing career may be over, but this is where I make my mark as an executive. Unfortunately, no. Abe Pollin, the owner of the Wizards, he had seen the dysfunction and he was tired of it, just like the players were tired of it. And he gave him the pink slip and basically told him, "You're out of here, boy. You're out of here, bozo." And Gilbert Arenas, who was a rookie during Jordan's last year as a Wizard, well, he had some interesting thoughts on what happened during that whole shabeel with Abe Pollin and Michael Jordan.
So while I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do, Jordan's trying to figure out what he's going to do with the Wizards because he's supposed to be the owner. Yeah. So when I went there, that was actually one of my questions, or my dad's question, like, hey, what's up with the Jordan thing? Why didn't you sign him back? And, you know, Abe Pollin was like, you know, I love basketball. I love the players. So I asked the players, what did they want? And the players said they didn't want Jordan back.
The players did not want Jordan back. Because, I mean, this was not, you know, the dream team Jordan. Mm-hmm. You know, this was Jordan at the very last part of his career.
Yes, but you're talking about MJ still. So it's mental MJ too. So it's still like the last dance MJ, that mentality, those young kids wasn't ready for it.
That trade of his that led the Bulls to a dynastic run was also the fatal flaw that led to him being dismissed by the owner, Abe Pollin, from not just being the minority owner, but just also being the president of basketball operations. And in fact, Michael Jordan was so pissed at Abe Pollin. There was an argument, a heated exchange, apparently.
So, you know, him explaining that, okay, it's like, all right, cool, because I'm an MJ fan, you know. I go to MJ's camps every summer, you know, I'm one of his counselors. So, you know, trying to figure out what happened, you know, and he was like, yeah, you know, I wrote MJ a check, you know, $10 million, said thank you for your services. MJ threw that check and said, fuck off, and drove out of the arena. And I'm sitting there like,
wait. Jordan threw away a $10 million check? I mean, in real life, he actually did that?
And years later, Michael Jordan would talk about how he felt used by Abe Pollin and the Wizards. When asked if he saw the firing coming, Jordan had this to say. No, if that was the case, then obviously I wouldn't have went back and played because I felt like I got played injured. And you know, I went through surgery and I did the things that a lot of these young kids did not do. And he would continue on talking about how I didn't have to do it, you know, but I did it with the benefit of trying to help an organization get back on its feet. And the gratitude that I was being given was, your services are no longer wanted or needed. So I felt like I was being used in a sense. And what this probably means is that Jordan's ego got bruised because this was the first time in his career, really, that he got told to leave or he got dismissed. Usually he's being praised. He's being given, you know, the mantle of what is to be an exemplary model of greatness and excellence, and then he's being told to leave. Like, it's like, whoa. That's just completely opposite to what he's been told throughout the decades that he's been playing basketball. And it just obviously threw him a curveball. He was pissed. He couldn't believe it, and he just, you know, he lashed out. He was so pissed he refused to take $10 million. He felt that was an insult in itself. And you can understand it from an owner's perspective, right? When he says here it was not a healthy atmosphere to produce a happy organization or winning team, I could sense the sense of unhappiness, the sense of even maybe a little dissension in the whole organization. I sensed that it was a bad situation. If you're the owner, if you're a big part of the ownership, and you see that Michael Jordan is causing this much of a headache, and you're not even winning games to boot, like, okay, yeah, something has to give. And Michael Jordan, it was his time to go. And what a career it was.
And now we are ready for the third pick, and the Chicago Bulls, who have been drafting very high.
Wait. What's going on right now?
Third pick today.
Huh? Okay, so it says here in my notes that Jordan is getting drafted in 84 now. Oh, what an interesting way of arranging the story here. That might make it confusing for others, but like, Jordan is getting drafted. It's 84 now.
The Chicago Bulls pick Michael Jordan of the University of North Carolina.
Michael Jordan had built up a rapport from his 3 years in college to where a lot of people had very high expectations for him even then.
There's no question that Michael Jordan will step right in. He is star material, a great shooter, superb athletic ability. There are many teams who are trying to pry away that third pick and Michael Jordan from Chicago, but Jordan now joins Watley, Wiggins, and Daly.
In a draft that was, for the first time in NBA history, televised in front of, obviously, a live audience on TV. The first pick was made, Hakeem Olajuwon, of course. And the second pick was the Blazers. And they had a chance to pick Michael Jordan, but unfortunately, they ended up passing on Michael Jordan for fit purposes. They elected to select the lanky big out of Kentucky, Sam Bowie. Interesting. Portland already had a sensational guard in Clyde Drexler, 6'7". And so I guess they thought they had their MJ.
Well, Michael, you've got a great opportunity to step in there and win a city that is crying for a winner. That is a fabulous sports town in Chicago. And with a little help from a fellow named Michael Jordan, perhaps you can turn that Bulls thing around. What do you think?
Hopefully, I can go in and contribute and maybe turn it around. I'm looking forward to that.
Well, there you go. The third pick with high expectations for Chicago, a burgeoning star shooting guard out of North Carolina. And in the preseason, he was showing some flashes already.
His brilliant play in the Olympics, leading the U.S. to a gold medal, and his performance in the NBA preseason and the opening weeks of the regular season has a lot of people thinking perhaps he should have been the #1 draft pick. Nevertheless, one thing is certain. He has a bright future ahead of him.
Michael Jordan, bright-eyed, but he's also humble in these interviews that you're seeing. The first coach that he would ever get coached by in this NBA here would be Kevin Lockery. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. I probably did not pronounce that correctly. Obviously, he was coached by Dean Smith, the legendary UNC coach. And in the Olympics, yeah, he won a gold medal during the summer as a college player coming into the NBA. And he had won it under Bobby Knight. And let's just say his rookie year was nothing short of sensational from Jordan.
They expect you to be the savior. What about the coach and your fellow teammates?
Well, naturally, the expectation is going to be high. And I guess the coach has been reminding me that, hey, it's a team basketball game, and you really don't have to take burden on yourself to try to go out and do everything yourself. And I kind of picked that up. I'm not trying to do everything for myself. I just think that right now the best thing for me is to try to fit in with this ball club and try to mingle and become a winning team. And so far, it's been working out.
Nike just come out with this new technology for their running shoes called Air Soles. And obviously Michael played in the air. That's how I kind of got it. We're going to call it Air Jordan.
Air Jordan. That's got a pretty good ring to it.
Jordan, in 1984, he had signed a lucrative contract with Nike, who at the time was mainly known for making track shoes.
I wanted Michael to go with Nike because they were the upstart.
In the early 80s, Nike was, for the most part, a track shoe company. Michael didn't even want to be at Nike.
Because Converse, they didn't give him the offer that he wanted.
Which at that time was the official shoe of the NBA.
The Converse weapon, that's the shoe that's Magic do what he was born to do.
That was the go-to basketball shoe back then. Larry Bird, Magic Johnson's the faces in the NBA. They were wearing Converse. They were the guys. And Jordan wasn't.
Converse had big players and told me we cannot envision you being put ahead of them. Okay, fine.
Did you have a shoe company that you wanted to go with?
That was Adidas.
I like the Lakers, and I like Marcus Johnson, and I like Adidas. I like Adidas shoe.
Adidas was really dysfunctional by that time. And they had just told me, like, we'd love to have Jordan. We just can't make a shoe work at this point in time.
And the best thing Nike did to get themselves into the sneaker industry was to sign Michael Jordan to a lucrative deal. And Nike, they swung really, really far to sign Michael Jordan. Let's just say that partnership was one of the biggest things to ever influence the basketball culture.
I couldn't even get him to get on the damn plane and go visit the campus. So I called his parents.
And my mother said, you're gonna go listen. You may not like it, but you're gonna go listen.
Mom, I don't want to hear her. I know what I want to do. I am not going to Nike's mom. I said, Michael, you have to give him an opportunity.
And she made me get on that plane and go listen.
Now, one thing to take away from this was none of this would have happened, especially not in his rookie year, if he didn't have the numbers he did that year.
What I did on the basketball court, my dedication to the game led to all this other stuff. Believe me, if I was averaging 2 points, 3 rebounds, I wouldn't have signed anything with anybody, you know. So my game did all my talking.
And as Watley at one guard, and now the noise factor begins to really increase. Here is the man. They call him Mr. Jordan in Chicago. The standing ovation for Michael Jordan from North Carolina, the number 3 pick in the NBA draft.
You know, a lot of pressure's been brought to bear on this young man's shoulder. He is in a very awkward position. As we said, we know he must be excited, but the position that they're putting this kid in here, building up everything on this team around him is going to be something that only a Michael Jordan probably can own up to.
Yes, this was the debut of Michael Jordan's career right here against the Washington Bullets. And I'm sure many of you will be surprised to find out that the first shot Michael Jordan's ever taken, he missed. But the shot right after, well...
Watley quickly in front court to Jordan, looking for penetration. Spin move, hangs in the air, off the glass, and in. And that's what Wes and I were talking about at the pregame show.
You knew it was going in. All this excitement, it had to go.
Timeout has been called by the Bullets. They don't want to get this one get out of hand early.
Well, let's just say got out of hand like that mascot here. What in the world is that? Yeah, the Bulls were leading big in the first half. Up big by 19, I would say, in the first half. But Jordan, you know, he didn't do that much, but you could see flashes even in his first ever NBA game. Now, in just his second ever career game, you know, they lost a nail biter to the Bucks at Mecca Arena in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Jordan, though, he still had himself a decent game, 21 points on 8 of 13 shooting. And that's after scoring 16 points in his debut on 5 of 13 shooting. Not so good from the field that game, but in this game it was better. And the very next game, Jordan would play the Bucks again, a team that had beaten the Bulls 57-36 in terms of all their matchups that they've played. And the Bucks, I mean, their franchise has had a championship up to this point. The Chicago Bulls just didn't have anything really going for itself. And Sidney Moncrief was still playing. He's a legend defensively, was guarding Jordan the whole game. And this was Jordan's first 30-point game in game 3 of his career. Not just that, but in the fourth quarter, he just went bananas. He led a comeback that was so clutch. He scored 22 points in that fourth quarter, netting him 37 total points in this game, and he just took over. Right off the gate, they had to foul him so that he wouldn't dunk that in right there.
The Bulls have it. They can still
cream. Jordan driving with. Oh! Unbelievable! Unbelievable shot by Jordan. How in the world did he do that?
The Bulls would end up winning that game 116-110. And I'll tell you what, just reading some of these stat lines for Jordan, 37 points, okay, 2 blocks, 6 steals, 5 assists. This guy was also playing against Moncrief at the time. This is insane for a rookie to do. But it wasn't just that. Early on, he played against Magic Johnson and Kareem, the Lakers, Showtime Lakers in the 84. Kareem, 37 years old, was still as good as he ever been, right? He's still a top player, top 6 in scoring, top 8 in field goal percentage. And MJ, towards the latter parts of this game, was guarding Magic Johnson. I mean, it's just a team full of legends that he was facing in his rookie season, early into his rookie season. On November 30th, no, I was mistaken. November 30th, they played the Clippers, who are also in LA at this time. And Jordan, he had 20 points in this game with 3 steals, 5 assists. This guy just putting up numbers. 9 of 15 shooting. And it was in December 2nd. He beat the Lakers that had Magic, Kareem, Michael Cooper. I mean, this is insane. And again, it wasn't Jordan that led the team in scoring in this game against the Lakers, right? You have Quentin Daly that led the team in scoring from the bench. And then Orlando Woolridge from the starting lineup leading the team in scoring. But even the Kareem 32-point game with Magic Johnson having 16 assists with only 12 points, it wasn't enough for the Lakers. The Bulls were able to beat this team. And this game, there was a bunch of celebrities sitting front row, like Jack Nicholson, who had skipped the Lakers game prior to this to watch the Clippers play Michael Jordan, because that's how much of a star Michael Jordan already was in his rookie season. Insanity. And if you look at the numbers during that rookie year, it matches the eye test. It matches the star power. The level of just productivity that Jordan had during his rookie season was insane. 28 points per game in his rookies. That's unheard of in today's league, right? He's obviously just a special player, and everyone's seen it at this point in his rookie year that he was special. Now, Nike, they had a goal for Michael Jordan's shoe brand. They had a goal by year 4 to sell, according to his agent.
They hoped to sell $3 million worth of Air Jordans. In year 1, we sold $126 million.
That was just the first indicator that Jordan was going to take over basketball as we knew it at that time in the 80s. It was just inevitable that Jordan was going to be the face of basketball.
Jordan moves gracefully through a crowd of admirers, sipping orange juice, collecting business cards.
He gets his name signed to a Wilson basketball. He gets an endorsement from McDonald's. I mean, this guy was a trailblazer at the time. He was really the culture setter.
It was more than a status symbol. You knew this guy was the guy. They came in different styles. The other brands didn't change too much. Jordan changed with the time.
Before Michael Jordan, sneakers were just for playing basketball. And all of a sudden, sneakers became fashion and culture.
They had Spike Lee direct the commercials. I mean, it's got to be the shoes. Iconic.
To produce Jordan commercials suddenly brought urban culture and crossed it together with sports.
Mark. Yo, Mars Blackman here with my main man, Michael Jordan. Yo, Mike, what makes you the best player in the universe? Is it the vicious stunts?
No, Mars.
Is it the haircut?
No, Mars.
Is it the shoes?
No, Mars.
Money's gotta be the shoes. Shoes? Shoes. Shoes. You sure it's not the shoes?
I'm sure, Mars.
Cut.
During the preseason, in the game at Madison Square Garden, he wore a shoe that would become infamous, albeit it wasn't the actual shoe that became infamous at the time. Jordan was wearing the Nike Airship shoes. Months later, the NBA had sent Jordan and his Nike representatives a warning letter basically saying that the shoes violated league rules. And with that, Nike had began a marketing campaign that would be genius, basically talking about how the shoe was banned.
On September 15th, Nike created a revolutionary new basketball shoe. On October 18th, the NBA threw them out of the game. Fortunately, the NBA can't stop you from wearing them. Air Jordans from Nike.
Now, the way the story goes is Apparently, Nike was being threatened with fines, and Nike apparently told the NBA that they were willing to pay the fines, so as long as he was able to wear the shoes regardless.
They were getting fined because it wasn't approved.
And he's continued to wear them every game, and Nike was fined $5,000.
We were more than willing to pay the fines.
I knew more about the fine like later in life, like that became part of like the legend.
But much of that story, just like a lot of the Jordan lore, was an urban myth. The shoe had not actually been banned.
I was under the impression that he wore them every game. They were banned because of the colors.
They were banned because there wasn't enough white in them.
And that story was especially told in 2019 during, a movie called Unbanned, The Legend of the AJ1s. Again, the shoes shown here are the Air Jordan 1s, but those weren't the shoes that the NBA had a problem with. It was the Nike Airships. The movie did a good job at debunking the myths and the legend of that story of it being banned and Nike paying the fines. They didn't pay anything. As a matter of fact, the NBA didn't ban the shoes. It was just told as a warning that it had violated the color rules of the league.
They were getting fined because it wasn't approved.
And he's continued to wear them every game, and Nike was fined $5,000.
We were more than willing to pay the fines.
I knew more about the fine like later in life, like that became part of like the legend.
Well, it doesn't matter because Nike now in 2024-25 would use it for their more recent campaign, celebrating the 40th anniversary of all these events happening in '85.
Nike could have paid a fine, but they didn't.
It was $5,000 every game.
And it changed everything. The Air Jordan was a massive failure.
This commercial basically tries to highlight, if they never paid the fines, the shoe would have never took off. There would have never been such high record sales. Luka would have never been in the league. Okay, sure, buddy. Apparently, kids will be illiterate. They couldn't read Roman numbers anymore. And somehow DJ Khaled wouldn't be able to speak? Like, I'm confused. What is this commercial even trying to say? That they created culture? Well, I suppose they did. Nike did have a huge impact on the culture around sneakers and around, basketball, hip hop, all that stuff. It had a huge influence. The Air Jordans were definitely a huge part in the intersection of popular culture. We can't deny that. And the team was good enough to reach the playoffs with Michael Jordan as a rookie. And they played the Milwaukee Bucks, that same team that he led a clutch comeback against. And look, this is his first playoff series of his career. Okay, you wouldn't expect the Bulls to win this series. And in fact, they didn't win a single game in this series. But MJ averaged over 29 points per game in this series.
Jordan is on Pressey. Good matchup. And Michael Jordan, who leads the Bulls in steals, knocks it away.
They ended up with a 3-on-2 situation, the best.
Here's David Greenwood with his first shot of the 750.
He was basically the de facto point guard of this team, averaging 8+ assists a game in the series as well. The Bucks were the better team, no denying that. But the Bulls, they showed something with Michael Jordan leading them in a way that, as a rookie, you wouldn't expect. Especially for a guard. I mean, I know he's 6'6", but he's still playing the guard position. And it was exceedingly rare to see a guard so dominant, right, in a league that's full of dominant bigs.
This season saw a number of brilliant rookies enter the NBA. But one player in particular captured the imagination and attention of fans throughout the country. His high-flying acrobatics and infectious enthusiasm helped lead his team into the playoffs for the first time in 4 years, and was one of the major reasons that nearly doubled the Chicago Bulls' attendance. And from the Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan.
It was already obvious then that a star was born, and during his rookie year, it's no surprise that he had won the Rookie of the Year award. But Jordan, in the following season, would do something that I just, wow. I'm still speechless thinking about what he did the following season.
I think my year was very, very experimental for me. I'm very happy that I achieved so much, and hopefully next year will be more promising. If not, then maybe I'll retire after 2 years. Thanks a lot, very much.
But before I get to what I was talking about previously, right, I got to set the stage a little bit, right? The 85 draft lottery, I think a lot of people have already made videos talking about the dark history, how it was basically rigged for the Knicks to get the #1 pick. The reason why I want to cover this draft, though, is just to see what the Bulls as a team picked in the draft here. You see here that the 9th pick, they're still not that good of a team, so they need some upgrades, obviously. I just realized that I was playing the 1986 draft. So the Bulls actually, they actually had the 11th pick right here. And I'm not going to lie, bro. Keith Lee probably will not be mentioned in this video ever again after this one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it. Yeah, no. Okay, man. The Bulls, 3 games of the season, are undefeated, 3-0. But unfortunately, there was some bad news.
Star Michael Jordan was injured early in the game. As we pick it up midway through the second quarter, Kyle Macy with a court-length pass to Jordan, who turns his ankle here. Now, Jordan had 12 points, but it was a 111-105 victory as they beat Golden State. They're 3-0 on the young season.
And what Jordan had was a broken foot. It was actually much more serious than the ankle being twisted. He had to obviously recover, go to rehab. He would miss a lot of games this season. And it's one of those seasons that many people don't talk too much about, but it's one of those seasons that MJ showed why he's truly MJ. He's one of one.
Checking into the game for the Bulls. He's back. Number 23, Michael Jordan.
Contrary to what Jordan wanted, the doctors and the coaches were telling him not to play, not to come back after 64 missed games.
I worked my way up. I gradually worked my way up to a point where I'm playing 5-on-5 in a game, and I got the confidence that the foot is completely healed and I can play on it.
Jordan insisted that he could play. He even told the owner, I can play. And he told him, look, man, do you know how much of a risk it is to go out there and play, potentially get hurt to where you need surgery?
Yet despite doctors' warnings and management's objections, Michael returned to the Bulls in time for their playoff drive.
Another thing that was revealed later on is that Jordan was actually recovering away from the team at UNC. He had actually created his own rehab sessions, trying to work his way up to where he was playing 5-on-5 with the Bulls organization, not even knowing that he was doing so. And that was Jordan just being Jordan, man. That's just part of the mythos that is Michael Jordan. They had a new coach that year, Stan Albeck, for his second year. And like they did say, he led them back to the playoffs after it seemed like the Bulls were going to miss it during Jordan's time off with an injury.
He seems to be 100% healthy, but the x-rays that were taken of his foot show that the fracture is, although healing very well, not completely healed.
If it's re-injured, it could conceivably take longer to heal, and it may not heal by natural processes. This doesn't require surgery. And even that's not a 100% guarantee that it'll heal properly.
And what we would see in those playoffs, oh man, I'm not sure anybody expected this.
Once I got that opportunity to play, I felt I had to prove to people that I knew what I was doing. I was a competent individual. I wasn't doing anything to jeopardize my career. I really felt that I was healthy.
The Bulls were the 8th seed, and they would play the number 1 seed, the reigning Eastern Conference championships for back-to-back years, winning a championship the year prior to 1984, so 1983 season. And Michael Jordan facing a juggernaut of a team with Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, I'm trying to think, Will Barton. Wait, what? Did I just say Will Barton? Yo. I meant to say Bill Walton, the legend himself. The Celtics were by far the favorites to win this series, and they did end up winning the series, but that's not really the main point here. The Celtics in game 1 would win, yes, but Jordan in this game would score, let's see here, 49 points. 49 points. This was his 4th playoff game, right, in his career, and he already eclipses many players' all-time career highs in the playoffs. Splash.
Who do you have for the player of the game, Jack? Pretty hard to ignore Michael Jordan tonight. We chose him as our player of the game. 49 points, 4 rebounds. A spectacular individual effort by this guy.
Before game 2, he had played golf against Danny Ainge, who was a Celtic, obviously. And he was actually betting against Danny Ainge in golf, and he was ended up losing money in that during that time. And I suppose he took it personally.
Pissed me off, man.
We get done, we get in the car, we drop Danny off first, and Michael says, hey, tell your boy DJ I got something for him tomorrow.
Thank you, Dick. Michael just got a nice round of applause here. The question is, can one man beat the Lakers, or do we need a more diversified attack today?
Well, we're playing the Boston Celtics, Pat, but
I think it's going to be more of a five-man game, and we really have to play a complete basketball game. I don't think one man can beat the Boston Celtics.
It's hard to imagine that 6 weeks ago you were sitting on the bench.
Yes, it is. It's very hard for me to imagine. I'm very happy I'm playing now, and I'm very happy that I can contribute to the team.
6 weeks after Jordan came back from a broken foot, in which Jordan said that apparently his calf from his broken foot was stronger than the calf from the uninjured foot. Interesting.
Chicago had a 12-point lead in the first half of the game against the Celtics Thursday. Jordan trying to fake Bird, can't do it. Hits the jumper, but Bird played pretty well defensively against Jordan there.
The Celtics, they're a juggernaut of a team. They tried putting Dennis Johnson, their best defender, on Jordan. They tried putting Kevin McHale, Danny. It didn't matter. Jordan was just feasting out there.
Walton's come out to meet Jordan. Jordan trying to use his quickness, and it works. Michael Jordan with 44 now in the ball game.
And Walton afraid to foul that time.
Jordan cuts the Celtic lead to 2, and he has 46 points.
This game was a pretty close one. And whoo, Jordan with a nice slam here. And the coach is cheering it on. Look at that, the tongue out. What a legend.
This close. 3 on the shot clock. Jordan, basket, good, and a foul. And a big basket for the Chicago Bulls. And Jordan could give them a 4-point lead.
But the Celtics had a 2-point lead, and it was Jordan, up to Jordan to try to win the game. But he missed the shot, but he got fouled. And Kevin McHale, he's just beside himself. He cannot believe they called that foul on him. And the Celtics now, they're praying that he misses a shot to the line.
Players do fake the foul.
He can tie it up here. And he made his first 16, then missed 2 before he made the 1, and this is pressure. Overtime. The Chicago Bulls are trying to do what only the Portland Trail Blazers have done so far this year, beat the Celtics in Boston.
Jordan in regulation had 54 points, which was nearing an all-time record in the playoffs of 61 by Elgin Baylor. And of course, yes, you heard that line previously. The Celtics had only lost once at home during the whole season, going 40-1, and the Bulls had a chance to beat them in the playoff game at their arena. The game will go to double overtime, and Jordan, not only would he reach the mark.
Guarding Michael Jordan. Jordan goes up with a shot and hits it, and has 61 points to tie Elgin Baylor's all-time single-game playoff record. Jordan with 8 on the clock. Jordan ties the game.
Oh, boy.
63 points, and you're looking at an all-time record.
Oh, boy.
Michael Jordan.
That was a fantastic move.
But it was unfortunately the Celtics who would prevail despite this game going to double overtime, despite MJ setting a playoff record that to this day still stands at 63 points with 5 rebounds and 6 assists. Despite him being the player of the game, the Celtics, the juggernaut that they are, were still able to win this game. Not just that, but win this series in 3 games.
We ended up winning the series, but it was an incredible playoff performance. I've never seen it before, and I had never seen it after. That wasn't Michael Jordan out there. It was God disguised as Michael Jordan.
There's just something about that line that hits hard.
Nobody like him. Point blank. I never seen nobody play like he plays. And I mean, you can include all of them.
Jordan is the most talented player in the NBA. By far.
And let's see here. In this playoff series, Michael Jordan averaged 43 points per game. I have no other words other than just incredible, like unbelievable. This is fiction. Now let's talk about the team from Charlotte, the Charlotte Hornets that were, inaugurated in 1987, and that was owned by this dude named George Shinn. He gave credibility to a city that had desperately needed an NBA team, and not just that, he also made it a legit NBA city where there was enough demand for rabid fans to want to watch each game. And so this was a big move, and a lot of people in Charlotte were very happy to see this. And as he said, this is basketball country. People drive from Charlotte to Raleigh and Durham to see college basketball. And the Hornets were a scrappy team back then. They managed to make the playoffs for the first time in 1993. And not just that, they ended up beating the Celtics in a series for the first time, winning a series in their franchise's history. Alonzo Mourning being a big crucial part for that. But unfortunately, there were things that would happen that led the Charlotte Hornets to be relocated to New Orleans. Namely, Shin was insistent on moving the team if he hadn't been given an arena, a new one at that. Not to mention getting accused of sexual assault and kidnapping by women. And so it'd be challenging for Shin to try to get a move done to where he can get what he wants, with people not liking him. And there was such a negative energy around Shin being the owner that eventually the team ended up moving to New Orleans at the behest of David Stern, of course. But Charlotte, it would not be over for them. They would still get some basketball soon after.
Emeka Okafor and Ben Gordon have won national titles. They starred in the Garden before. Devin Harris is ready for his shot on Broadway as well. A freshman from ACC country joining some high school stars who are ready to make the big jump.
It was the 2004 NBA draft, and the Charlotte Bobcats, as the inaugural team during that year, would have a chance to pick somebody with the number 1 pick. Wait, no, the lottery balls had them at number 2. The Magic had the number 1 pick. And what do you know, Dwight Howard would be selected with the number 1 pick. Now, Charlotte at number 2, there would still be some good players left on the board, of course.
NBA's 30th and newest team, the Charlotte Bobcats, select Emeka Okafor from the University of Connecticut.
And the new owner of the Bobcats would be Robert L. Johnson, the creator of BET. He was the first black majority owner of the franchise. And in the expansion draft, they selected Gerald Wallace as the biggest player that they took. And let's just say people were excited about this team. Charlotte now in another iteration of Charlotte, that is. Now, obviously, this team would not be that good, right? But that expansion pick would actually end up being their best player for the first couple of years, with Emeka Okafor, unfortunately, just not being, panning out the way that they expected him to. And Charlotte, you would see early on, had a history of picking guys that were, very good in college. And they picked Raymond Felton in next year's draft to be their lead point guard next to Okafor, who was also pretty good in college. Let's just say their inaugural season went as well as you expect, having one of the worst records in the NBA. And then the following season, let's just say they improved 10 wins, or I'd say, 8 wins, but still not good enough. Now, in those first 2 seasons, Bernie Bickerstaff was not only the head coach of the Bobcats, but he was also the executive who was also in charge of, player decisions and whatnot. And let's just say in 2006, a new cat will come to town. And people knew him very well. MJ, Michael Jordan, going back to his home state of North Carolina, buys up a minority share of the Charlotte Bobcats.
Don't be mad at me, I'm just good.
MJ talking trash here in 2003, but he gets scored on here, actually.
Don't be mad at me, I'm just too good for you. Well, y'all think I had this camp just so y'all could beat me?
Jordan, the man of the people. I'm not sure what happens after this. I'm pretty sure he gave him an ass whooping competitively. I'm pretty sure MJ was pissed. I found this interesting article in 2005 where Jordan was interviewed by somebody, by a cigar aficionado. And it basically goes into how much of a cigar guy MJ is. He loves this cigar. Now, MJ did talk about how he believes that a player should be 20 years or older before going to the pros, having a bit of a problem with the more recent culture in college of being one and done. I mean, it makes sense. Jordan's an old school guy. Speaking of old school, there was a Tumblr post that went viral decades ago. Okay, Tumblr, this is just a while ago. I'm pretty sure some of you kids don't know what that is. Well, in that post, it's telling me to sign up. No, it's Jordan basically with his baggy pants. Like, this is just an old way of wearing clothes. That's the best way I could describe it, really. Jordan was getting mocked for the clothes he would wear during a lot of his appearances in golf or in basketball games. A funny story arises in 2006 where Jordan had to school a 17-year-old OJ Mayo. He was talking trash in front of everybody at the camp that Michael Jordan was hosting. And I mean, you had LeBron James, who's watching this as well unfold. This was Jordan at 42, basically telling the kid, go grab mommy, go cry to your mommy. Just a nasty trash talker Jordan is, man. Not just that, but also ensuing the role as basketball president of the Charlotte Bobcats operations. And Jordan was tasked with picking with the third pick of the draft in 2006, the player that he would want. Let's just say, as a Raptors fan, this is my least favorite draft of all time. I'm not going to get too much into this, but Andrea Bargnani, you suck.
The Charlotte Bobcats select Adam Morrison from Gonzaga University.
Now, this isn't just some random pick. Adam Morrison was actually very good in college, scored 28 points per game. He ended up winning College Player of the Year in 2006. Again, another player that was good in college. So now it seems like the Bobcats were building something with Adam Morrison, Raymond Felton, and Emeka Okafor. Oh, and you cannot forget their franchise player up to this point, Gerald Wallace. There seemed to be a bit of excitement in Charlotte with Emeka Okafor looking to improve from his first couple seasons as well. That first season, even though Bickerstaff assumed the role as coach still, and he still had some role in executive positions, Jordan would also assume a role in terms of player, operations and basketball operations as a whole. And the team would actually improve by 7 wins, but still finish 4th in the division, just like they did the first 2 seasons. And with the 8th pick in 2007, they selected Brandon Wright, interesting player for them, 6'10". He was a freshman out of North Carolina, Jordan's alma mater, just like Raymond Felton, who was also from North Carolina. Impressive measurements, of course, a huge wingspan. And again, it just seemed like the pattern was being set here. They're trying to build something with these college players that are very good coming out of college. But hold on now.
We have a proposed trade where Jason Richardson of the Golden State Warriors would go to the Charlotte Bobcats for the rights to number 8 pick Brandon Wright.
Interesting. Let's see how this plays out, too. So now Brandon Wright is a Warrior, not a Bobcat. The Bobcats also selected Jared Dudley in the first round as well. Now, Jason Richardson, he was basically a highlight reel on his own, just dunking and just doing flashy plays. So this will be an interesting acquisition for Charlotte, to say the least. And I won't lie, I see the vision here. I see the vision. Look at this dunk right here. Bang! Oh, and Jordan will make a new coaching hire, Sam Vincent. Interesting hire here. Yeah, Jordan's teammate earlier in his career. Quite an interesting coaching hire here, to say the least, again.
None in the 4th, 6 points, 2 of 5 from the floor. Luke, oh boy.
Adam Morrison, who had an underwhelming rookie season, ends up in his second season during the preseason tearing his ACL right here, unfortunately missing the rest of the year. And with Jordan's mentorship both on and off the court, the Bobcats actually regressed in terms of win percentage, actually bumping down to 32 wins instead of 33 wins, which is obviously 1 win less. It just seemed like things wasn't working in Charlotte. And it seemed like Michael Jordan, he had to make some changes. Sam Vincent, was he the right guy for the job? Well, it was up to Michael Jordan to figure all that out. And he would make some coaching changes for the following season, hiring legendary coach Larry Brown, who had coached the Pistons to its first championship in a while up to that point. And I won't lie, this was a big hire for Michael Jordan. Poaching Larry Brown, from his Detroit team that he was fired from. Well, no, first he was fired from the Pistons, then took on the coaching job with the Knicks for 1 season, after which he ended up getting fired and was off for a year, and then Jordan poached him away. Charlotte making an interesting pick for a player that was good in college. He won the Bob Cousy Award, and he was a consensus first team All-American. DJ Augustine, who was playing for Texas.
I did pretty good. It was a great workout. I did pretty good, and they run the same offense that we basically ran in Texas. I'm familiar with it. It's gonna be fun.
They also had another first-round pick, and with that, the Bobcats picked a guy named Alexis Aginsa from France. He played the center position in France. He was 19, and he had some interesting game tape, to say the least. Again, you'll see me use that word a lot. Now, draft night, they actually ended up getting that pick from the Denver Nuggets, in which they traded a future first-round pick in 2010, which would end up being Luke Babbitt. So it seemed like they were targeting Aginsa in the draft. Interesting stuff. Not gonna lie, I don't want to bore you with this much Bobcats talk, so let's look at some dunks. I know Gen Z, they need their attention spans to be played with, stimulated, some may say. And just look at that top of the rim kiss dunk. Ooh-wee! We're in Michael Jordan's 3rd season, where he would participate in the dunk contest, and he would shine and beam and shine and beam. Let's just say he ended up winning the contest with flying colors. And during that 3rd season, in which he would also make the All-Star game for the 3rd consecutive season, he would average, let's see here, 37 points per game. He was 2nd in MVP voting, 8th in DPOY. This guy making his first All-NBA first team during that stretch as well. This man really put up 37 points per game, bro. That's crazy. And look, he did average a career-high 40 minutes a game. So you may say, oh, his per 36 is not nearly as impressive as it should be. But bro, he still led the league in scoring for the first time in his career as a guard. Okay, this is rare. Even for a guard, this is rare. And as far as, you know, awards go, Michael Jordan was actually a bit frustrated that he didn't get considerations for DPOY that season. Michael Cooper from the Los Angeles Lakers ended up winning the DPOY. Look at him guarding Larry Bird right here. He apparently said to Sports Illustrated that it teased him off that the NBA gave Michael Cooper DPOY based on reputation, apparently.
Michael Cooper is a great on-ball denial. But check the other numbers, check the other stats. 78 steals, 43 blocks. This league gives defensive awards on reputation, and it just teased
Wait a minute,
me off.
who wasn't happy about this?
Michael Jordan.
He said something about it?
Yeah, this is quotes. We're reading quotes. You never knew that?
No.
Really?
Coop, you was locking people up. Mike like, shit, I'm out here locking people up too. But Coop, goddamn, how many times I gonna give it to him?
You know what? If that was any other Michael, I would say something, but that's MJ. That's MJ, so I'm going to leave that alone. But you know what?
I'm not going to blame Cooper for forgetting. This interview came out less than 2 weeks ago, up to the point I'm recording this video. So that's damn near 40 years ago, okay? That, you know, Michael Cooper responded to Jordan. He said that's his opinion. He said everybody's entitled to expressing an opinion. I know my defense is good. I don't think steals and blocked shots are the only measurements of playing defense. I'm not a starter, so I don't play enough to accumulate those kind of stats, but I feel I'm more of a containment type player. But as far as MJ's case, yeah, he averaged a lot of steals and blocks per game. He actually led the league in total steals and blocks, I think. He also did something as a guard, actually as a player, that had never been seen before. He became the first NBA player to record 200 plus steals and 100 plus blocks in the same season. The first ever to do so. And MJ would play the Celtics yet again the first round in 1987. But again, the Celtics that year, I think, were in the finals yet again. Oh, yeah, it says here, Eastern Conference champions. Oh, boy, you know what that means. Yeah, they won that first round against Chicago 3-0. And now Jordan, he didn't go as crazy as he did the last year. He averaged, 35 points per game still, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, with a game-high 42 points in the game 2. The Bulls would select both Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant during this year's draft. And Scottie Pippen actually was the #1 pick. Interesting. I wonder how good those guys will be for the Bulls.
Pippen, of course, became a Bull at yesterday's NBA college draft. Scottie was in New York, and that's where he met Grant, who was selected 5 rounds later. Both looking forward to playing on the same team as Michael Jordan. And Michael says the feeling is mutual.
I never seen either one of them play, but I never see Charles Oakley play or heard of him either. So, you know, you never really can base that on that. I'm anxious to get to camp to see what happens.
Jordan, after losing the 87 playoffs, I mean, he opened up about something that he likes to do during his off time. Now, one place where Michael Jordan would find peace during off seasons or just during days off, really, is at the golf course.
Sir.
Yet if Jordan is a prisoner of his own popularity, there is one place where he finds perfect solitude.
I mean, it's peaceful. You're out here on the course where you can't get any phone calls. You know, people can't bother you. It's really a relaxing situation.
He sees it as an oasis, away from the typical demand of being the franchise guy, the most popular player in the world. He takes it as a mental exercise more than anything, and how the game, he could truly never conquer it.
Used to having his way on the basketball court, he finds golf presents a whole new set of challenges.
You don't compete against the next guy who's playing with you. You compete against the course. One day you can shoot 74, next day you can shoot 84. That's the game of golf. You know, you never really can conquer it. You can only contain it and hold it for a little while, and then it just goes. And when you're out here playing golf, you got to concentrate on the golf swing and the technique every time that you pull that club back.
Great shot, Michael.
The mind comes into this game so much. It comes into basketball too, but sometimes your skills can overcome the mind a little bit. But in golf, if your mind's not in it, you can forget it.
I guess it provides that perfect balance that he needs in his life outside of basketball, where he tries to conquer it every day and every night.
The NBA leader in scoring and steals, an all-star each of his 4 seasons. The charismatic star of the Chicago Bulls, 6'6", Michael Jordan.
It's now year 4 of Michael Jordan. This is the year he turns 24 years old. And what do you know? He would have a season that is, quite frankly, unprecedented, a season that is historical on its own right, a season where he would win All-Star Game MVP. In an All-Star Game, that was actually quite interesting. Michael Jordan, look at this block right here. Wow. He also entered the dunk contest yet again for the 2nd straight season against Dominique Wilkins. It was a very infamous dunk contest in which his airness, Michael Jordan, would end up winning the dunk contest. Very close margins here. And again, just like the year before, he was the scoring champ, averaging 35 points per game, still averaging a heck ton of points. My goodness. And he would also etch his name in the history books for winning both the MVP award and the Defensive Player of the Year award at 24. A mind-boggling season that would be dubbed by many the greatest MVP season of all time. It's just insane how much Jordan did that I have to scroll down to show you all that he's done. Yeah, yet again, he averaged 200 steals, 100 blocks in the season. At this time, averaging a league high 259 steals. 18 games of 40 points, 4 games of 50 points. And yeah, again, this guy, Michael Jordan, this is where, his airness would, really gain notoriety as a buzzing star player.
Michael Jordan's 1988 Defensive Player of the Year award, fugazi, fraudulent, inflated stats.
This was a recent development where Michael Jordan's legacy, I guess, took a hit. People began investigating whether or not those numbers that he pulled up in 1988 were inflated. And according to Tom Haberstaff, again, I apologize if I mispronounced that name. Yeah, according to him, the stats seem to be inflated. According to a lot of the game tape that he saw, a lot of the air that was in his airness was inflated just like a balloon. Say it ain't so. Michael Jeffrey Jordan is a fraud. You would also hear an NBA stat keeper at the time also say that, there were some things going on with some of these stats. Like, for example, they reviewed video clips of John Stockton getting an assist on a Carmelo bucket in which they didn't really see the assist being made. That pass was not really a pass, an assist. And as some of you recently know, this happened to Jaren Jackson Jr., where there was allegations that the Grizzlies scorekeeper was inflating his blocks and steal stats. That's also being talked about in Pablo Torres' podcast. And historically, the Grizzlies scorekeepers, apparently this was a trend in Memphis or in Vancouver even back then. And just like with the Jordan stats, it was Tom Haberstaff that was also confronting the Grizzlies scorekeepers at the time with this question.
Which teams saw a large disparity between their home blocks and their away blocks?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so I went from 1984 now to the present. That's when blocks started getting charted in the NBA officially, in 1984. We had 1,000 teams in NBA history that we have their block, home, away block record. The top 4 teams in disparity from home and away were the Toronto Raptors, and the Toronto Raptors. In this time period, 3 of the top 4, 200% inflation at home.
Wild.
The Toronto Raptors in 97, 98, 99, 2000. Like this era.
The other...
Okay, so you're telling me it wasn't just the Vancouver Grizzlies, but also the Raptors that were inflating stats? Bro, we can't not catch a break, bro. But yeah, other people then decided to go to the game tape to investigate whether or not some of these steals and blocks were legitimate or whether or not they were, boosted up to try to prop Michael Jordan at home. Now, shout out B-Ball Breakdown. He was one of those creators that, took a deeper look at Michael Jordan's defense, not just from a stats perspective, but from a game tape perspective. And apparently, a lot of the, hype of Michael Jordan defensively was warranted. But one thing that he would do a lot is gamble for steals. That was also a big part of the reason he ended up not winning Defensive Player of the Year the previous year. Not just that, not even being top 5 in the award. Many people said that, he gambled too much. And that was something that took away from Jordan being a great defender. So even back then, they were thinking, a lot of his steal stats is probably because he just gambles a lot. But again, I'm not saying this is a fugazi claim, okay? I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying it's more nuanced. And, this happened to Jaren Jackson Jr. as well. He ended up winning DPOY Award the year that people found out that some of his stats may have been inflated at home. And I mean, look, Memphis Grizzlies, I think this is something with Embiid as well when he scored 70 points. And then Giannis having 64 points in the same stretch of games. It felt like those stats were a bit inflated even then. I mean, it's hard to really inflate those stats. But what I'm saying is, people had the perception still that a lot of these numbers that we were seeing in recent games were inflated, right? So it's not that crazy of an allegation that, Jordan's steal stats may be inflated. His block stats may be inflated at home. That doesn't seem like something that would be out of the realm of possibility. And I think the biggest red flag is obviously the disparity between his steals and block stats, both at home and on the road. But still, with a whopping 35 points per game, he was the rightful MVP winner that year. And Jordan in '88, he was dubbed the best player in the world in a year that at this point had become undeniable. And let's just say he had a crazy playoff series in '88 that where he set a record. He would play the Cleveland Cavaliers and would put up numbers that are just video game like. In game 1 and 2, Michael Jordan would put up a combined 105 points. 50 points in game 1, 55 points in game 2. And obviously the Bulls were at home, so they had the edge there with the crowd, and they ended up winning both games substantially. And so now they would take a 2-0 lead, and they will only need to win one game to clinch to the next round. And Cleveland, they were a tough out. They ended up actually playing good in those 2 games, ended up actually containing Jordan much better than they did originally, with Jordan scoring less than 50 points this time around. Now, he still had 38 points in Game 3 and 44 points in Game 4, respectively. But the Cavaliers managed to muster up more offense to where they won both Game 3 and 4, and it was a tied series at 2-2 apiece. So even though Michael Jordan was setting records during this playoff series, the Cavs, they were a tough out, and they wanted every bit of this matchup themselves. And so it would be up to Game 5, basically the deciding game, and it was a big one.
13 of 16 from the line and 37 points in the game.
That'll be the biggest rebound of Charles Oakley's career.
I forgot to mention, they picked up Charles Oakley along the way, and so that was a big pickup for the Bulls as well.
Timeout. But the Bulls can start to celebrate. And the Cavaliers, to borrow a phrase, have nothing, simply nothing to be ashamed of. Rebound Oakley. And that'll do it. The Bulls advance. They'll play the winner of the Detroit-Washington game.
This will be Jordan's first series win in the playoffs. Progress from the previous years making the playoffs and only losing in the first round. Oh, and I also forgot to mention, they had a new coach at this point, Doug Collins, and they would face the Detroit Pistons in the second round. And yeah, they also had Scottie Pippen. I really forgot to mention some of these players that got drafted and picked up. But hey, that's just the 2-for-1 way, I guess. And the Bulls, they met their match. Chuck Daly, who was head coach of the Pistons, the all-time winningest coach up to this point, they would actually do a great job containing Michael Jordan. This was the bad boy Pistons era, of course. And Jordan would actually average his lowest points per game amount in his playoff career in the series, averaging just under 28 points. And yeah, Michael Jordan in this series was rather contained pretty well. The Pistons did a great job, even though the Bulls managed to snap one game off the Pistons, with Jordan scoring 36 points. That would be the only game, by the way, in which Jordan would score more than 30 points in this series. A 5-game series in which Obviously, the games would be decided. Whether or not Jordan would have a 30-point game would be the games that he would win this series, and he only did it once, so they ended up losing in 5 games. Well, now back to the Bobcats. In 2008, December, they traded Jason Richardson to the Phoenix Suns, and they got back this guy here from France, Boris Diaw, and also Raja Bell. Diaw was an interesting player. He played with Steve Nash's, obviously, 7 seconds offense Suns. I don't know, man. Maybe Charlotte's cooking something here. Okay, not really, honestly. I mean, the season, they did improve from the season prior, but only at 35 wins. They didn't make the playoffs yet again, 4th in the division. But you had Gerald Wallace, and he had himself big games, and also was their best player by far. Even though the team wasn't that good, they had something still in the works with DJ Augustine, their lead guard now. It felt like the Bobcats were getting close to something here with this core. Even Okafor, he was showing something. He was still showing that he was improving. In 2009, Michael Jordan was enshrined into the Basketball Hall of Fame. And much of his speech had very little to do with thanks and had more so to do with the people that he had proven wrong. The people that he had bested.
I told all my friends I was going to come up here and say thank you and walk off. I can't. There's no way. I got so many people I can thank. In all the videos, you never just saw me. You saw Scottie Pippen. Every championship I won.
He spent like 5 minutes thanking his family and the people around him that were close, and really just talking more about the people around him that made him the player he is. And then, for most of it, he just talked about all the people that he had proven wrong.
When you think about, so they started the fire in me. That fire started with my parents. And then, as I moved on in my career, people added wood to that fire. And then there's Leroy Smith. Now, you gotta think that's a myth. Leroy Smith was a guy, when I got cut, he made the team on the varsity team. And he's here tonight. He's still the same 6'7" guy. He's not any bigger. His game is about the same. But he started the whole process with me because when he made the team and I didn't, I wanted to prove not just to Leroy Smith, not just to myself, but to the coach who actually picked Leroy over me. I wanted to make sure you understood you made a mistake, dude.
Around this time, the Jordan brand in 2009 released a campaign featuring a character of Leroy Smith that would be played by Charlie Murphy.
Introducing Get Your Basketball On with me, Leroy Smith, the world's most influential influence on Michael Jordan ever. After I beat out MJ for the last spot on our varsity team, he went on to become the greatest basketball player of all time. Coincidence? No way!
So throughout this campaign, they were just playing into the fact that Leroy Smith, he's the one that bested Jordan in high school for the spot on the varsity team. And again, this won't be the last you hear about Leroy Smith. And there's Leroy smiling through it all. Oh boy. Then Jordan would tell the story of how he convinced Reinsdorf to be able to play shortly after getting hurt during his second season of his career.
So I had to go in his office and sit down with him. And I said, Jerry, I feel like I shouldn't play more than 14 minutes. I'm practicing 2 hours. He says, MJ, I think I have to protect the long term of investment that we've invested in you. And I said, Jerry, I really think I should be able to play. He said, let me ask you this. You said, if you had a headache, and at that time it was about 10% chance that I can re-injure my ankle or my foot. He says, if you have a headache and you got 10 tablets and one of them is coated with cyanide, would you take the Tylenol? And I looked at him, I said, how bad is the headache? Depending on how bad the headache.
And Michael Jordan, he ended off this speech in the most Michael Jordan way possible.
One day you might look up and see me playing the game at 50. Oh, don't laugh. Don't. Never say never. Because limits, like fears, are often just an illusion. Thank you very much. Look forward to it.
Yeah, that's definitely the most MJ way to end a speech like this. And now we get to the 2009 NBA draft. People call this draft the biggest what-if draft. What if this player was selected ahead of some other players? Let's just say the Charlotte Hornets were at pick 12, and they picked up Gerald Henderson. This would be an interesting draft pick. Honestly, it's one of those picks that I'm not even mad at realistically looking back, but you could argue, oh, Charlotte could have picked James Johnson at 16, Drew Holiday at 17. Look, Jeff Teague, Darren Collins. Oh my God. Honestly, I'm not even mad at this Gerald Henson pick. I think it was a good pick. Teams that I mainly think screwed up in this draft are the ones like Minnesota, Memphis, right? On November 16th, 2009, after starting the season 3-7, the Bobcats made a move. Rod Higgins, the GM, acquires Steven Jackson in a trade with the Warriors. And finally, this is where we get to some interesting stories that Steven Jackson is very good at telling regarding Michael Jordan and him in practice.
My favorite player of all time, the GOAT. I had a chance to play like a couple months against him before I got traded. And I had a great game. And somebody came from behind and said, good game, motherfucker, good game. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm thinking this, somebody that I really know, you know what I'm saying? But just the smell, just the voice, everything.
MJ Cologne, that's that MJ Cologne. Remember,
this
MJ
wasn't
had that
no
cologne.
Normal shit.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Man, I turned around, I almost passed out. I'm like, Black Jesus. Yeah. But you know what I mean? I was in awe when I saw him. Fast forward, a couple months, that was him telling me, I'm trying to get you to come play for me. That was him telling me that, yeah. During the game, I come out the game, I'm asking him, he telling me certain stuff that he see that I should do or how easy it should be. He can't guard you, like all that type of stuff. I'm looking forward to it. Because how many people can say that?
Can't imagine.
How many people can say that they sitting on the sideline with MJ getting game from MJ? How many people can say they played for MJ?
And apparently they even played each other in practice.
Along with myself, but I'm towards the end of my career, so I wasn't playing as much. Practicing to help these guys get better. And Michael decided to jump in. And then not only that, he says, Charles Oakley, come on my team. So they jump on the same team with Gerald with Gerald Henderson and somebody else. I don't remember the other player. Of course, Steven Jackson, being Steven Jackson, started talking trash. And at first, as your owner, you have to be careful as your owner. You don't want to go hard. And I think that Steven Jackson started that scrimmage by saying,
that was the past, this is now, and I will bust yo, you know what. Hey.
And Michael got furious and started trash talking to Steven Jackson. And not only that, he started killing him. It was only at half court. This is a 50, I think it was 50 or 51. Killing, all of us during the scrimmage. And talking to Steven Jackson, telling him, how's the leather tasting in your mouth every time he made a shot on his face? I mean, it was incredible, his competitiveness.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, getting beat by a 50-year-old is crazy, but it's MJ though.
He told me about all the championships, everything he's done, sport, points scored, and he reminded me that I was on his team. But he won the trash talking. I think that's the first time in life I ever lost a trash talking match. I honestly went home that night and was hoping I didn't get a call during that night said MJ has released me. Because I did say some things in my trash talking to defend myself.
Seemed like MJ though, he still had a heart.
And do you think if you play against some of your guys right now, do you sometimes do that or not? Or could you win on one-on-ones against them? Or?
I'm pretty sure I can, so I don't want to do that and demolish their confidence, so I stay away from them. I let them think they're good. They think that they are good, but I'm too old to do that anymore.
Despite all the trash talking, despite all the, whooping them in one-on-ones, Steven Jackson was still pretty appreciative of all that.
Everything, anytime I could interact, even with the talking the trash in practice, me and him going back and forth because we wasn't playing well, and he had to come in and give us some tough love so we can get back to playing well and humble ourselves. Mm-hmm. We appreciated all that because it's just MJ. Because if you're gonna take that from anybody, you can take it from Michael Jordan.
Facts.
And what do you know? Yes, they did hit a rough patch, but what do you know? They looked like they were on the verge of something here. In the offseason, they traded for Tyson Chandler. They traded Emeka Okafor to the Pelicans. And even though Chandler didn't have that good of a year, Steven Jackson led them alongside Gerald Wallace to a playoff spot in 2010. Even with Raymond Felton, sustaining an injury here against the Hawks, he also helped. He chipped in. And they would face the defending Eastern champs, Orlando Magic, Oh boy.
Later in the second quarter, Steven Jackson missing the three. Gerald Wallace going for the rebound. Jameer Nelson picks up the loose ball. Time running out in the half. Jameer Nelson had 24 in the opening half alone. But as we take another look, big story here, Steven Jackson down on the court. He and Gerald Wallace run into each other. Jackson hyperextends his knee on the play.
And with that hyperextended knee, he still came back during this game. Unfortunately, though, the Magic were too good, and they would end up sweeping Michael Jordan's Bobcats. And then Charlotte would end up doing something during the offseason that confused some people. Despite being one of the better defenders in the league, and despite still being able to provide offensive boost, even with the lack of shooting from him, the Bobcats, they wanted to go in a different direction. And so they ended up trading him to Portland. My goodness. During the 2011 season. And during that season, I'm not sure that trade was really a good one to begin with. At the time, it might have been an understandable trade. They saw cap and they thought, okay, let's just retool around the guys we have at the moment. And they traded for Dante Cunningham, Sean Marks, yes, the same guy that is now the GM of the Nets, Joel Prisbilla, cash, a 2011 first-round draft pick, and a 2014 first-round draft pick. And you may think, they got 2 first-round picks for this guy. That should be a good trade in itself. As we'll get into later, those picks really didn't turn out to be much. Gerald Wallace ended up bouncing around throughout his career, but make no mistake, the impact he left in Charlotte was one that is unlike any other team that he has been with. And as for other moves in the 2010 offseason, they signed Tyrese Thomas to a 5-year deal that, to be honest, might have been an overpay. $40 million for 5 years for Tyrese Thomas, who barely averaged double figures. I mean, okay. Only had one season averaging 10 points, and then after that, he just regressed so bad. I mean, what the hell are you even doing here? Raymond Felton was also a free agent coming off that playoff series against the Magic, and there were a lot of teams, 7 namely, that were contacting Felton. And what do you know, the Charlotte Bobcats would lose out on Felton's services. He would go to the Knicks. Now, in a recent interview, he did talk about Larry Brown and how, him changing the culture for a bit initially.
Because I know how you are. You want to win. Yeah. You want to win in Charlotte. You was not winning in Charlotte. How did you adjust to that?
It was tough. It was tough, man. My first 4 years, man, we was getting our behinds kicked.
It was bad.
Yeah, it was bad. We won like 1 year, we only won 18 games.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? So out of 82, so let that tell you. Let that tell you how bad it was. I was planning my vacation like after All-Star weekend.
Yeah.
Like I knew we had no chance.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I knew where I was going after the last game of the season. I'm getting my exit. I'm going to have my exit meeting the next day. I'm out. I'm going somewhere to go have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
But Coach Larry Brown came in and changed the culture.
Yeah.
My 5th season, he was our coach, and the trades that they made. Yeah, we made the playoffs that year.
2010 was also the year that Jordan actually bought a majority stake in the Hornets. Congrats to him. He did it. He's a majority owner.
The Bulls were spinning their wheels late in the 1988-89 season, struggling to maintain the pace they had set the previous year when they won 50 games.
The Bulls were in a rough stretch, and when they lost to Boston, it was a 3-game losing streak. Doug Collins had to pivot. He had to do something drastic to change the outcome of this season. So Jordan would be tasked with playing the point guard position, replacing Sam Vincent, who was the original point guard of that team. And Jordan would go on a streak of averaging triple doubles. I think he had a game. As a matter of fact, he had a 7-game streak, 10 of 11 games even, where he got a triple double. Wow.
By Pippen and Grant. Hornacek gets it out to Kevin Johnson, and Hodges steals the ball from him. Craig on the push dribble off to Jordan. Michael for the...
Yeah! Oh, he hurt his leg. He went down with it. He dunked the ball and went down.
Earlier in that first quarter, Bulls leading 4-0 against the Suns, and Jordan, he would be hurt. He would have to be taken off the court. But what do you know? Jordan was a fighter. He was a warrior. He would come back later in the game, and not just that, he would excel. Michael, he would give them a boost. In the third quarter, they were up by as much as 16 points. But Jordan, he would pick up his 5th foul and would have to sit on the bench for most of that fourth quarter.
Jordan going out. 9:04 remaining. And the Chicago lead is 6. Eddie Johnson looks to inbound it.
The Suns would obviously take back the lead, and Jordan would have to come back. And with 3 minutes left, Jordan, it was his time to cook.
7 straight, 27 points tonight for Michael. The Bulls up 1 with 1:52 remaining. He is 1 assist away from a triple-double tonight on one leg. Horace Grant, 12 to shoot. Chambers holding at the stripe, drives on Grant, right of the lane, spins in, lays it up, no good. Ball tipped outside to Hodges, now to Jordan, 11 seconds. Michael in the front court, spins in to the left side, through the hoop, get a foul called.
Jordan making the clutch free throws, and he would score 31 points in this game. After getting hurt early in the game, he would come back, and even with that 5th foul, he would have to sit in the 4th, but came back and was clutch yet again. Michael Jordan, final numbers 32, 9, and 10. This guy just had a monster game. His final stats would actually be 32, 9, and 10. Almost there with a triple-double.
Jordan pushes the second one. That'll do it. The Bulls win tonight. And the Phoenix Suns have lost here at home.
He made the three.
3-point goal by Hornacek, but it doesn't mean anything. Jeff Hornacek makes the 3. The important thing is the Bulls win their 2nd straight on the road by 1.
And you can see there at the end of the game, Jordan just lingering out there. He's limping. He's hurt. He's playing hurt, and he's delivering.
Here's our story here at Richfield Coliseum. One of these teams will advance to the Eastern Conference semifinals.
For the 2nd straight season, the Bulls would face the Cavaliers in the playoffs. And the way this series ended in 1989, oh boy.
The Bulls were in ascension, obviously, at that time, with their young core of Jordan and Pippen and Horace Grant. But Cleveland was, at the time, a great team. So these are the 2 rising teams in the East.
Let's just say it was magical from the beginning. Coming into this series, the Cavs had basically a 6-0 lead on the season. The Cavs were the favorites in the series. They were the better team, thus having home court advantage.
Most basketball observers believed Cleveland was better.
Nobody has picked the Bulls. Everybody in the media, we picked Cavs. Everybody's picked nationally the Cavs.
Back then, we played teams 6 times in our division. They beat us 6 times, 6-0. So now, in our mind, we got nothing to lose.
And contrary to what happened the previous season where the Bulls had the home court, it was the Cavs who seemed to have the upper hand here.
Points. Ball inside the Cartwright, and the game is over. The final score, the Chicago Bulls 95, the Cleveland Cavaliers 88.
So now the Bulls are up 1-0 in this series, with Jordan actually scoring 31 points and 30 points respectively in both games 1 and 2. But the winner of game 2 would not be the Bulls this time around.
And now the best of 3 series. That's what it is now, with the series tied 1-1 with Cleveland's victory.
But Cleveland has all night left, 1:16.
We're not a good 3-point shooting team without Price. No one else is a threat from there.
Stolen! Jordan, it's going to be big! The Bulls defense and Jordan's jam, he's got 40 points!
Go back to Chicago. Bulls win game 3.
A 44-point performance, now taking the 2-1 lead on the Cavs. And in game 4, Jordan would outdo himself.
Now by 5, 105-100. That's their first point in 2 minutes, and 1 minute and 43 seconds. Michael has 50.
But the Bulls had a chance to win this game in regulation, and unfortunately they couldn't. The game was tied at 97 with less than a minute left, and Jordan would get fouled and go to the line.
Except that the foul was called.
Jordan would go 1 of 2 from the line. It would still be a 1-point lead, though, for Chicago.
10 seconds on the shot clock.
Stolen by Chicago. Pippen got a hand on it.
With less than 20 seconds left, it's a 1-point lead. Jordan with the ball. He would go inside, draw a foul, and get 2 more shots at the line to make it a 3-point game.
Tie the ball game. Jordan has 47. Chicago up by 1. He's got to knock both of these in. There's 1.
And with it being a 2-point lead, Jordan, 1 more free throw will make this a 3-point game, which is big.
The rise. Michael Jordan.
Missed it.
All Chicago has to do now is get a stop here. But unfortunately, Cleveland played this very well.
Gets it into Harper, to Price. Price over to Daugherty. Daugherty runs into Craig Hodges, and Hodges will be called for the foul.
Brad Daugherty, who's a star player for this team, he would make both free throws to tie the game. But there was still 4 seconds left on the clock for Chicago to do something here.
This might be for the season. Michael puts it up. No! Overtime.
In overtime, the Cavs just schmeckled the Bulls. So even though Jordan got 50, only one of those 50 points came in overtime. And so the Cavs would prevail. Second road win in the playoffs in franchise history. And now back to this infamous Game 5 here. Basically Game 7, if you were to talk about today's games in playoffs. Now, after Game 4, Jordan talked about the missed free throws, and he called it his second worst hurt in basketball. That being behind not making his varsity team as a sophomore in high school.
And I ran home, and my mom was at work. There was no one at home. And I went to my room, and I closed the door, and I cried so hard.
I would venture that was the first time that Mike had ever been told that he was not good enough to make a team. And it was tough, but being a competitor, he had something to prove.
I like this anecdote here. Before Game 5 of this series, Jordan approached beat writers.
So game's about to start, and there was 2 other beat writers. Beat writer from the Sun-Times, Lacey Banks, and Kent McDill from the Herald, and me.
And these 3, he told them, apparently they picked against the Bulls to win the series in 3, 4, and 5 respectively.
And Lacey's picked Cavs to sweep in 3. Kent's picked the Cavs to win in 4, and I've picked the Cavs to win in 5. So Michael, the game's just about to start. And Michael walks over to Lacey and he points to her, says, "We took care of you." Then he looks at Kent and he says, "We took care of you." And he looks at me and we take care of you today.
This is one of those games that would be played on ESPN Classic, the Hard Work Classics. This was a game that many people would look back on and say, yeah, Jordan really is the GOAT.
The repair shops that had to sand, prime, and paint.
Whoa, wait, what the hell is this?
Watch. Would you do this to a brand new car? Ouch! But GS20...
Okay, I'm guessing this is an infomercial. Okay, back then, I'm not gonna lie, these infomercials used to be funny to watch, just as like a cutaway of a video.
GS27 is only $14.95. But wait! Order now and get a second tube for only $5.
I'm not gonna lie, looking back at the prices back then, bro, $5? An additional one for only $5? I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like a bargain. Hey guys, if you want one of those, call that number. I'm sure it's still active today. By the way, does that count as a sponsor? Should I get paid for that? I don't know. All right, back to basketball. Blurry quality. I know it's the 80s. I'm sorry, guys.
And welcome to the Richfield Coliseum for Game 5 between the Chicago Bulls and the Cleveland Cavaliers.
And I'm not lying to you. You can go back and watch this game. It was a classic. It was tough. It was rugged. It was, man, Jordan fought for every bucket. You got all these guys scrapping. This series had to come down to the last shot. That's how close this series was becoming. It was actually nuts how crazy this series got at the end. Jordan taking the shot here to take back the lead from the Cavs, who were up 1. It's Cavs ball. The Cavs can take the lead here and most likely win the series if they do.
Lowe has hit 2 3-pointers in the last 2 minutes. Pippen hit a clutch 3, and Michael Jordan has scored 6, including a basket with 6 seconds to go to give Chicago the lead. Any idea who might get the ball in this situation?
Well, you can see that Price is going down below, so that means that they are going to run him off either one of baseline screens, either by Nance or by Daugherty.
D'Lo will inbound. He gets it into Nance, gets the ball back, drives to the hoop, and lays it in with 3 seconds to go.
A beautiful give and go action there brings Cleveland with the lead. Lenny Wilkins, being the coach of this team, drew up a great play here. Now they're up 1 with the series on the line. Now, at this point in the Last Dance documentary, I know people have watched that, so I'll refer to that episode. Now, there's this part where, you know, they talk about Ron Harper wanting to guard Jordan, and Lenny Wilkins, the coach, basically saying, no, let's get Hilo to guard Jordan because he was going off.
Everybody knew where the ball was going to go.
You know, they had Craig Elo on me at the time, which, you know, honestly was a mistake. Because the guy that played me better was Ron Harper.
Now, the thing the Last Dance documentary doesn't tell you was that the previous year when they played each other, Jordan had still whooped Harper's ass in Game 2. So yeah, in Game 1 of this series last year, Jordan goes for 50 points. And then you try to look at the lineups that played, and you see Ron Harper's name is nowhere to be found. He didn't play in this game. So I guess there's credence to Jordan just not being that good. Game 2, he scored 55 points. I'm assuming Harper also missed that game. Oh, wow. Harper didn't miss. As a matter of fact, he played 34 minutes and was still getting cooked by Michael Jordan. So at the end of the day, not to say that it wasn't a mistake, just to say that it really didn't matter much because Jordan was still going to light him up regardless. And Craig Elo, the guy that defended Jordan on the last shot, he basically talked about how they did something they never did before. Coach, so one thing they did do in this last play was instead of having somebody on the inbounder, they chose to pull off Larry Nance, who was the guy guarding the inbounder, and put him on Jordan so that they can double team him, basically. So basically on the last play here, the inbounder Brad Sellers is just wide open because Larry Nance is having to double Jordan on this last possession here. And that arguably was the bigger mistake in this game.
I was doing everything I can to get the ball.
The inbounds pass comes into Jordan. Sellers has Jordan. Jordan with 2 seconds to go, puts it up and scores at the buzzer. Here's Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo. The Bulls win! They win!
A shot so big, it was dubbed the shot. At the time, this was the talk of the town, the talk of the country, really. And when you look at the replay, that double team was a mistake. So Jordan, he fights his way off that double team. Nance is out of the way, and then you got Elo flying off to where he's basically trailing Jordan. And as he's trying to basically contest the shot as best he could, it wouldn't matter. I mean, this shot was still contested by Elo, and it still didn't matter. Jordan still had the opening to shoot that, and it basically made history. And we got one of the best quotes a coach could ever say. That perfectly summed up that last play.
Was get the ball, Michael. Everybody get the out of the way. Go to the basket.
And that's an aside. I know a lot of people don't talk about this much, but that season where Jordan basically became the de facto point guard was really a season that had shown how effective a heliocentric offense could be. And obviously that led to guys like Westbrook, Harden, Luka, the guys we see today playing that style of offense. Basically, Jordan was like an earlier example of this, and not many people talk about that. And I think that's something that still should be put out there. And yeah, the Bulls, on to the second round, they would face the Knicks, coached by Rick Pitino. They got Patrick Ewing, the legendary big.
How high can this man fly? Michael Jordan is soaring, and the Chicago Bulls are going right with him. But now, Superman faces his toughest test. As we bring you the first game of the Eastern Conference Championship.
Wait, why are we skipping the Knicks series? Like, that didn't just happen. It was a series that went to 6 games, and all of a sudden, I don't know what happened. Like, look, the first ever series win for the Jordan Bulls era, I feel like a lot of people, they pay more attention to that first series win than they do this second round series that Jordan played against the Knicks. And upon further review, that's probably because the margin of victory in each game was pretty wide. Like double digits wide for like the first 4 games until the last 2 games where it actually got close.
A phenomenal performance. There is no better individual player in the NBA today than this man.
When the game is on the line at playoff time and you get inside that last 6 minutes and then inside the last 3, you want your prime time guys to step forward.
And then the Knicks win game 5, but they're still down 3-2 in the...
Now the double team. Ewing missing. Rebound Grant. Under a minute to go in the ball game. Doug Collins is a bundle of nerves over on the sideline. So is Patino. You see him right in the center of your screen. 10 on the shot clock. It's in the hands of Jordan.
This is the guy you want to force him to give it up. You don't want him to get a wide open chance.
A big bucket. Paxson for 2. The Bulls by 4. 40 seconds in the game. Timeout. New York. Chicago by 3. 9 seconds to go in the game. Not much tension on the Bulls bench. They aren't moving. He gets them both. Nothing but net. Timeout, New York. New York.
I'm not gonna lie, the script writers during this last minute of the game, they cooked.
From into Ewing. Tucker for 3. And he's fouled. It could be a 4-point play. Hodges bumped Tucker. He hit the triple. Will go to the line and would tie it with the free throw with 6 seconds remaining.
You're up 4, and usually that means the game's over. They tied the game with a free throw after a 4-point play.
Jordan has it. Into the paint. He's fouled.
And unlike in the first round in Game 4, he would make both shots at the line.
Jordan gets them both. Newman's wide open.
Now the Bulls clinched their first conference finals, but it's against the Pistons. And yeah, those guys, they're the team to beat in terms of the best teams in the East.
Right to it. The man was an ex-coach. Let's get right to it. The man was an ex-coach. How do you stop Michael Jordan?
And as we would see in this series, the Pistons were best equipped to stop the great Jordan.
How legitimate was the hatred between those Bulls teams and those Pistons?
Oh, I hated him. And yeah, he carries even to this day. They made it personal. They physically beat the shit out of us.
Let's just say Detroit relished in the physicality. It was the Celtics dynasty before, then the Lakers dynasty with Magic, and now the next up was Michael Jordan. Detroit, they knew about this. They knew, they're going to... The Pistons, they relished in the fact that they could be the team to stop Michael Jordan. They could be that same team to just make sure they never win in the East. They took pride in knowing that they could out-muscle, out-physical you in any game they played against you. Now, despite all that, the Bulls still ended up winning Game 1. This was a Michael Jordan that had previously scored 61 and 59 against the Pistons in the regular season, respectively. And the Pistons knew they just had to limit Michael Jordan as best as they could. After only scoring 32 points in Game 1, he would manage to score just under 30 points for the second time in the playoffs this year, but in the first time in this series. Jordan was all worldly in Game 3, scoring 46 points after struggling to score 30 in both two games. And with 10 seconds left, win a tie game.
In the backcourt, and because of the size of these guys, they cut down the passing angles.
Pippen finds Jordan.
There it is.
Rodman is on him, one-on-one. 5 seconds to go. Jordan off the glass. Yes!
You must switch all the way around.
They don't have the luxury of a timeout. Dumars for three, goes for the winner. It's over.
He would cap off his performance with a game winner. The Bulls now leading the series 2-1. Now, unfortunately for Jordan, the next couple of games of the series would not go in their favor. This Detroit team was very rough and physical with Jordan, especially. They implemented something that they coined as the Jordan rules.
We knew how dangerous he was, and we knew going into the playoffs that we had to do something special. And so we very definitely devised what we called the Jordan rules.
Interpretation of the Jordan rules are this. There are three areas on the floor the Pistons need to be concerned about. He's sensational when he dribbles to his right. He's only great when he goes left. They will force him left as much as possible from the top of the circle area.
In brief summary, they played Jordan unlike they played anybody else of that caliber. Made sure that he only got his ball and went to his left. And when he got to the paint, they made sure to collide with him. And when they got into the paint, they had to collapse on him, preventing him from going in midair.
Every time he came to the basket, as opposed to giving up layups and dunks, because that would energize their team and give them momentum, we would rather send him to the foul line.
And if he were to go in midair, Pistons would have to use as much force as possible to bring him to the ground.
To stop him before he takes flight, because, you know, he's not human.
Again, the implementation of the Jordan rules.
It was important that we mentally intimidated him, whether he had to knock him down or send three guys at him or just look mean, nasty, ugly in his face.
Let's just say the Pistons played this to perfection. They won Game 4, and then they ended up winning Game 5 at home. And then, what do you know? They went from being down 2-1 in the series to now winning the series in 6 games.
Of Michael Jordan and the Bulls fade. Every time he has been held to under 30 points, the Bulls have lost 3 times by Detroit. Those are the numbers.
Now, in this game, Michael Jordan actually managed to score over 30 points, and it still didn't matter. The Pistons were still the better team by far, and Jordan's team just had to live with the fact that the Pistons were the one team they couldn't beat.
They went as far as they could go, but midnight has struck for the Bulls. There's Thomas and Jordan with congratulations as Paxson fouls out.
And you just knew that year that this was not going to be the last time you see Michael Jordan in that big of a stage. But let's just say it'd be the last year we'd see this iteration of the Bulls. And now I'm talking about namely the head coaching position, which is going to be assumed by somebody else. Somebody that had been with the Bulls for quite a few years now. And the next guy to assume his job would be a lanky, very tall, former basketball player himself. Now what seemed to have happened is one of the assistants, Tex Winter, had this very interesting offensive strategy that he wanted Doug Collins, the head coach at the time, to implement. But unfortunately, Doug was very opposed to implementing that triangle strategy. But one guy that wasn't was Phil Jackson, who was an assistant with the Bulls as well. Now, Tex Winter, he would still be taking notes despite having gone and argued with Doug Collins. And it got to the point where Doug basically kicked him out of the bench. And so he had to basically take his notes outside of the bench. So in the summer of that same year that Doug Collins led his team to the conference finals, his firing was announced. And the hiring of Phil Jackson would also be announced around this time. And it was simple. They would implement this strategy that Tex Winter was very fond of, as Phil Jackson had also become fond of this. And it would create more space on the floor for not just Michael Jordan, but other guys on the team to really get their shots up as well. But there was a very big problem here in which Michael Jordan wasn't totally bought into this, as he didn't think other guys needed the ball in their hands as much as Phil Jackson was demanding them to have.
Obviously, you've scored 37, 38 points a game the last couple of years. I don't anticipate you're going to be the scoring champion in the league.
Now, obviously, this was for the betterment of the team, but it would also mean Michael Jordan would have to adjust and temper what made him great.
Foul called on Paxson. At first, as we mentioned, Michael Jordan did not accept the concept, but Phil Jackson sold him on it, and we talked about it with that man.
Well, I think the better the basketball player is, the more you could expect that they might not necessarily want to accept it, because it involves, it's a team concept, and it involves giving up the ball. And the better talented an individual player is, the less he likes to give up the basketball. That's one of the real problems you have in the NBA. These guys are so talented individually that they oftentimes don't want to involve their teammates. They have the ability to do it on their own, and so why bother to involve other people? But I think that in Michael Jordan's credit, and Phil Jackson, who sold Michael Jordan on the idea that this is what we had to do to win, that Michael recognized that and went along with it. And at the end of last season in the NBA playoffs, well, we were tremendous with it.
Buffalo against Miami on Thursday night, you went down a little bit and you scared the heck out of all of us.
During a preseason game, Michael Jordan scared the heck out of everybody as he went down and looked like he was about to really be in a ton of pain.
Well, you forget that I scared myself at the same time. I mean, you know, the injuries doesn't bother me as much. You know, I know that at some point in time I'm gonna have to give up the game. So I can't go and play the game scared. You know, I gotta play it, relax, enjoy the game, and if it happens, it happens. I'm faced with it, and you know, if I can't play the game of basketball today, then I can be really grateful that I played as long as I played, and I'm very happy for it.
Along with Doug Collins, Bob Neal with you from Richfield Coliseum. Let's have a look at the starting lineups tonight.
Now, funny enough, we would see Michael Jordan reach a career high around this time. This game now took place in Cleveland, and Michael Jordan, it felt like he was back home in Chicago. Or better, yeah, he was back home in North Carolina.
These two are big free throws because Chicago leads by 2. This is the first one.
Watch Michael Jordan against Chucky Brown for this rebound if there's a miss.
Grant misses. Rebound Jordan past Chucky Brown. You heard Doug Collins call it. And about 1 million rebounds for Jordan tonight also. That was his 18th rebound to go with 67 points.
This was one of those games that people will still refer to today because 67 points. Well, he would make both free throws here, so he would have 69 points, 18 rebounds, 7 assists, accounting for 83 of the Bulls' 117 points in this one. It was quite a stellar game from Michael Jordan.
69 points for Michael Jordan. And that puts Jordan in, let me just count them out loud here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8th place all time on NBA scorers. And of those 8, 6 are held by Wilt Chamberlain.
Well, I mean, go figure. Even back then, people were talking about how mythical Wilt Chamberlain's numbers were. Now, Phil Jackson and Tex Winter, they actually benefited the whole team as an offense. to the point where Scottie Pippen was blossoming as a star player.
Making his All-Star debut from the Chicago Bulls, Scottie Pippen.
This would be Scottie Pippen's first of multiple All-Star appearances.
Confidence in Chicago this playoff season. Maybe it's because there's more in the air than Air Jordan. Bulls fans cheer names like Pippen, Grant, and King. And head coach Phil Jackson has combined youthful exuberance with crafty experience.
The Bulls at this point finishing with a record of 55-27, the best record in the Jordan era. They would be second in the Eastern Conference and would face a much weaker Milwaukee Bucks team. And the result would be a Michael Jordan Bulls gentleman sweep in 4 games.
Bulls come in, play to Sanders, and this series is over. The Bulls take out Milwaukee in 4, winning this one big.
Coach, congratulations. Rookie coach, they say pressure is awful big on you in the playoffs. You handled this one well. You won in a 4-game series.
Johnny, the guy just played terrific basketball. That was a defensive standout game. Guys denied the lane, made him shoot in the outside, absorbed the foul, made the tough shots. I thought it was a great effort by our guys. Just a terrific effort all the way around.
Michael rolled his left ankle, then he rolled his right, hurt his knee. How's his health?
Well, hopefully we'll get 3 days off here. We'll be able to get him going. He said he's all right. He'll be fine.
Yeah, Jordan did roll his ankle, and he scored a series low 25 points, but he did average 36 points per game in that series. And let's just say against the Sixers, Jordan went off for, let's see here. Okay, he scored 39 points in game 1. All right, and they won that game. 45 points in game 2. They won by 5. Let's see here. 49 points, but Philly won the game with Charles Barkley nabbing 20 rebounds. Interesting. Michael Jordan scored 45 points, and they would win by 10. And in the last game of the series, yes, this would be a gentleman's sweep. Michael Jordan scores 37 points, so he would average 43 points a game in the series. This series was really not that close in particular. So that's about it. Jordan and the Bulls make their 2nd straight conference finals bid, and they play the Detroit Pistons. Oh, let's go. A team that has defeated Chicago in 22 of the last 28 meetings. Basically, they had their number. But in this series, in the 1990 Eastern Conference Finals, things would look wildly different.
Jordan, there's the triple on Jordan, and he goes right over Thomas and Rodman and Dumars.
And you know, that little salve that you rub on little hurts.
Now, Jordan wouldn't average as many points as he did in the first 2 rounds, but the Bulls as a team was more complete, more whole. And let's just say the physicality that the Pistons imposed, the Bulls were able to fight that off way better. Now, the Pistons, they won both games at home to take a 2-0 lead. And the Bulls, man, they would fight back.
Jordan goes in.
Jordan sprained his ankle.
Yes, 40 points for Michael Jordan.
This is Jordan at 1-1 now.
Rodman won't give an inch.
They're trying to get Michael Jordan down inside on the post-up.
8 seconds on the shot clock now. Jordan lost the ball for a second, but now the clock is running down.
3.
Jordan for 3.
Fighting through a sprained ankle, Michael Jordan would put up a game-high 47 points in this game 3.
He's had some big games in the past before the Jordan rules went into effect, and he has a huge game today. And the Bulls win it, and now trail 2-1.
And in this game 4, the script would be much of the same here.
Nearly open.
There it is.
Jordan.
All over the place.
Against Dumars, Jordan. Incredible turnaround shot, Hubie. 2-2, this series is all even.
Scoring 42 points in that game 4, the Bulls would tie the series up at 2-2 apiece. But the series would shift to Detroit in the commanding game 5 here. If they win, they take a commanding 3-2 lead.
This game is over. The Pistons 97-83.
It was now do or die for the Bulls in game 6. They were down for 2-3 in the series.
Within 3 in a tightly played game. Jordan for 3.
And the Bulls, with Michael Jordan scoring under 30 points, would still manage to win this playoff game against the Pistons, marking the first time Jordan would win a game in the playoffs against the Pistons scoring under 30 points. And so now the series would be tied, and it would be a do or die. Game 7 in Detroit. And look at this, folks. Detroit is 0-3 all-time in Game 7s in the NBA playoffs. The Bulls might have a chance here.
Game 7 from the Palace.
This was as close as Jordan got to an NBA Finals berth. One game away, one win away. But they would have to face a tough Pistons squad that just had their number for years now. And it was a game in which Michael Jordan had to rise to the occasion alongside his teammates. And well, Jordan, he did what he could with 31 points scored in this game. But if you look at the score sheet here, Michael Jordan basically the only one making shots. Everybody else, disgusting shooting. Look at Scottie Pippen in particular, 1 of 10.
When I got up that morning and went down for breakfast, I had a headache. I started feeling like I wanted to throw up. I went to the arena, did my regular routine, warming up, and I was just like blind. I couldn't see.
Of course, with this ailing Scottie Pippen, it would impede into his game, and he would be really awful. Where, quite frankly, Pippen had to be taken out of the game. That's how bad it was.
The plays of the Bulls right now are plays of desperation. They have already sensed it slipping away, and guys are trying to do more than they're capable of doing, and that includes Michael Jordan.
Joining his high school friend from Chicago, Isaiah Thomas, on that assist, and Magic Johnson is here to appreciate all this.
And the Pistons had done it, have beaten the Bulls. It took 7 games, but the result is the same.
31%, but Michael Jordan had 31, and he's with Pat O'Brien.
All you can do is wish them good luck. We fought hard. They were the better team. We went to a 7-game series. What more can we ask for? We want to be where they are, but we still got to win our turn. We're still trying to improve our team. They were the better team, and they played better today.
And it was, unfortunately, the Pistons' time to shine with Isaiah Thomas being the player of the game in this Game 7. Now, apparently, Stacey King, who is now a Bulls broadcaster who does the play-by-play for the Bulls, he basically said that Michael Jordan had an impassionate speech, very emotional speech. And he said, and I quote, "I'll never forget Michael Jordan standing up in the locker room and giving this emotional speech, basically saying what Jerry said," Jerry being Jerry Krause. Quote, "But it hit home because Jordan was our leader. He said this will be the last time this happens. We will never have this feeling again."
There was a lot of feeling that Michael Jordan didn't make his teammates better, that he wanted to score all the time, and that he wouldn't pass the ball to certain people. And there was a feeling that he was not quite good enough to win a championship.
Stacey King then went on to say it felt like a religious thing. He had a glow to him when he was saying this.
Just shake my hand. I just want a little bit of aura. That's what I want.
Feels like Shay's aura that I'm hearing right now with Jordan. Feels like I'm watching Shay with all that aura that Jordan oozed out of him. By the way, this might be one of my favorite videos to come out this year on the internet.
People are putting this on you right now because that's what it's all about.
Right.
And you don't get many opportunities.
Sure.
If you don't win a title, you said you would still feel like you had a whole, very fulfilling career.
I would. It would be disappointing that I never won, but my career would never, ever be disappointing because of the success that I've gone through, with the friends that I've met, the experience that I've been through. The game will still be as fun and remembered for me, even if I never win the world championship. I would much rather win, but if I don't, I'm not going to look back at my career and say it was tarnished because I never won the world championship.
And in the next episode of Michael Jordan's career story, we will explore how he got to that winning title moment. The NBA champions, Michael Jordan. That's going to be next on this episode of... Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. Let's talk about the Charlotte Bobcats now. As we would see, a familiar face from Jordan's Wizards days. A guy with a last name Brown. No, not Larry Brown. Kwame Brown. Yes, that Kwame Brown. Kwame, as a free agent, ended up signing with Jordan's Bobcats. And reporter Mark Bartelstein, who was covering this, said most people would think Brown would run away from going back to play for Michael again. That's not the case. Kwame welcomes it. Now, even though Kwame's career did not really pan out, and he only played one season in Charlotte. He ended up going to Golden State later on. So much of his career, he owes it to Michael Jordan for the way things have gone on. He doesn't seem to be too frustrated at Jordan, like we outlined previously. He seems to welcome a lot of this as really learning experiences.
19, did that give you a little bit more pressure? Did you feel the pressure early on when you're maybe not capable of handling all that at that age?
Well, I mean, you had the added bonus of having Michael Jordan there, so that took it over the top for his pressure. I don't think it allowed for the time for a young player to actually be young. So, I think if you look at it in the big picture, I would have probably progressed along fine. I mean, I don't make any excuses about anything, and like I said, I think everything happens for a reason. And I'm a warrior now. I moved on from that.
Sure.
And like I said, it made me a better person.
And look, make no mistake about it. He still admired Jordan. He looked at his work ethic and said, "Look, I saw it with my own eyes." Now, even though Kwame wasn't a big fixture in the Bobcats this season, he would still be a starting caliber player for them. Well, relatively so. He started for them. Doesn't mean he had good numbers for them. He started in 50 of the 66 games he played, and he would average less than 10 points a game, 7.9 to be exact. And in his lone season, that's about it, really.
There's Jordan. 1, 2, 500. You might not be able to fly home after this.
There's fans basically betting $500 that MJ wouldn't hit the green. I don't know. Basically, they bet that Michael Jordan would miss on something in golf. Like, I'm not a golf expert, okay, bro? And Michael Jordan would win the bet.
Oh, he got it. Oh, he got it. It's a light. It's a light. Oh, it's going up. It's going up. Oh, he gets out. Take it. Take it. That's bridge. Oh. That's bridge.
Not gonna lie, making a bet with a rich man might be one of the stupidest things you could do. During that 2010-2011 season, Larry Brown had actually resigned from being the head coach of the Bobcats. And Brown, he lamented, "It seems like they just want to get young ex-players back," referring to like Kwame Brown coming in. The quote continues, "I was disappointed with the way Charlotte ended. We go to playoffs and then 14 games later, I'm fired." So it doesn't seem like he just resigned on his own will.
Michael put out a message that it was, I wasn't fired, that it was a mutual decision, which was totally untrue. He fired me on Christmas.
He continues, "They get rid of Raymond Felton, they get rid of Tyson Chandler, and I have Kwame Brown, Gerald Henderson, and Dominic McGuire. All those guys hurt, missing training camp."
We had just made the playoffs the year before. They let Tyson Chandler go. They let Raymond Felton go.
Which were your guys?
Yeah, they were ready to let Boris Diaw and Gerald Wallace go, which they did a short time after that. We started off poorly, and you are what your record is, and he wasn't happy with the way we started this season.
So I'm disappointed the way that ended, but I'd love to get back if somebody gave me a chance. And unfortunately for Larry, the coaching offers weren't coming in like they used to be. Steven Jackson, who was also a former Bobcat, he said the Bobcats had to fire Larry Brown at the time. He said here, "It's kind of like losing a team. Nobody wanted to play no more. Everybody wanted to play a different style than we were playing. We didn't agree with what was going on. Obviously, it wasn't working, so we needed a change. We had to figure something out." Now, Larry Brown, he wanted Allen Iverson to come to Charlotte, just like he was in Philly coaching him. He had developed a bond with Allen Iverson, and he thought he would be a great fit with the Bobcats. Jordan, he disagreed. And that was just one of many disagreements between Brown and Jordan. He was brought to Charlotte to win, as he had done so in many of the teams he coached in the past. But unfortunately, it seemed like Jordan had enough. We all know Larry Brown, the coach that was, with the Pistons, winning a championship in 2004. He was mainly a defensive specialist in terms of a coach. He really stifled those Lakers in 2004.
But I think I look around the league now, because players are making so much money, that in a lot of cases, I think sometimes the players are kind of running the teams. And you could understand that guys making $40 and $50 million, they're going to have some say.
And more recently, the Hall of Famer coach would lament on the recent treatment of coaches that have been fired after, winning games and winning championships even. We all know of the carousel that is the coaching position in the NBA. The last 4 championships up to that point, 2023, were 3 of them were fired, really. And I know I've made my jokes about Glenn here, but it's quite easy to blame the coach, even when at times it's not even the coach's fault. They just are the default scapegoat for when season goes horribly wrong. I mean, the Phoenix Suns, one year did go from Monty Williams, who led them to the finals in 2021, to the following year they hired Frank Vogel to be their coach, thinking that things could change with him and Kevin Durant on the team as well. And after 1 year, he got fired, and it was Mike Budd, who is now the latest coach in Phoenix. And let's just say, he might be on his way out too.
You've got all these guys who have been in the finals or won a title over the last 4 years, and they're out of jobs. What do you think of the profession right now?
I don't know. There's so many young kids coming into the league now. And I look, on these benches now, I see 15 people all dressed the same. And it kind of troubles me. When I started coaching, it was Doug Moe and I. And we were both searching to find ourselves to figure out how to do the job. But you could really establish a relationship with the players. Now it's different. I think so many people are looking out there to try to find somebody young that they think can communicate better with young players. And I don't buy it. And I find, I get to go all over watching people coach. And I think a lot of people are afraid to coach these guys. My way of thinking, I took over 9 teams. 8 of them had losing records. And I remember going with my staff. I said, after the first 3 practices, they're going to know whether we can coach or not. And that's really going to be important. And they said, yeah, we better be prepared. And then I said, and then after a number of practices, they're going to know if we can win or not. And they said, yeah, that's also important, coach.
And after the infamous 2011-2012 season for the Bobcats, Larry Brown slammed Michael Jordan, saying the people that he has in Charlotte around Jordan, they don't have a clue. This was what he said about the organization after he got fired in 2010. On the Dan Patrick Show in 2012, this is what Larry Brown said. He said he's around people who don't have a clue. He had people around me that made me sick. It was almost like there were spies wondering what we were doing and getting back to him. A coach, a GM, and the president all have to be attached at the hip. And he was probably talking about Rod Higgins, who was the president of basketball operations at the time for the Bobcats. And MJ, he had to respond to all this. And he basically denied it, saying it's absolutely wrong that I don't want guys to challenge me. And the people who say that aren't in the room. Now, it's safe to say Jordan didn't hand Larry Brown a $10 million slip or whatnot for his services. But this just adds a layer into Jordan's very, very interesting ownership of the Bobcats. And let's see here, 2010-2011 season. The season of Derrick Rose. The season of the Big Three in Miami.
The Bobcats with a tall order Friday, cooling off the Heat, who took aim at a 5th straight win. Maybe a little Michael Jordan mystique rubbing off in the warm-ups. They need everything they could to slow down the reigning MVP coming off a 51-point outburst last night.
Now, obviously, the Bobcats didn't win this game. Let's just, they were not good. Now, they did beat the Lakers in this game, the reigning champs. That's interesting.
It's their largest win of the season in terms of differential, and it's the Lakers' largest loss of the season.
It was a season where the Bobcats missed the playoffs for the first time since 2010. There were 3 games under the 8th seed who had made the playoffs, obviously, and then they missed the playoffs being just 3 games under. Kemba Walker had led the UConn Huskies to a national title during 2011 season. And you just knew a player that had great college experience was going to be picked to lead Charlotte into the future. With the 9th pick of the NBA draft, they got, of course, Kemba Walker.
Kemba Walker from the University of Connecticut.
You were very emotional.
No, I was just excited. I looked at my parents' faces and they were so happy for me. So it just came out. I told myself I wasn't gonna cry, but I couldn't hold it back.
And the Bobcats also traded up in this draft to get the rights to the 7th pick, which was the Kings pick, for Bismack Biyombo, who was selected at 7. Now, this was a big 3-team trade, which dealt Steven Jackson and Sean Livingston, Benno Udrix, John Salmons to their respective teams. And so now Charlotte would secure their forward for the future from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Bismack Biyombo. Now, as we know, the 2011 lockout was ensued, in which similar arguments, similar contract disputes were being made by the owners, saying the players were getting too much money, and guys like KD and LeBron ended up going and basically playing in different rec leagues, and it made for a good show, I'll be honest. But the reason why I'm highlighting this lockout in particular is because on the other side was the owners, and now that Jordan was an owner, he led the charge. He was one of the main owners leading the charge for basically have the revenue split be even. He was opposed of the revenue split going past 50-50 to where the players would take in a larger share of the revenue. He wanted owners to still take in an even share of the revenue compared to the players, which would evidently mean that the owners would make way more money, billions and billions and billions. And worse yet, apparently 50-50 wasn't enough. Apparently the owners wanted a larger share of the revenue. Oh boy. In fact, you even had players that were opposed, so much so that they voiced their opinions on Twitter. Paul George right here, still not deleted, talking about, damn, MJ, that's how you feel? And I found this one here where he's replying to Klay Thompson in a now deleted post, talking about, man, straight hypocrite, bro. Now, what was Klay's original tweet? Well, the people that wrote the articles years ago, well, they have it right here. He said, man, straight hypocrite, bro. He should have been the first one behind us, SMH. You even got Stephon Marbury talk about how MJ's a sellout. Yeah, they were pissed. Nick Young even said in a now deleted tweet that he wanted to stop wearing Jordan shoes. He was gonna boycott the shoes himself. And Nick Young, he talked more about this, talked about how he was just a little hurt and saying, I quote, it was just the things he said about the lockout and how we, the players, don't deserve too much. It kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And it makes sense. In 98, Jordan, the player, was very vocal on behalf of the players to where, like, something like this you wouldn't expect from him. Now let's get back to this article where Jordan was fined $100,000 for commenting on things that he wasn't supposed to during the lockout. Basically, Jordan was claiming that as a small market in Charlotte, that they needed to ensure a better revenue sharing model. Basically saying we have stars like Andrew Bogut in Milwaukee who are entitled to certain types of demands, but for us to be profitable in small markets, we have to be able to win ball games and build a better basketball team. Almost sounds like Jordan, the owner, wasn't making that much money. I mean, look, well, as one guy famously said, if you can't afford to pay these players, you might as well sell the team. And evidently, Jordan was a pretty rich guy. And upon researching this video, every year, there would be a new article popping up. Jordan making so much more money because he still has a Nike contract, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, the dude was rich beyond belief. And yet, he was still penning pitching as an owner. It's interesting.
Boy, they're going to let Dwayne Wade ISO.
Gets in the lane, backs up, puts it up, and in. 2.9 left to go. The Bobcats have a 20 left.
Dwayne Wade deciding to wear his Superman cape today as he would hit a game winner against the Charlotte Bobcats that night in what would be a very eventful season in 2012. Let's just say the Bobcats were historically bad. I mean, historically bad. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Paul Silas was the coach of this team, and he was featured in many and many games where he would facepalm noticeably, and it's just funny. Look at these scores. They got blown out in almost every game they played, bro. It's actually embarrassing how bad they were. The Secret Base channel, they did a great job covering that historical season. It was straight up out of a movie, I'll tell you what. His Bobcats are going through what is now considered the worst NBA season ever for a team. This is also during the lockout season, where there was only 66 games played, and Jordan's team could only muster up 7 wins. 7-59 record. Embarrassing. A season marred by heartbreak was really just a season. that got the Bobcats franchise to basically have to jumpstart their rebuild again. And it was bad. This was Kemba Walker's rookie season too. I feel bad, man. I don't feel too bad because the 7 teams that ended up losing to these teams, yeah, the Milwaukee Bucks in December 26th. I think this was game 2 of the season. This was game 1. They won their first NBA game of the season, bro, and they ended up losing 59 of their 66 games. Yo! Well, it wasn't just Milwaukee that lost to these guys. You had the Knickerbockers who also lost to these guys in January. The Warriors also losing to them in January of that year. I just realized that's what the scoreboard was. I thought they lost that game. I was talking like they lost that game.
And it was bad. This was Kemba Walker's rookie season
too. I feel bad, man.
Unfortunately, my Toronto Raptors are also victims of this getting beat by the Bobcats at home. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Okay, man. The Orlando Magic with Dwight Howard playing? Granted, this was Dwight Howard's last season as a Magic. He would also sustain injuries, back injuries that would make it very hard for him to return right, throughout the season. You got the Hornets, the New Orleans Hornets. Now, look, one thing that did contribute to them being so shitty was the fact that this was a compressed season. The schedule was brutal on every team. They had a stretch of games where they played 9 games in 12 days, which is actually ridiculous to hear back then. Wait, we lost to them again? There's no way we lost to these twice. Are you serious, bro? Oh my gosh, bro. I'm sick, bro. I'm so sick. We lost to these dudes twice? How is that possible? Alexa, boot up Marvin's room. I need to relax. Oh my god, bro. Man, we really were a joke of a franchise back then. That's fucking gross. Now, Charles Barkley, who's very critical of Michael Jordan during that season. On the Waddle and Sylvie show, what the hell kind of name is that? He said here, I think the biggest problem has been I don't know if he has hired enough people around him who he will listen to. Basically, he's saying here that Jordan's surrounded by yes men, which is a similar criticism that Larry Brown gave to him, to be fair. He said here, I love Michael, but he just has not done a good job.
We recently talked to Magic about, his back and forth with Isaiah and Isaiah's and MJ's beef, or whatever that may be. You and MJ were really close.
Yes.
And haven't spoke in some time. Is there light at the end of the tunnel with that? Do you feel like you guys can mend that?
That would be on his end, Matt. He was my best friend at the time, and I love the guy and I miss the guy. But I got to do my job. What I said was, first of all, I don't think it's fair for me to critique other GMs and coaches and have a double standard. That goes back to the Skip Bayless thing. Like, you can tell the guys he like and guys he dislike. I think I'm fair to everybody. What I said about Michael, I said, I don't know if he's ever going to be successful because of the people around him. I think he hires too many of his friends. And because your friends don't ever tell you no. The hardest thing about being famous is because you're paying all the bills, they're on your private jet, they're not going to tell you when you're doing something wrong. And I said that I didn't, because he was struggling as a general manager, running the team. And I said, I don't know if he's ever going to be successful because the people around him are never going to tell him no and like, yeah, don't draft that dude. We need to trade that dude, blah, blah, blah. And he went ballistic. And he called me and that's the last thing I heard was, motherfucker, fuck you, you're supposed to be my boy and blah, blah. And I said, man, I got to do my job. And we haven't spoken since that night, and that was probably close to 10 years ago.
The Washington Post released a scathing article talking about Jordan, Bobcats, a franchise in search of a leader. Let's just say the emperor had no clothes. Sam Vincent, who was Jordan's former teammate, also was a coach for Jordan's Bobcats. He said here the work he put in to be a great player and the work he put in to be a great executive, those are different things.
His work ethic as an executive was challenged.
One of the prime examples, I think, is Jerry West, who was a great player, became a great executive because he would put in the hard time that was necessary, sitting in basketball arenas where he's watching people that are never going to be in the league, but you learn stuff. Jordan was never willing or able to do that.
That additional time you spend on jump shots, running, dunking, I don't know if he puts in that same amount of time as an executive, or even if he even cares to. And let's just say Vincent thereafter responded in a PR attempt to basically backtrack from what he initially said, saying here, "I'd like to set the record straight and admit I didn't do the best job expressing myself." Okay, sure, buddy. Bro, get a crack at what he says here. I don't know. Quote, "I don't know if there was an agenda regarding Michael, but I feel my answers were used out of context." Yes, there were times Michael was criticized for not being involved. But I will tell you this. There is going to be a very fortunate man coaching the Bobcats soon. I love what Michael is doing in the patience. Bro, shut your bitch. Now, Sports Illustrated released this story by Thomas Lake, who had investigated further the whereabouts of Michael Jordan's high school coach, who allegedly cut him from the basketball team. Familiarly named Pop Herring, his real name being Clifton Herring. Let's just say the story is not all that true. So this letter seemed to be more of a plea for Michael Jordan to help out his old coach, as he was going through some hard times. And in that letter, it shed light to a misconception of that story that we were told earlier in that video. The man who put you on JV in your sophomore year, he didn't cut him completely outright. He cut him from the varsity team, which was something that obviously Michael Jordan, he would feel like it's a cut, but it's rare for a sophomore to be put on the varsity team. Usually they'd be put on the junior varsity team. So really, technically, it wasn't really a cut. Another Yahoo article around that time released, basically talking about how the story is, the story of legend, as it was a fictional tale. In those days, it was rare for a sophomore to make varsity. Herring made one exception in 1978, which was, Leroy Smith, who was 6'7". Michael Jordan at the time was listed as 5'10". And the reason Leroy Smith was selected instead of Jordan was because Leroy, fulfilled a specific height requirement that Jordan just didn't fulfill at the time. And as this paragraph perfectly outlines, over the next 3 decades, Jordan would become a world-class collector of emotional wounds, a champion grudge holder, and magician at converting real and imagined, we'll get into that later, insults into the rocket fuel that made him fly. Yeah, Jordan's a guy that he would take a lot of these, bad moments, and he would try to basically use it as fuel, right? In his Hall of Fame speech, he called it the fuel to his fire. I might have gotten some details wrong, and I'm hoping I didn't, but if you want the full details of the Leroy Smith story with Michael Jordan getting cut, the NBA Storyteller, one of the goated YouTubers in the NBA niche, he made a video recently covering the truth about the story, and he also made multiple videos in the past talking about it too. He's rather obsessed with this topic, as you can clearly tell, and he put a lot of time and effort to his video. I hope you guys actually check that out too if you want more information about it, because he does go into details that I just can't go into right now, because there's a lot more that I have to talk about in this video. Now, not to worry, folks. The best prospect since Kevin Durant is on the board in this year's draft, and the Charlotte Bobcats, with the worst record, have a chance to nab the #1 pick to get Anthony Marshawn Davis. Oh, man. And so far, the lottery was going as expected, with the Bobcats on the verge of potentially getting the #1 pick. It was between the Hornets and the Bobcats. The Wizards had the 3rd pick. Who would get #1?
The 2nd pick will be made by the Charlotte Bobcats. And that means the #1 pick in the 2012 NBA draft goes to the New Orleans Hornets.
Now, back then, the worst team got the best odds of getting #1 pick, and it was much more leaning towards Charlotte Bobcats getting #1 pick, but the New Orleans Hornets jumped up 3 spots to get them #1 pick. And with David Stern owning the team, many could argue that this draft lottery was rigged because the Hornets were in a very precarious situation. They wanted to put the team in the best position possible so that when they sell it to the new ownership, they could be happy with how things are going. That's pretty much the reason we didn't get to see Chris Paul suit up for the Lakers, with Kobe Bryant potentially winning another championship. Oh boy. There's still a lot of people that don't understand why the NBA vetoed that trade. But simply put, they wanted the best deal possible, and they wanted the Hornets to not be shafted by a team like the Lakers. And basically, the deal was centered around Chris Paul, where the Lakers would give up Andrew Bynum and Lamar Odom That's not nearly enough for the Hornets in terms of for a Chris Paul trade. It was vetoed by every single team in the league, not named the Lakers, as since the NBA owned the team, it was up to the board of governors, who was comprised of every NBA owner, to vote on whether or not the trade could go through. So that's how we got Chris Paul to the Clippers and whatnot. But again, that's also how we probably got Anthony Davis in New Orleans as a, safety package or as a care package to the league, to the Hornets, for their services, really. So the Charlotte Bobcats getting shafted by the Hornets, who actually were a franchise that were in Charlotte with the original Hornets name being there. And now they get shafted in the draft. They could have gotten Anthony Davis, but they're one pick away. Hey, my number 2 is a consolation prize that I'd take any day of the week.
The Charlotte Bobcats select Michael Kidd-Gilchrist from University of Kentucky and Somerdale, New Jersey.
And the Bobcats, they selected Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, who was a teammate of Anthony Davis in Kentucky. He was more so a raw prospect. He was a prospect that had, beaming potential. Offensively, very raw, like I said. So you would hope with Kidd-Gilchrist joining Kemba and Bismack Biyombo and the such, that this rebuild will go smoothly. Around that time, there was also the infamous 2012 USA Olympic team. Woo, that team had aura. But Jordan, he had some comments to make on how they didn't compare to the Dream Team of '92.
Kobe Bryant said he thinks this team could beat the Dream Team.
Well, we could. It would be a tough matchup, to say the least. I mean, you're dealing with all-time greats. I mean, the thing that we have at our advantage is, most of the guys that we have on this team are in their prime, and myself, I'll be going on 17 years in the league, but I'm still 33 years of age.
Well, I'm a little bit biased. I'm a little biased because I'm a part of this team, but I definitely like our chances.
They said that was the best team ever assembled, so we had a lot of challenges.
Players on the 2012 team said they think they'd have a little bit of an edge.
Maybe our speed, we got a lot of quick guys, but it'll be a good one.
We're deep. We got a lot of scoring. We got a lot of defenders, and I love to see that game.
I'm not gonna lie, these guys are pretty confident. I like it. In 2012, the conversation came up. Who's the better team, the 1992 Dream Team or the 2012 USA Olympic team? Let's just say Kobe. He straight up said it, man, that he'd beat the Jordan 92 Dream Team. Michael Jordan responded, basically rebuking what Kobe said. He told the Associated Press, "I absolutely laughed when hearing Kobe Bryant's comments in Las Vegas." Jordan says here, and I quote, "For him to compare those two teams is not one of the smarter things he ever could have done." Magic Johnson even responded saying only Kobe and LeBron would have made the Dream Team out of the guys in the current 2012 roster. Really what he said is that they would definitely make it, and guys like KD would have a shot as well. I mean, look, both teams are gold medal teams. They're respectively, they're the best, team formed during the Olympics at their respective periods. It became this whole thing where Charles Barkley even had to respond. Scottie Pippen chimed in. It was a bit weird, but I get it. If you're part of the 92 team, you have so much pride winning that gold medal. You were the first team with actual NBA guys to win that medal, right? Before the season began, Jordan was banned from a golf club for wearing shorts, I think. Apparently the problem was that he wore cargo pants, and that Jordan thought that was the clothes that he could wear because he wore it many times over, and they basically banned him because of that. Man, rich people are so weird, man. Look, I know fashion experts, they'll criticize Jordan's style, but hey, what did they say about fashion? Trends come back and they leave and they come back again, right? So I'm sure very soon people are gonna wear Michael Jordan's clothes as a fashion statement. I'll be honest, this is one of the dumbest things I've talked about in this video so far, and there's a lot of dumb things I've talked about already. Unfortunately, for many of the older generation, this is how a lot of the kids see Michael Jordan. This is the first face they'll think about when thinking about Michael Jeffrey Jordan. During the 2010s, that face of him crying became a meme. The popularity of which peaked, I think, in 2016 or something like that. Look, if I explain the meme further, it's just not gonna be funny anymore. And I'm not doing that, okay? Just look up crying Michael Jordan meme, and you'll find it, okay? You'll find an explanation. And let's hope that next season is not as bad as the 7-59 season they had in 2011, 2012. In 1990, the Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate in North Carolina, Harvey Gantt, he was running, and he could have became the first ever African-American to serve in the U.S. Senate. And one thing that Gantt requested was an endorsement from Michael Jordan, who is from North Carolina as well. Now, again, he was running against Jesse Helms, who was known for opposing affirmative action and many other initiatives to basically celebrate the history of African Americans.
They called him Senator No after a lifetime of opposing racial quotas, abortion, so many UN programs, and gay rights.
Let's just say he was very conservative, even at the time.
You needed that job, and you were the best qualified. But they had to give it to a minority because of a racial quota. Is that really fair? Harvey Gantt says it is.
And obviously, Helms opposing affirmative action here basically makes an ad that's quite racist, I'll be honest, talking about how it's not fair for white people to lose their jobs because African Americans are given affirmative action, guys. It's not fair. He's for racial quotas, and I am against them. So old white politician runs on fear-mongering as a campaign. Where have we seen this before? And unsurprisingly, it was effective. Jesse Helms ended up becoming the senator. He was voted in as senator 5 times by the state, by the way. And about that request for Michael Jordan to endorse Harvey Gantt against Jesse Helms, well, Jordan didn't do it. He didn't endorse him.
Ball court. You see Michael Jordan, and he doesn't hold anything back. As soon as he gets off the court, of all things, Michael Jordan becomes vanilla. He's raised blandness to an art.
Let's just say Jordan was the ultimate mascot of the prevailing culture of political correctness in the 90s.
As a player, Jordan avoided hot-button issues. When he refused to endorse African-American Democrat Harvey Gantt in his 1990 senatorial race against white conservative Jesse Helms in North Carolina, Jordan explained, Republicans buy sneakers too.
Now, the quote was first attributed in this book here, Second Coming by Sam Smith, which would be a sequel to the book that I haven't mentioned yet. It's called The Jordan Rules. We'll get to that soon. And basically in the book, Sam Smith says that Jordan told a friend, Republicans buy shoes too. Now, you may have heard somebody also say that he said Republicans buy sneakers too. Well, that quote came from a 1996 article in which the Richmond Times-Dispatch's Paul Woody would speak with a political pundit, Robert Holsworth. And they speculated about whether Jordan would get involved in the later Harvey Gantt Senate race rematch against Jesse Helms. Oh, and a month before this episode of The Last Dance appeared, on April 15th, Sam Smith wrote again, talking about the misconception of that quote. Now, towards the end of this article here, he talks about how Sam Smith was making the case about Charlotte Mayor Harvey Gantt, and Jordan had actually given Sam Smith the last word on this, which apparently he says is Republicans buy sneakers too. And then basically saying it was a joke. Stop taking yourself so seriously. He never did. Basically insinuating that Jordan was joking when he said it. Now, I'll link in the description this article that's pretty handy talking about all this from Slate in 2016 by Laura Wagner. And let's just say in The Last Dance, they brought up Obama. They brought everybody to spin a PR narrative that basically was insinuating that Jordan wasn't trying to be serious.
I'll be honest, that when it was reported that Michael said, Republicans buy sneakers too, for somebody who was at that time preparing for a career in civil rights law and in public life and knowing what Jesse Helms stood for, you would have wanted to see Michael push harder on that. On the other hand, he was still trying to figure out how am I managing this image that has been created around me, and how do I live up to it?
Guys, look, even Obama agrees with me. Don't you love Obama? Like, he's a black president, the first one? Like, oh my gosh. There was a funny controversy. Really wasn't a controversy much. Obama, during The Last Dance, was called a former Chicago resident. And the director explained, it was to reflect the time in which Obama at the time was a broke Chicago resident. And, obviously trying to pursue civil law during his time in college. Well, Netflix, they heard the outcry, and more recently, they gave him the title that he's most known for. And also, that's all to say, Obama, I mean, look, he has a vested interest in making this a very I
don't think that statement needs to be corrected because I said it in jest, on a bus with Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen, and it was, thrown off the cuff. My mother asked to do a PSA for Harvey Gantt. And I said, look, Mom, I'm not speaking out of pocket about someone I don't know. But I will send a contribution to support it. which is what I did.
Jordan can't fool anybody, though. I mean, his word alone would have done much more in terms of vote turnout than a contribution would. And in my opinion, I know this is my opinion. I'm not gonna, try to dissuade you from, thinking one way or another. But I think this should, reflect poorly on Michael Jordan as an activist, because, you'll see later in the story, he's recently spoken out on certain issues.
We respect that. Ultimately, Michael Jordan may be forgotten. Muhammad Ali won't be forgotten.
I do commend Muhammad Ali for standing up for what he believed in, but I never thought of myself as an activist. I thought of myself as a basketball player. I wasn't a politician when I was playing my sport. I was focused on my craft. Was that selfish? Probably, but that was my energy. That's where my energy was.
And let's just say the political climate of the 90s is not like it is today. It was more controversial back then to pick a side than it was to be neutral. Today, it's the opposite. It's more controversial to be neutral than to take a side. Now, there was another thing that happened in 1998, which I'll get into now, so that Michael Jordan, obviously, many people can fault him for.
And during the 1998 season, when Nike was criticized for improper labor practices in Southeast Asia, Jordan vowed to observe the factories in question after the playoffs, but never did.
And a lot of these documentaries / films that I've, looked through, they try to paint a more positive picture, a more human side of Jordan, to where, you can't really expect him to voice his support for every cause. And, you would have to think Michael Jordan, he's navigating his own life, and, he has to deal with his own problems, basically trying to paint a picture that it wasn't all that simple for Jordan to basically voice his support for certain things. And look, I call cap simply because of, something that was said during this documentary, especially the ESPN Sports Century edition for Michael Jordan. There was something that was said that I think is just a load of crap.
I think it's a little bit unfair to lay it on Michael Jordan and say, okay, wait a second, you're African American, you're the biggest icon, then everything you should do should be for the betterment of all of your people.
The primary responsibility of leadership in America is to integrate the money. Michael Jordan had a $10 billion impact on the total economy.
This is obviously the pro-capitalist version of Jordan's been active. Let's just be honest. The money that he gained for Nike, all these billionaires, it trickled down to you, the ordinary citizen. Well, has it? I doubt it did. I'll be honest with you. I think that's as political as I'll get in this video. But again, bro, let's be honest, bro. $10 billion economy. Bro, are we serious? Did that money really contribute to your betterment or to your family's betterment? Most likely, it barely did. As a matter of fact, you probably lost money because you had to buy some of these shoes. Come on.
It's never going to be enough for everybody. I know that. I realize that, because everybody has a preconceived idea in terms of what they think I should do and what I shouldn't do. The way that I go about my life is I set examples. And if it inspires you, great. I will continue to do that. If it doesn't, then maybe I'm not the person that you should be following.
The Harvey Gantt was recently interviewed about how he felt about Michael Jordan refusing to endorse him publicly. And you can read his statement here. He says here, somebody told me he said something about Republicans buying Nike shoes. And I said, yeah, they do. I guess if you're building a brand, that's what you do. And like Jordan says, look, it's going to disappoint people, but that's just how he does things, right? Oh boy, now this season was quite eventful. Let's just say that much, folks. And Jordan's celebrity was even bigger than ever. And the Bulls, they started off actually losing the first 3 games. And after that, they were on a mission, and they set a franchise record in wins with 61 total wins during that season, having the best record in the Eastern Conference for the season. Michael Jordan would end up winning his second MVP award after the 88 award. And now it was time for playoff basketball. Because the Bulls, oh boy, they were in for something special.
Jordan changed his mind. Grant, 12-6. Jordan off the spin to the scoop.
Michael Jordan was anticipating the trap. He dribbled around Ewing, pulls it back,
concentration.
Grant. Now they press. Now the Bulls got to get it up.
A lob pass to Paxson. A jump pass to Jordan off to the left. Michael double teamed on the drive in from the left. Gets chased into the corner. Comes right back. Through the foul. Wow.
Jordan trying to shake off Starks. Oh, what a move by Jordan. It counts. And the foul.
Not gonna lie, one of the more iconic plays of Jordan's career, and it was during the first round of the 1991 playoffs. A slam! Oh, man. This series will end up being a sweep for the Chicago Bulls. It was not a very close series at all. Now, one series that was a bit closer was the one against the Sixers in the second round. In Game 3, you had Hart here who hits a shot to win the game. And unfortunately for the Bulls, they would end up not being able to sweep this team in 4, but rather win the series in 5 games. And they would face the Detroit Pistons in the conference finals. And let's just say the Pistons were no match this time around.
And that will do it. The Chicago Bulls over the Detroit Pistons in Game 1.
That will wrap it up from Chicago as the Bulls have taken a 2-0 lead in the best-of-7 Eastern Conference Final Series over the Pistons.
They took care of the home games, and now it was time to do the same on the road in Detroit.
6-point lead, 32 and 3/10 seconds remaining.
Eventually the Bulls go down and score. Instead of a 3-point game, it turns out to be a 7-point lead for the Bulls.
And Jordan comes up with the steal. So the Chicago Bulls go 3-0 in the best-of-7 on the defending world champions.
Let's just say in Game 4, Michael Jordan knew just what to do to end the series.
Michael long range in the second quarter. Jordan from deep. And Grant got it back for Jordan. Shot clock is at 5.
It wasn't just Michael Jordan by himself, though. The whole team chipped in. Scottie Pippen, he was getting pushed around, and he was not flinching.
And Scottie Pippen up for a beautiful backdoor pass for Pippen, and he is walloped.
Pistons, they usually like to play tough, but they also like to play very physical to the point of being dirty. And when they saw that they couldn't rattle Pippen like they used to be able to, well, that basically sent the message that it was over. They were also pushing around Paxson and other guys. I mean, it's just one of those series where a team that was rising just at some point just had to be kicking the door and just coming in saying, I'm here.
At halftime, a crunching first half that saw 5 technical fouls, called 4 against Detroit. One play in particular.
And Chuck is now clearing the bench. And all we have to do is listen to the crowd.
And Detroit, well, they would end up doing something that at the time was very criticized. They would end up leaving the game early and not elect to shake hands with the opposing Bulls teammates. And I'm sure people have seen The Last Dance and what they said about this. I'll be honest, I look at this, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But I get where people come from when they say it's unsportsmanlike. It's like loser behavior. What was sore loser, you can't even shake your hands with the opposing players. But I will say one thing, though. The game was still lost, and the Bulls are now in the finals. The finals will be between the Bulls and the Lakers. Jordan versus Magic Johnson. Air versus Magic.
And Perkins goes for 3. He's got it. He went for the shot from downtown to take the lead.
Still, with 9 seconds remaining, the stage was set for Michael. But
Jordan is down in the paint, being guarded by Worthy. Pippen must get it, and he does. And here is Jordan. 3 seconds remaining, and let's see what the call is.
And that was game. The Bulls would end up losing game 1 in a big shot.
Jordan rimming the basket, the foul against Chicago.
We still have to play the game of basketball. The series is not over because you lost one game. You know, we have to be very positive. There's still opportunity for us to get even things up on Wednesday, and you know, we can certainly go out there and win out there. But it's not a point to start the panic.
Look, this was Chicago's first ever finals appearance in franchise history. I'm pretty sure they were nervous. It was one of those games that you wish you could have back so that you'd probably win it, but You got game 2 still at home, and you can still win that game and make the series interesting from that perspective. And make the series interesting they did.
Here's Magic with a basketball. Scottie at the top, and we're taking Magic out of the ball. Got it?
The daunting task of containing the Lakers' living legend now fell upon Scottie Pippen.
Scottie would pick this guy up full court. He would really make it tough on him. Not just that, but on offense, he would also contribute, averaging 20 points per game in this series. It wasn't just Jordan out there. Scottie Pippen was also just a big factor in this series, both ends.
Here's Jordan giving it up. Pippen. Yes. Oh, they are unconscious. The Bulls blowing the Lakers out. AC continues to fire away. He's now 1 for 9. The look away to Livingston. Jordan. Oh, a spectacular move by Michael Jordan. That's 13 consecutive field goals.
It looks like there was too much air for Magic and the Lakers to take on. And with that, Michael Jordan and the Bulls tie the series up 1 apiece. Mind you, Magic Johnson was number 2 in the MVP voting during this season. This Lakers team had the 2nd best record in the Western Conference, 3rd best overall.
Do it on a consistent basis. There's the 2nd time in a row this evening.
Perkins with the rejection. Lakers on a roll. They lead by 5. Magic Johnson, yes! The Bulls calling for the timeout.
At one point in this game, the Bulls were losing by 13 points in the second half.
Jordan only 1 for 7, 4 points in the third. Now being guarded by Teagle. Jordan dumped it off, and Williams.
Jordan would do one of the craziest carry jobs I've ever seen in the NBA Finals game.
Baseline.
The block by Livingston once again. That is his 3rd for the game. Beautiful look away. Jordan for Pippen, and the game is tied.
This was one of those games that Jordan had to will his team out of.
The three-point specialist has checked in. Here's Jordan on the pull-up. Yes! And the game is tied at 92 with 3 4/10 seconds remaining.
And this game would go to overtime with the Chicago Bulls again in prime position to take the commanding 2-1 lead.
Series tied at 1. This game 3 of the best of 7 NBA Championship Series. Here's Jordan. Yes! Michael Jordan hitting on the driving reverse to give his club a 96-94 lead. Holding foul on Jordan. That's 5.
Jordan makes the move. D-Bots never comes across. He lets Jordan come to him. You can't do that. It's going to be too late. He creates too many ways and invents new ones each time out to score.
We're down to 2 minutes left in overtime. The spin by Jordan and hits on the reverse. Michael saving it for overtime. 2 key buckets. And the Bulls lead at 98-96. Good pressure by Chicago. Magic in trouble.
He drives baseline, sees the rotation coming, has the great ability to hang and reverse it for the score.
The Bulls not only win this game 3, but they do so in convincing fashion in overtime.
Final seconds of the overtime. Drew. Chicago Bulls have returned the favor, beating the Lakers at the Forum.
Imagine that in the marquee matchup, he doesn't have to guard you, but you have to guard him. Imagine that every time your team trails by a basket with 10 seconds to play, you have to take the shot.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Back then, they were glazing the living hell out of Jordan. Even during the finals, it felt like he was a man amongst boys, a deity amongst humans.
Even as the children say, I'm gonna be Michael Jordan someday, you wonder if somehow, amid the injuries, the fatigue, and the expectations, he'll find a way to be Michael Jordan again tonight.
In Inglewood, it's game number 4 of the best of 7. Shot clock running down on the Bulls. Jordan gets it off, and Michael Jordan Now has 9 points, despite the jam toe, and you can see he's a bit on the gimpy side.
And Jordan, during this series, was dealing with knee tendonitis and also a jammed toe. It was a tough one for him to fight for.
The Bulls with a 12-point lead. Jordan to the fadeaway. Oh, he hit the back of the rim as he saw Divac approaching.
Let's just say this game was a blowout, and they're now up 3-1 in the series with one more game left to win the NBA championship. And this game 5, let's just say, was really close in the fourth quarter.
2 minutes gone by in the fourth. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Ahmad Rashad, Steve Jones, Michael Jordan. Yes, he has 25. Chicago by 2. Lakers and Bulls tied at 88. 7:40 remaining in the fourth. Now Campbell on Jordan. Went to the fadeaway. What a move by Michael Jordan. And back come the Lakers. Magic fires off the dribble to Smith. Jordan batting it away. Jordan tied up by Campbell. Jordan claiming that he was calling for a timeout. And he got the call.
16-footer in the foul line area, wide open, no one playing.
And a big key contributor in this game 5 was John Paxson with the key shots. Michael Jordan kept finding him by driving, penetrating, and then kick it out to Paxson when he was open.
Paxson open again. The Lakers desperately trying to bring it back to Chicago for a game 6. Paxson, yes! John Paxson again! And the Bulls lead 105-101.
Paxson, at that point, he was scoring 10 of the last 12 points for the Bulls.
Michael Jordan gets to it. As we come up on 10 seconds remaining, he's fouled by Green. And the Bulls beginning to celebrate. 11 and 4/10 seconds remaining.
And the deed was done. The championship won his first championship in his career.
Sometimes we question whether he was human, whether he had feelings. It's just a guy that was totally focused on one thing and one thing only. All those emotions that you wrapped up into, you can just kind of let go.
One of the more iconic moments after the title win is Jordan just holding the trophy, letting his emotions out.
The Chicago Bulls' domination of this series has to be considered a major surprise.
The only emotion we had ever seen out of him was anger or frustration. We were literally stunned to see those emotions.
Michael, what does it mean to you?
It means so much. I mean, not just for me, but for the team and for the whole city. It's been a 7-year struggle. I mean, when I first got into Chicago, we started at the bottom, and every year we just worked harder and harder until we got to it. It's the most proud day I've ever had.
Is there a feeling of a passing of the torch, Magic Johnson, to you?
No, he thanked me. He certainly was very glad for me. But passing the torch, I mean, the NBA has got so many players that represents them, and I'm just happy to be a part of it. And I think besides myself, David Robinson, Charles Barkley, all these other guys, is going to carry the label of the NBA from now on, and I'm just glad I'm a part of it.
For even as public Jordan mushroomed into a global marketing colossus, the private man shrank ever deeper into a glass-walled isolation chamber.
He told me once that when he walks through a crowd, even if he appears not to be looking at the people in the crowd, he can feel every eye on his skin. And he said it's like a burning feeling. Until I'm alone again, I feel the burning, those eyes looking into me.
Now it's the offseason after the worst season in Bobcats history, and it's funny to contrast this with Jordan's first championship. But yeah, Jordan hires a new coach in Mike Dunlap. And let's just say, other than this Josh McRoberts slam right here, and I'm not gonna lie, Josh McRoberts is a underrated throwback player. That guy could hoop. I mean, who said white boys can't jump, right? But yeah, that Bobcats team was not very good. Only 21 wins on the season. And they were literally not just a lottery team, they were one of the worst teams in the NBA.
And the fourth pick in the 2013 NBA draft goes to the Charlotte Bobcats.
Unfortunately, the Bobcats did not have the luck of getting the top 3 pick. And with that number 4 pick, they selected Cody Zeller out of Indiana. And I know people like to rag on the Bobcats for missing out on many players in this draft. You could say KCP, he was in his draft. You could have picked him. But Charlotte already had Gerald Henderson. They already had Kemba. They already had a backcourt that was, sort of working, even though they were 21 and 61. I get it. You also got CJ McCollum in this draft, but it's CJ McCollum. Let's be honest. Like, what the hell are we even talking about here? MCW would have been better than Cody Zeller. Heck, Steven Adams better. Like, what the hell are they thinking? Oh, and this one, yeah, this obviously, you should have picked Giannis, but most teams should have picked him. I mean, let's be honest. A lot of teams missed out on Giannis. Okay, he fell to 15 for a reason. Not many people knew about this guy, right? Some teams were trying to get the pick to get Giannis, like the Raptors, but not everybody was really thinking too much about Giannis. He was an afterthought in this draft. 2014 is really one of the weaker draft classes we've ever seen. So I don't blame Charlotte for missing out on certain guys. I really don't. One guy that the Bobcats did pick up in free agency, Al Jefferson from the Utah Jazz. He had hopped around a few teams. He was with the Celtics mainly, and then he got traded from the KG trade. And now he's a Charlotte Bobcat, and let's just say he played a pivotal role in this 2014 season being a more of a successful season. I'm not kidding, by the way. Al Jefferson was like that. This dude can hoop. The Bobcats, they signed him to a 3-year, $40 million deal. You may think, oh, that's a lot of money for a guy in Al Jefferson that deals with injuries and whatnot. Well, Charlotte also hired a new coach in Steve Clifford after that 1 year with Mike Dunlap didn't work out so well.
Any tips from Jordan? What's it like playing for Michael Jordan?
Playing for the best player that ever played the game, man. It's an honor.
Where would you ever play one-on-one? You don't
nah,
get
he might beat me. Embarrassment, man.
Come on now, man.
Al Jefferson, there was an interesting quote here that he said about Jordan and his time with him in practice.
What are some of the new memories now that Jordan coming to practices, or what some things that stuck with you since you were out in Charlotte?
I mean, one of the things that really stuck with me that he's just really, he kind of come in and show his face. We probably seen him 6 times. He really just been letting the coaching staff, do their job. But he came in last home game and just told us how proud he was of us, but we still have a long way to go. And to me, that was a great honor to hear the best player just really, respect and acknowledge the things that we have done so far this year. But also let us know we still got a long ways to go. Let's keep fighting.
No, have you guys played any one-on-one games?
No, I would never play a one-on-one. Should have hurt my feelings. I know you still got some tricks up this sleeve.
Now I read.
Look, Jordan may have been 51 years old at this point, but guys were still respectful of him and saying, I want no business guarding MJ still. A picture of Michael Jordan dunking was released at the time, and he was 50 years old when he dunked this, by the way. 50! Dunking at 50 is actually crazy.
This was the scene tonight in Miami. LeBron James masking himself up for a career night.
This guy, LeBron James, I guess he saw Michael Jordan in the bench or something. He ended up scoring 61 points, a career high. To this day, still his career high in regular season and playoff. I was very shocked when I saw this game. I was like, what did Charlotte do to you, LeBron? And again, this Charlotte team was good. They were actually competing for a playoff spot.
For just the second time in franchise history, the Bobcats are playoff bound.
Well, we're just gonna go out there and give it all we got. We're gonna compete and we're gonna have fun.
Yeah, the 2014 playoffs was quite an eventful pool season, and a lot of new teams that hadn't made it in a while, including the Bobcats, were in there. Unfortunately for the Bobcats, they had to play LeBron James and the Miami Heat. And worst yet, Al Jefferson was dealing with injuries the whole series. You could see him limping throughout the game where he would play, but then have to go to the locker room. I'm guessing get some painkillers injected. Yeah, let's just say the Heat, we're going to sweep this one. I will say, though, Charlotte, they did the best they could. They made some games close. And I'll just say this. Al Jefferson, he had a pretty decent series for a player who was banged up.
LeBron gets the steal. Watch where LeBron is looking. Right at Michael Jordan where he is sitting. That is at least what we're seeing here. LeBron James gets the jam, and yeah, Michael looking right back. But LeBron on the...
Unfortunately for Michael Jordan, he would have to see LeBron James sweep his franchise. And let's just say the Miami Heat will go on to win the East and be in their 3rd straight finals.
We had a special moment between two of the greatest to play the game.
That's tough. The series is over. 4-0 Miami. Now, even though the Bobcats made the playoffs, they were in the lottery.
The 9th pick will be made by
the Charlotte Hornets.
Wait. Charlotte Hornets? Is this 2001 again? Why are they called the Hornets now? Now, that 9th pick that they received was from the Corey Maggette trade that they did years ago. And the Hornets name, let's just say, MJ and the Hornets pulled some strings and got the rebrand that they needed.
We decided to bring the name back, for one reason. Our fans were dying to have the name back. We heard the loud cries from our community that said, hey, we love the Hornets brand. It belongs in Charlotte. It's a part of who we are. It's a part of the fabric of Charlotte. And whatever it takes, we want you guys to get the name back.
And it just so happened the New Orleans Hornets were also trying to change their franchise tag to be more indigenous to the New Orleans culture. And so they called themselves the Pelicans. I'm honestly very sad that they did, because that's a crazy downgrade. So Charlotte came in opportunistic, and they took the brand yet again back to Charlotte with the Hornets tagline, the Hive, the Beehive, whatever you want to call it, the Hive. Yes, the Hive was now in Charlotte. And I mean, just look at that teal color, the threads. Oh, it's just so beautiful. One of the best rebrands we've had in recent years.
Transition is complete now. You're officially the Hornets. What has that process been like?
Actually, it's been a long process, but it's been one that's I'm anxious. Obviously I was anxious when we started this whole process, but I think the thing that I was a little nervous about is how it's going to be received from the community and from everybody outside of the organization. I'm excited that all the indications that I've gotten back is that everybody loves it, and that's just one aspect of it. The other aspect is that the basketball portion of it is just as equally exciting, and it matches what we would try to do from the business side. And knock on wood, that everybody stays healthy and the progress continues. We made a big stride last year, and I think the expectations now with the fans and with the new name and the rebranding is that the basketball portion of it continues to move in that direction. And all indications says that we had some good acquisitions in the summertime, and the coaching staff has been working hard, the players have been working hard. So I mean, the energy around here makes all the work that's went into the rebranding much better.
And now let's talk about some of those acquisitions for a little bit, okay? And with the pick that the Hornets got, again, from that Corey Maggette, Ben Gordon trade, yeah, this was a trade that happened that I think I announced it. Well, the Hornets picked a guy named Noah Vonleh, and interesting stuff here. Noah Vonleh, a future franchise cornerstone of the Hornets, potentially.
The Charlotte Hornets select Shabazz Napier from the University of Connecticut.
I like it. Well, now let's think about this for a second. Reunited again, assuming everything stands up, Shabazz and Kemba.
Yeah, and not just that, but Charlotte just took two guys in the first round, Noah Vonleh and Shabazz Napier. They're going to help them next year. I think they have a chance to be a top 5 team in the East next year.
This guy with Kemba Walker won an NCAA title, but he also won another NCAA title in 2014. This guy had a lot of buzz in him. The Shabazz Napier buzz. Oh, boy. The Shabazz, shall we say. If you see the tweets below here, Kemba's talking about, wow, my little brother, I love you, bro. And then you got Akron, LeBron James saying, my favorite player in the draft, #Napier.
During the NCAA tournament, LeBron James tweeted out that you were the best point guard in college basketball. How excited are you to play with LeBron?
Wait, hold on. Play with LeBron? Wait, LeBron's in Charlotte now? What's going on here?
Anthony, we have a trade to announce.
No, apparently Shabazz Napier got traded to the Miami Heat. What's going on? And Charlotte ended up trading for this guy named PJ Hairston. Interesting. Now, LeBron James, he was a free agent during this offseason, and there was a possibility that he would not be a Miami Heat.
Instead of a TV extravaganza, a 952-word essay published in Sports Illustrated.
Nah, you end up getting Shabazz Napier on your team, and you end up dipping the next month. Well, again, Charlotte did make some acquisitions in the offseason. Marvin Williams signs a contract with the Hornets, 2-year, $14 million deal. And let's just say, if he's anything like what we're seeing in these highlights right here, might be a steal of a contract.
The Charlotte Hornets now, you're becoming a destination for free agents. Big one last year with Al Jefferson. This past offseason, Lance Stevenson.
There's no way Lance Stevenson is now a Hornet? Makes it seem like MJ probably liked him after, he duked that out versus LeBron James.
A lot of people, may look and remember him for the antics against LeBron. And I think that, I looked at it in a totally different way. For us to be successful in the East, we need to challenge LeBron, any team that LeBron's playing on. And if I can find a player that's going to challenge LeBron in a way that's never going to take away from the overall aspect of what we're trying to do as a team, to me, that's a plus.
But look, anyway, it seems like Charlotte, they're heading in the right direction here. In 2014, there was an article written about how it seemed like Jordan was making the Hornets more relevant again and actually being a good owner. And a big reason for it seems to be that he seems to be letting other people do the decision-making around the franchise, which is something that was a far cry in earlier years. Regardless of what you think about Jordan at this time, he was steering the ship towards somewhere that looked promising.
He said, those 2.5 hours on the court every game night is the most peaceful time of my day. He said, because it's like there are invisible walls around the court. It's the one part of my day that no one can touch me, no one can come up and ask for an autograph, no one can pitch a business deal. I'm meditating out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Jordan!
This dude was at the top of the world after a championship, appears on SNL with a monologue, and let's just say, he's a bit of an actor himself.
When you want hardcore pornographic videos, remember this label, because it's not really pornographic unless it says Michael Jordan.
I actually can't believe this is real. Like, he really did this ad. Imagine Anthony Edwards doing something like this, bro. Everybody will go crazy.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
And what a season this 92 season was shaping up to be for Michael Jordan. Coming off a year where he won MVP, Finals MVP, and a championship, he would basically look to do the very same thing again. And he did it whilst averaging over 30 points per game for the 6th straight season. Not just that, leading the league in scoring for the 6th straight season in 92. In a book called If These Walls Could Talk, recapping the Chicago Bulls from the sidelines, locker room, and the press box, Michael Jordan talks about how he's 29 years old now and his averages have dropped from the season he averaged 37 points per game, which is crazy because he's averaging over 30 points still. But in that book, MJ basically said he could average 37 points in 1992 if he had wanted to. He said, I wouldn't say my skills have diminished.
Awarded the league's MVP, it's Michael's 3rd, and after scoring 30 points a game, shooting over 50%, and finishing 6th in steals, Mike deserves it. We should all be like Mike.
Well, the drop in average still didn't matter. He would still get his 3rd MVP, his 2nd straight. The Bulls that season had the best record in the NBA by far, 10 games over the next leading team, 67-15 record. It was just a dominant team, one of the best Bulls team we've ever seen. For sure, the best Bulls team that had ever played basketball around that point. And now it's playoff time, and Jordan had to defend his title against the Miami Heat in the 1st round.
Now it's Jordan again coming up with a steal. Paxson to Jordan for the finish. 46. John Sunbold on the foul. Jordan out of the game now, and he will not get the triple-double. But he had a Michael Jordan-like night.
Let's just say this series was not competitive whatsoever.
But winning was then. To repeat is now.
Nah, this shit goes hard, bro. Oh, my God.
Jordan has sent an early playoff reminder. In the NBA, there's no one quite like Mike.
Yeah, this Bulls team was just way better than this Miami Heat team.
And the world champions are announcing they are ready again this year.
Well, let's at least enjoy some highlights here.
Edwards, guarded by Jordan, puts it on the floor, stripped by Jordan. Loose ball to Grant, ahead for Michael, into the front court, behind his back comes left wing, now down the lane, all the way for the two-hand slam, and the foul on Alanog. To the left, rebound Cartwright, and he feeds Jordan. Jordan on the jog, moves it in front, changes direction, down the lane for the one-hand slam dunk. In 114, Jordan hits the second. It's 119 to 114. Long with a Heat down by 5 to inbound from half court.
Jordan and the Bulls would sweep this series against the Miami Heat, with Jordan scoring 56 points in this final game here.
The New York Knicks and the Chicago Bulls.
Okay, Patrick Ewing and the Knicks once again facing the Bulls in the playoffs, this time as a 4th seed against the number 1 seeded Bulls.
Let me tell you something about Chicago. Chicago had breezed through this season, 67-15, really no adversity, really no injuries. They beat Miami 3-0. They've had 7 days off. All they've read about the last week is they're going to beat New York 4 straight. This sends a wake-up call that for them to repeat, it's going to be harder. People are not going to give them anything. They're going to have to work to earn it. New York is going to make them play tough.
Even Jordan, he admits he underestimated this Knicks team, and he thought they could waltz in and just steal a bunch of games.
We just came off a very convincing series against Miami. We thought we could waltz right through New York.
It was a very physical series. It was also a series that would go back and forth. The Bulls would win game 2. Then the Knicks would come back and win game 3. The Bulls would come in and win the next 2 games, 2-1 lead. Then the Knicks would come and win game 4 to tie the series at 2 apiece. Then game 5, the Bulls would win. And game 6 at Madison Square Garden, the Knicks would put up a statement game and blow out the Bulls to make it a game 7 series. Interesting.
I didn't think they could finish the game like this, Bob. I thought when Ewing got hurt that they were in trouble. Game 7 on Sunday. It should be a doozy.
No, they're fighting like cats and dogs, and then we just fell apart.
You think you recovered?
You're going home for this last. Do we have a choice?
Can you recover?
Yeah, we don't have a choice.
Many people thought this would be an easy series for the Bulls. And the Bulls are winning in this game 7 early. But for this series to go to 7 just showed how good this Knicks team was, how physical they could be on the defensive end.
Thought right. King missed the first 2 games of the series with the flu. Sat out Thursday night with a bad throw. Here's Jordan splitting through. Jordan with the steal. And then it's stolen by Starks. McDaniel chased by Jordan. It's a clean block.
Whose game is it? It's Michael Jordan's game.
And that's why Magic said before he was demanding the basketball from his teammates. He knows right now he's got it. He feels it. He splits the potential trap.
I won't lie to you. That's one of the craziest playoff sequences I've ever seen. Jordan just looking at that ball. He's hawking that ball as soon as he sees it. He steals it again, then gets stolen, and then tries to contest and actually succeeds.
Bring it down as they hear it from the crowd.
And the deed was done. The Bulls win game 7 and are now in the Eastern Finals. And the Bulls, they would play a familiar foe in the Cleveland Cavaliers. Oh boy. Now this series was back and forth. It would be a 2-2 series after 4 games, after which the Bulls winning game 5 in commanding fashion.
50 seconds remaining. Price for 3. Yes! And he's tied the game. Here's Jordan. Yes, and it counts. Michael Jordan right back, hit on the reach-in. Price lost it off his foot, and it will be Chicago possession.
And so Chicago proceeded to win the last 2 games of this series, and in clutch fashion, they end up making it to their 2nd straight NBA Finals.
For Clyde Drexler and the Blazers, it was a chance to take the Bulls by the horn. Portland and its high-flying guard were trying to prove they're not second best. Michael Jordan said his first step was quicker than Clyde's. He also said that Drexler is a better three-point shooter than Michael chooses to be.
We have 2 great teams led by 2 superstar players.
This was apparently, seemingly, the matchup between the 2 best shooting guards of the game. And let's just say Michael Jordan wanted to make a statement today.
Clyde the Glide says we're the 2 best in the game, but I'm not getting into a war of words with Mike.
Clyde wasn't a threat. You know, I'm not saying he wasn't a threat, but me being compared to him, I took offense to that.
I'm working for NBC. I'm covering the finals. So the night before game 1, we're at Michael's house playing cards, and he said, you know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I'm gonna give it to this dude.
That night, he made history in ways that I didn't even think Michael Jordan could do.
And the Bulls here in the early going shooting the 3-pointers. They have not been a team normally that looks for the downtown shot.
Michael Jordan, for some reason in this game, just wanted to prove something. He was shooting a bunch of threes, missing them to start the game.
The Bulls only 2 of 11 from
Jordan chose the three-point shot in this one. He had the look of an assassin. And then again, three-ball side pocket he hits. In fact, Jordan ran the table, throwing up 6 three-pointers. He said he felt like he was shooting free throws after a while, and it sure looked like it. He only had 5 in 16 previous playoff games. All 6 came in the first half. This number 6, and watch his reaction. He's telling Magic Johnson over there broadcasting the game, hey, I'm in a groove and it's happening.
And every time he hit a three, he glanced over at me at the NBC tape.
And Rick Adelman says, I want somebody to cover that guy. Nobody could.
An NBA championship record, 35 points in the half.
That game 1 went as well as any Bulls fan could hope. Now, Portland, they did rebound after game 1, winning game 2, but then the Bulls would win game 3, and then the Portland Trailblazers coming back, winning game 4, and then the Bulls, they just took control of the series after that.
Trailblazers with their best third quarter of this NBA Finals series as they come up with 29 points. They outscore the Bulls 29-20 to lead by 15.
In the fourth quarter now, Portland leading big. In the game 6, they would have to win this game to avoid a game 7 scenario.
Kevin Duckworth has returned. Here's Hansen. That's a 3.
And without Jordan for the first couple of minutes of the fourth quarter, the Bulls would, stave off a run, would go on a run of their own.
And hope that they can shake things up. Drexler back. Pippen able to elude Drexler. Portland leads 81-70. Here's King, fouled. Shot clock to 4. Pippen, yes. The Blazers 81. The Bulls 74. And the Bulls are doing it without Michael Jordan on the floor. A double dribble called by Mike Mathis. He hesitated. Scottie Pippen gave the indication, and then the call was made. Phil Jackson staying with this unit. Armstrong. Yes. The Portland lead is down to 5. Offensive foul on Portland. The lead, particularly in this building. All right. King. Yes. Buck Williams tried to draw the foul. The Bulls with a 3.
All this happening with Jordan cheering on the bench. I'm not gonna lie, Portland, it might be over for you.
This crowd senses that it is slipping away.
Oh, and they're showing the graphs of teams that have repeated. Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Michael Jordan has returned. Here's King.
And now with Jordan, it seems like these guys can't make a shot anymore. I mean, what's going on?
Pippen met by Buck Williams. Takes him one-on-one and lost it. Good play by Kersey.
There's no way! Come on, what are you doing?
Here's Drexler. And a traveling violation called on Pippen.
Okay, dude. Pippen, just when I thought you redeemed yourself.
You want at that time. Here's Pippen.
Rick Adelman is signaling to his team, move the basketball, pass the basketball. Don't just stop after one pass.
Very tentative pass by Kersey, and Jordan comes up with it.
Okay, there you go, Pippen. There you go. That's how you play.
Drexler playing with 4. Here's Jordan.
And the Bulls back within 1.
Shot clock to 5. Down to 3. Pippen for 3. Michael Jordan. Yes. Go. Drexler rejected by Scott Williams. Jordan for 3. Rebounded by Pippen. Blazers and Bulls. Tied at 87. The backdoor pass picked off on the deflection. Jordan with the steal.
And Chicago gets its first lead since the opening minute of the game.
Chicago with a 2-point lead. Drexler playing with 4. Shot clock at 3. Yes! The Bulls with the ball and a 2-point lead.
You don't foul now. You dig in and get a stop.
Here's Jordan. The Chicago Bulls have won the NBA championship for the second straight season.
And there you go, MVP, not Finals MVP, just like he did it in '91. How much better can it get for Jordan? All right, the Olympic gold medal. Yeah, he was, I think, the first player ever to win an MVP, Finals MVP, and a gold medal in the same year. Now, there was an interesting situation with Jordan not wanting to have the Reebok logo be shown when he got presented the gold medal. But every merch had the Reebok logo, so Jordan had to find a creative way to hide it, and find a creative way he did. He would have the U.S. flag cover the logo, and quite frankly, it's a patriotic move, people would say, right? But if you didn't know how big Jordan was globally, well, now you knew with this crazy mural in Barcelona during the Olympics that summer.
Helicopters following me. Sometimes we come out going to a game, you got 2,000 people lining down towards the hotel on our way to a game.
I duked it out with the Magics and the Birds in practice to the point where they basically just saw how good he was and they said, it's a new era. Jordan is the king.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. I just want to be like Chuck. Mike.
Man, why is Chuck spoiling the commercial? I was going to bring this in as a gag. Oh my God.
I dream I move. I dream I groove like Mike. If I could be like Mike. Oh, if I could be like Mike.
This guy had commercials. He had the kids singing. Yeah, he was literally the biggest figure in sports history, it seemed like.
Man, I had some of my fondest memories just hanging out with Michael. We played cards every night against each other. And if I had the upper hand, he wanted to play another hour.
We're hanging together at the Olympics. We're playing cards every night. So it's 6 o'clock, the light is coming up. He goes and gets an hour's sleep, gets up, makes the 8 o'clock tea time. 18 holes of golf. Come back, scores 20 points in the first half of our game.
You can't get too close to Michael, it's a foul.
We go back to the hotel. Guess what we do? Play cards all night again.
And then he never wants to just beat you. He wants to put his foot on your neck and just... I mean, you're not satisfied with beating me? You want to crush me too? Yep.
The third night comes around, and I'm sleepwalking now, because I got to get some rest. MJ, you're going to stay up all night with me. I said, Michael, I can't do what you do.
If you're in a room with Jordan, he's going to get up, he's going to pace, he's going to look out the window. This is a guy who can't sit still.
I won't lie to you, bro. I don't even want to talk about this Charlotte's team anymore. Like the contrast between these, it's just funny. Especially now after the fact this 2015 season was really underwhelming, to say the least. There was an article written about how Lance Stephenson was a complete disaster in Charlotte. And this quote right here from Steve Clifford might be one of the most damning quotes about a player. He said, Lance is here because of me. I'm the one who wanted Lance. It's simply, I can't find a group where we play well with him out there. The Hornets are 9 points worse on the court when Stevenson is playing, compared to 6 points worse when he's on the bench. Around this point, Charlotte was expecting for success to be building, for things to continue on their path towards a better direction. But unfortunately, it just hasn't. And because of this, they're now the 11th seed in this season, and they would miss the playoffs. 3 games away from the 8th seed. It's just tough, man.
9th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft. The Charlotte Hornets select Frank Kaminsky from the University of Wisconsin.
Another player that had an interesting year in college was placing Cat in the Final Four. And now because the team also beat Cat in that Final Four and came very close to winning a national championship, I guess Jordan, he liked what he saw in Kaminsky. Part of me just can't compute these draft picks. I mean, you got Cody Zeller already, right? Kid Gilchrist, Gerald Henderson. Okay, let's see here. Why Kaminsky? Why you drafted him? And look, the very next pick was Justice Winslow. Like, this draft was a bit weird, I'll be honest. The reason why I highlight this Winslow pick is because apparently Charlotte could have gotten something big had they given Boston their first round pick. A lot of people like to praise the Celtics front office, right? The Ainge front office, but they almost did one of the worst trades they've ever done, okay? Their final offer to the Hornets to get that 9th pick to get Justice Winslow was a package featuring as many as 6 draft picks, including 4 potential first-round selections. What? For Justice Winslow? Who do they think Justice Winslow was? And reading the last sentence of this paragraph just makes me even more stupid. But the Hornets could not be swayed and turned down multiple offers to select Wisconsin center Frank Kaminsky. No way, bro. 2015, and Jordan has a hot take, folks.
Why you guys getting that question? I know this is the ESPN question. I know it's going to be all on ESPN. If I was in my prime, could I beat LeBron in a one-on-one game? No question.
Is that really a hot take? Like, let's be honest. Is that a hot take? I don't know if that's a hot take. You tell me in the comments. Around this time, there was a kid that apparently trolled Michael Jordan, basically saying, "What are those?" Unfortunately, I can't find the clip, as it seems like the tweets or the clips were deleted, so I really can't show you guys the clip, but this is a photo from the clip, I think. Look, I'll be honest, bro, this is a cringe part of the internet that I don't want to revisit, okay? And Michael Jordan, when asked about it, basically said, "I'm not hip to this, Vine stuff, all this meme." He's old. He's an old man.
Whenever Michael appears in public to come down from his hotel room, he is always dressed immaculately because he knows that there are people in the lobby that maybe are going to get a 20-second glimpse of Michael Jordan once in their life. And he wants to portray a certain image in a certain class.
I'm very image conscious, probably more than I should be, because I think it really prevents me from being the fun person that people behind closed doors know who I am.
So now in 2009, a grocery store ended up using Jordan's likeness, in which Jordan responded with a lawsuit. And we heard about this 6 years later from articles in the media. Jordan basically saying here, and I quote, "Have the final say-so on everything that involved my likeness and my name." And look, fair enough. He wants to protect it. And I think that has a lot to do with why I struggle to find a lot of the recent clips about Jordan getting trolled and whatnot. That might be Jordan's camp trying to delete these clips. I don't know. Let's just say if they come after this video, I can no longer stay silent and I'll have to talk about... Okay, crazy transition. But Michael Jordan actually speaking out on the shootings of African Americans during the time of 2016, where police brutality was really just a terrible thing that ensued in the country at the time. As we know, it's been a thing for a long time, but in 2016, more people spoke out against it, and Michael Jordan was one of those people. A far cry from his comments in the 90s. 2015 intros in the YouTube video. Oh, we're back. Yeah, apparently Nick Batum got traded to the Hornets, and for some reason, this dude decided to make a trailer? What's going on here? All right, at least with Batum, you better be a good team, right? Like, you traded the pick you had the year before with Noah Vonleh. And wait, is that Jeremy Lin? Oh my, Jeremy Lin. Lin Sanity back. Lin Sanity, ladies and gentlemen.
Their journeys began with a challenge. For most, it was merely to be taken seriously, to not be eclipsed. Away from the white-hot glare of the spotlight, they have plodded along their quests. Now, they turn their eyes up, gazing at their goal.
And thank the Lord, the Bobcats, now they're called the Hornets. I need to really figure that out. The Hornets, they've made the playoffs this year. Now, unfortunately, they would play the Miami Heat yet again, but a Miami Heat team that doesn't feature LeBron James anymore. Oh, and Chris Bosh is not playing due to medical issues. This series will be competitive. Kemba Walker leading big here in the first half with 21 points.
Bucket 73-54. It's now a 20-point game. And look at Kemba bobbing and weaving. He has 17, and the Hornets get their first playoff win in 14 years.
It's cool to see Jordan finally getting to enjoy the Hornets winning playoff games. Look at him, just so happy. At one point, this series was tied 2 apiece, right? In fact, Charlotte actually beat them in Miami and was leading the series 3-2.
Michael Jordan has been absolute in misery watching this.
This is agony for Jordan.
Wade leans in, falling away, puts it in! Dwayne Wade does it again!
Now Kemba, he would try his best to get back into this game, but he would be denied.
Takes the three, drives, gets to the rim, blocked from behind! Dwayne Wade with the block as well! Hoping his team can come back and advance to the second round.
That's a big tub of popcorn right there.
He deserves it. As Lamb hits that. And most importantly, win games 6 and 7, come from behind in the series to advance to the second round.
Well, that's all she wrote. First round loss, and you don't have a lottery pick, so what now?
22nd pick in the 2016 NBA Draft. The Charlotte Hornets select Malachi Richardson from Syracuse University.
Tonight we selected Malachi Richardson with the 22nd pick in the first round. We are currently in discussions to trade the rights to another team. However, we will not be able to consummate any potential trade until after the moratorium is over.
So he couldn't say anything, but yeah, he ended up trading the pick, who they would end up trading for Marco Bellinelli from the Kings. Okay, man. Chris Paul, during a camp of Michael Jordan's, had a challenge for Jordan, and it was quite interesting. Basically, if MJ missed these 3 shots, that he would be losing. Oh. Hey. In Jordan fashion, he would make all the shots.
There's the heroes, and there's the villains.
In breaking news, the original super team is back.
Forget the depth lineup. This is the apocalypse lineup.
They're fouling everybody.
They just want to watch the game burn.
The league is theirs.
In the Space Jam remake commercial, I think this is the 20th anniversary commercial of Space Jam, featuring Blake Griffin and Jimmy Butler, Michael Jordan seemingly taking shots at a super team of sorts. I'll let you decide who he's aiming those shots at.
On or off the court, Jordan guarded his carefully tilled public image.
He has an awful lot of clout. And I've heard from more than one person that if you step outside the bounds of how he wants you perceived, then the word will get to you.
Jordan, during his 93 season, was just as spectacular as he was in his prior years. 32 points per game, yet again leading the league in scoring for the 7th straight season, averaging over 30 points per game for his 7th straight season. Like, this guy is just insane. Around this time, Jordan played against the Washington Wizards and a guy named Bradford Smith. So this guy scores 37 points in a game against Michael Jordan. And apparently Michael Jordan got mad that he said,
Bradford Smith walking out of the gym had said, "Nice game, Mike." And you knew that this wasn't going to go down well.
And the next night they would go to Washington and play each other.
He said, tomorrow in the first half, I'm going to have what this kid had in the game. I've never seen a man go after another player the way he did.
He would score 36 points in the first half, okay? One shy of the other guy's game high. And apparently, the story gets crazier. Bro, I kid you not, bro. MJ was asked about this story of, him saying, "Nice game, Mike." And he said he made it up. This guy, he made up something as innocuous as him saying, "Nice game, Mike," to motivate himself to torch the dude in the first half. And obviously, the voter fatigue probably got to him already. So he was 3rd in MVP voting, okay, in this year. And the 2 dudes that were ahead of him, Charles Barkley, who ended up winning the award, and Hakeem Olajuwon from the Houston Rockets. And if you look at the numbers, I mean, it's the rebounding. I mean, just look at both guys just rebounding the heck out of the ball, but also the assist. I mean, Charles Barkley is averaging basically the same amount of assists as Jordan did. I mean, look, let's be honest. One block, one steals. Like, Charles Barkley had a very insane season that year. And I know the geese are going to come in and say, well, Jordan still led them in win shares. He still had the highest win shares per 48. And it's one of those things. Voter fatigue had to have come in and really affected how voters viewed this season for Jordan. Because Michael Jordan was tied second with David Robinson for Depoy that year as well. Hakeem Olajuwon ended up being the rightful winner that year. And so it was now time for playoff basketball, where they would face the Atlanta Hawks in the first round.
Purdue, time running down. Jordan from center court. Yes! Yes! The season, Michael Jordan, time running down. Just across.
This series was not particularly competitive. The Bulls winning their first two games by double digits. But in game 3, something would happen that would scare a lot of the fans.
In this series. Michael Jordan off the screen. He's not going to miss that. Jordan falls down and looks to be hurt. He slipped on this. He slipped on this wet floor right in front of our bench. We told you that there is ice underneath here. Michael Jordan simply turned around and went down, and he is grimacing in pain.
Moves back. You're going to see it. He goes down right there. See, the ankle gave way on him right there.
They're having to help him off the floor. We're talking about a franchise guy here, and he looks as though that right ankle is giving him some severe pain at this point.
Fortunately, Jordan was able to come back and finish this game out. And as this graphic here pointedly illustrates here, he's only missed 7 games in the last 7 years. This guy's just been an Iron Man.
And 5 seconds to shoot. He goes for 3.
He drains it. Michael Jordan has 37 points. What a performance. They joined Miami 1 year ago, and now the Hawks have been swept 3-0, and the Bulls move on to the second round.
In the second round, they will play the Cavs team, a team that Jordan is all too familiar with in terms of whooping their asses, let's be honest. Now, Mike Dunleavy, who had coached the Lakers in the 91 finals, he was, being an analyst, and he said some things about, who could stop Jordan. That was quite interesting. And let's just say, people were saying the Cavs may have figured Jordan out. They acquired somebody recently, and they think that he could do the job of stopping Michael Jordan.
Tonight, conference semifinal action continues, beginning in Chicago, where the Cavs hope to exorcise the ghosts of playoffs past against the Bulls. They've lost 3 postseason series against Chicago in the past 5 years.
Well, everything that they have done during this offseason has been geared to this series right here, trying to stop Michael Jordan. ELO has done a good job in the past, but they needed help, so they went out and they got Gerald Wilkins to come in and help with that duty.
What's crazy is they just got done playing the Hawks led by Dominique Wilkins, and now they're playing against Gerald Wilkins, who's Dominique's brother. And apparently he's supposed to stop Michael Jordan?
Cleveland in the offseason brought in Gerald Wilkins to be the Jordan stopper.
I'm looking forward to it, no question about it. I think the number one thing is that it's my job to go out and put the job on him to shut him down, keep his numbers down.
But as the Cavaliers would quickly find, stopping Jordan is not a one-man job.
I'm not gonna lie, that's so stupid. Why would you even call yourself that? Why would anybody try to market you as a Jordan stopper? That's already setting you up for failure, I'll be honest.
Oh, man! What a fake by Jordan!
I wanted to prove to them that, hey, no matter what you do, what changes you make, I'm gonna overcome that challenge.
You just gave a guy in Jordan another reason to play even harder. Like, what? Why would you do that? And let's just say even his brother felt bad at the time.
We brought up your brother the other day when he was labeled the Jordan stopper. And I felt bad for your brother because you knew that was going to make Michael mad. When you're the Jordan stopper, huh?
You know what? I called my brother when he said that. And I said, what are you doing? I said, you don't want to awaken a sleeping giant? Are you crazy? And he said, hey, he put on his pants like I do. I said, Gerald, you know, if you're a good defensive player, you don't have to talk about it, man. You don't want to get him riled up. Man, I think he averaged like 40 in that series.
Okay, let's not exaggerate. He averaged 31 points. Okay, he didn't average 40. But as you can see here, the Bulls would win every game, it seemed. The first 3 games, they were up 3-0 with a pivotal game 4, which would basically be a sweep if the Bulls won that game 4. And look, I know some dimwit's gonna point it out that he scored 18 in game 2, and that's probably because he didn't play as many minutes because the game was quite frankly a blowout. So yeah, his numbers definitely could have been higher. He could have been upwards of 35 points per game had he played a full set of minutes. But in game 4, man, it was a close one. In the fourth quarter, Gerald Wilkins was actually hitting some clutch shots on offense.
To the last 2 games of the championship finals of last season.
Nice job. Nice creating there.
Wilkins, that is a 3. Boy, he's hit baseline shots from both sides.
And that tells you right there why Terrell Brandon's in the game.
Now up 3 with less than 2 minutes to go in the game in the fourth quarter. He had 22 points in this game, way higher than his playoff average of less than 9 points. Jordan would put up some moves against Wilkins here. Open shot right here, but he missed it. Would get his rebound back here and then draw a foul and shoot 2. Up to this point, Jordan had 26 points and the Bulls were down 1.
Good job, Brandon, handling the pressure up the floor.
Stolen by Armstrong. What a big steal that is. Pippen to Jordan. Doherty, that'll be his 6th foul. As he fouls Pippen.
Well, now you got Brad Doherty, your best player, fouled out for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now the Bulls, they might be up 2, but the Cavs, they would not go away that easily. They would draw a foul and get 2 shots at the line to tie the game. And so now it's crunch time with the game being tied. Oh boy.
Jordan with 10 seconds on the shot clock. I think Wilkins got a piece of it. Runs into all kinds of problems. Elo comes up with it. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Elo, not there. Jordan saves it to Grant. Timeout, Chicago. 18.5 left.
With less than 20 seconds left in this game, the Bulls had a chance to win it. And I know many people can recall how the 1989 playoff series ended with Jordan hitting a game winner to end the series. Would we see the exact same thing play out here? 4 years later, Michael Jordan with the ball. We all know who's the ball's going to here.
Well, you just have to come. You just have to come.
2.5 seconds. Jordan again.
And you just have to come.
Done it again. Almost from the same spot.
Well, you know, you don't take the ball out of his hands. You give you a chance. Give a chance for things like that to happen.
Script writers, I guess, just did not know what else to add to the story, and so they decided to rerun the exact same script. Again, Jordan averaged 31 in the series. Now, it's not like Gerald Wilkins was, getting cooked. But again, it puts you in a position where you're basically having to guard a guy that's now even more motivated to torch you. It's just like, what the hell?
One of the defining aspects of the NBA is, of course, its rivalries. For years, the Celtics and the Lakers were the league's marquee matchup. More recently, Chicago and Detroit. Now, perhaps it's the Bulls and the Knicks.
The Knicks are going to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. It'll be the Knicks and the Bulls.
Not gonna lie, bro, the 90s was a wild time. The song choices were excellent. I don't know, man. Something about this time was interesting. The Knicks and Bulls would meet each other in the conference finals in this 93 playoffs. And let's just say this rivalry would pick up even more after this series.
That's football, not basketball.
You characterize this basketball team as a basketball team that's trying to get by on just dirty work, and that's very unfair.
When you have plow horses, you plow. When you have thoroughbreds, you run and you race.
I think the constant cry out for help is an insult to the effort and to the heart of our team.
I think the league really has to seriously look at this kind of play and wonder if this is the kind of basketball they want.
But honestly, the biggest story in the series had nothing to do with the basketball being played. But this was the #1 in the East Knicks team in Madison Square Garden. They would have home court in the first 2 games. The Knicks had the advantage.
The steal by Rivers. Oh, look out. Pippen with a hard foul. Let's see how it goes out.
got Doc Rivers out here making steals. I mean, what's going on here? The Knicks looking like the better team in his first couple games.
And he threw the foul. It counts! The basket counts and the foul.
You commit a foul, make sure he doesn't get the shot off because of the continuation call in the NBA. The strength of Anthony Mason to draw the contact and then still get the shot up.
It would seem to me that Michael will not want to be as patient with his teammates tonight. I would look for him to go early and go strong.
Jordan had 27 points. Jordan had 27 points on 37% shooting. He had to pick it up in this game for them to have a chance.
Michael also admitted that he was a bit too hyper for the game on Sunday.
In this one, it was closer. The Bulls trailed by 3 with less than 20 seconds left. Cartwright here gets fouled.
Cartwright 3 of 6 from the line. And the Bulls, 91, 15 and 3/10 seconds remaining, fourth quarter.
And then the Knicks got fouled on the rebound attempt. And now they got 2 shots at the line, which they would both make. And so now it's a 4-point game. It's not looking good for the Bulls, I'll say that much.
What's left, Purdue pops it in. Here's Jordan for 3. Rebound Oakley, and he is fouled. Final seconds. Here's Jordan for 3. Oh, an air ball. Perhaps a symbolic ending for the Bulls. The Knicks have made it 2 out of 2 against the Chicago Bulls.
Jordan said, a lot of times I'll dream I'm a bad alcoholic, and in the dream I can't stop drinking and I'm embarrassing myself and I'm going to lose everything. He says, and I wake up from that dream in a sweat. He knows that one slip up, one mistake can throw it all away. And I think he lived in terror of that for a very long time.
And let's just say it seemed like the worst was yet to come, according to media sources that had intel on where Jordan was prior to Game 2.
Back here at home, everybody's buzzing about the soon-to-be-released book on the Bulls, The Jordan Rules.
The book, Jordan Rules, will be released soon, and some of its passages have already created a stir.
A crack had formed in Jordan's carefully constructed facade.
Well, first, we got to talk about a book that Sam Smith wrote, basically detailing the true nature of Michael Jordan, and it was titled The Jordan Rules. This was published 6 months after the Bulls had won the 92 championships. Oh boy.
A book detailing Jordan's rough treatment of teammates and the special treatment the club accorded him hit the New York Times bestseller list. Its title, The Jordan Rules.
A forthcoming book on the championship season of last year portrays a selfish Jordan who told his teammates not to pass the ball into center Bill Cartwright late in the game.
I think everybody saw what was in the paper today, but somebody said never believe what you read in the papers.
In fact, it alleges Jordan was kind of a tough guy with some of his teammates.
Jordan denies the book's accounts.
If I'm going to be knocked off this pedestal, I'm going to make sure I do something. I do something to be knocked off. I'm not going to let someone else knock me off for no apparent reason or comments that I didn't say.
And yeah, he denied the comments. He denied all these allegations. But the book would still impact Jordan in terms of how people viewed him. But there was another book that was written as well.
In 1993, another book claimed Jordan lost $1 million on the golf course. Meanwhile, the media, once Jordan's vigilant protector, feasted on a report that he gambled the night before a playoff game in New York.
The night before losing that Game 2 in New York, apparently him and his father decided to go gambling in the middle of the night. With all this stuff coming out about Jordan, the media was just piling on him. It was just a slander fest for the media, really. The issue wasn't really that Jordan gambled in the middle of the night. The issue was that it just so happened that he also was involved in some gambling scandals in the past as well. In the New York Times article that talks about it, it talks about how last year, in 1992, the NBA called Jordan on the carpet after checks totaling $108,000 and another check of $57K in particular were either signed by him or drawn on an account used by his pro-serve management firm to pay high-stakes golf and poker debts in North Carolina. It was the news of the town. It took away from the fact that the Bulls were on pace to three-peat that year.
On the court, he may be the king, but Michael Jordan has unwittingly made this man a pauper.
So the allegations are that Jordan was placing bets with James Slim Buller, who was a golf hustler who allegedly was also a drug dealer. And there was a paper trail of money that led prosecutors to think that he might have been money laundering for some sort of drug operation.
Right now I'm looking at 9 years, 2 months in a federal penitentiary.
And he regrets the day he beat Michael Jordan out of a $57,000 check.
Well, number one, when Michael sent me the check for $57,000, the federal government confiscated the check. They sent me a letter saying that the check was drug proceeds. I was laundering money. I obtained the check illegally. And this is where all the problems began.
So this apparently all began in the September of 1991 in the Monroe Country Club in North Carolina. Michael Jordan was playing golf whilst the team was at the White House during the 91 championship after visiting the president.
The team won the first championship. He got invited to the White House, and Michael says he's not going. And the team's in a turmoil. On the day his team was going to the White House, Michael Jordan was, in this game, gambling with one guy who was a convicted drug dealer, another guy, a bail bondsman who was funding the game, who eventually got murdered by his associates. And then it turns out that, he wrote a check for his gambling losses, which is, was a paper trail he, was naive about.
Michael Jordan, instead of being in the White House, was losing bets against the golf hustler himself, James Buller.
Because I choose to spend a few days privately with myself and with my family, and everyone's coming to these conclusions that, I'm disrespecting my team or disrespecting the president.
The day that Michael was supposed to go see President Bush, we was playing golf, and I feel like during that particular time, if he went to see the president, I feel like, a lot of these problems that I have now wouldn't have came, because number one, I was tried by a Republican Party, and it was a disgrace to the Republican Party when he didn't go see the president.
Slim Buller at the time was being probed by the Fed for money laundering. When they asked him about the $57,000 check, he said it was a loan from Michael Jordan. Jordan backed up the story, and then the truth came out.
Well, the truth had to come out as Jordan ended up testifying in court during 1992. And that was before the 93 conference finals, where all this scandal was beginning to blow up on Jordan.
And how they mounted so rapidly.
Michael, why did you think so long to tell the truth?
Leaving the court after testifying, it was clear Jordan couldn't wait to put it behind him fast. Normally, he's patient with reporters, but there'd be no post-game interviews today. On the witness stand, he looked uncomfortable when he talked about the high-stakes golf matches, which led to checks like these. More than $100,000 lost in golf and card games. What were the stakes, he was asked in court today? Anywhere from $20 Nassau to $1,000 Nassau. $1,000 Nassau means $1,000 for the first 9 holes, $1,000 for the second 9 holes, and $1,000 for the full 18. Doubling the bets when you get behind. It adds up fast. And even Bowler, when the story broke, was sympathetic.
He's always had a good heart, respected every man as being a man, and the gambling situation, the only thing that I can say about that is Michael have to deal with whatever he feel is right or whatever he feel is wrong.
At first, both Jordan and Bowler claimed the money was a loan for the Charlotte area pro to build a driving range. Today, both admitted that wasn't true. Jordan describing the $57,000 check as a combination of golf losses to Bowler and poker losses Bowler paid others for him. And Bowler testified today it was he who suggested to Jordan that they call the check a loan, if anyone asked. Jordan was mobbed by reporters when he arrived and when he left. But it was up to the first father of basketball to explain what his famous son was going through.
Around this time, it was Jordan's father that had to talk on his behalf, as Jordan did not want to speak much to the reporters back then. You even had Buller saying that he was the one that suggested that it should be, framed as a loan. What would have probably been a short story is now devolved into some sort of scandal of sorts, because Jordan was too embarrassed initially to admit that it was gambling losses that he had paid off. Another weird angle is that Jordan even denies being in Atlantic City at 2:30 a.m. He said he was at bed by 1 a.m.
Jordan gave his version of the trip.
It's attacked in my private life, and I really didn't like it, and I don't agree with it. But I felt a need to come out and express that and tell the truth so you guys can quit hallucinating and taking it further than what it is. You know, and now you know what it is from my standpoint. Anything else that you hear is totally false if it's not to what I just told you. And that's the honest truth. And that's all I can tell you.
Gambling, the second gambling thing that has escalated in a year
ago when Michael Jordan made his way to Chicago Stadium. Michael, intent on ducking questions once again from reporters, did not take his usual route to the Bulls locker room in the bowels of Chicago Stadium. Jordan, who was particularly upset concerning the tone of the questions that he faced on Thursday, as Bob Detail did come out to take early shooting practice and for the first time declined to talk with us. He did not want to discuss his Atlantic City sojourn. Now, how do the Bulls and Knicks feel about Jordan's side trip?
You even got the opposing team's coaches and players talking about this. That's how big this became. Like, this was really something that blew up in Jordan's face, but really just blew up in the entire playoff atmosphere's face. Did that make sense? I don't know. I guess it did. And I'll tell you what, bro. Doc Rivers had a glow up in his older age. I'm not gonna lie. He looks better now.
Bulls go right to pressure. Here's Ewing. And the Knicks go right to Ewing.
Well, there was a series that was still going on. Game 3 now being played. And let's just say the Bulls, they found life again.
It paid off this afternoon. Yes, it pays off with a convincing Chicago Bulls victory.
The Bulls end up winning this game by 20. And now they're one game away from tying the series again.
Again, it's Grant able to keep it alive. Jordan. Yes. Michael Jordan off to a good start. Coming off the 10 of 12 in game 3. Jordan. Well, that wasn't a good shot, but he feels it. Jordan's trying to get to the...
Man, it seemed like Jordan, he was putting all his focus into this series because he ended up scoring a game-high 54 points in this one as Chicago would cruise to victory. Oh, yes.
And they defeat the New York Knicks 105 to 95.
And let's just say game 5, they needed all of Jordan.
Ewing dishes out to Rivers, tries the 3. Jordan off the pick. Rebound Smith.
The Knicks now up 1 with less than 2 minutes left, but Anthony Mason will be called for a loose ball foul, which would give the ball right back to Chicago.
Grant hits 1 of 2.
Oh, I guess I was wrong. He tied the game, but it couldn't take the lead. Now Ewing, after a loose ball foul was called on the Bulls, would hit both free throws, right?
1 point lead. Uncontested. All tonight.
Okay, well, fuck whatever I say, I guess.
With a 1-point lead. Jordan gets the pick from Grant. Armstrong. Yes. A 3-pointer for B.J. Armstrong.
Doc, open corner 3. He would miss it. The Knicks would lose the ball and the Bulls would get it right back. Oh, no.
Get it back to Michael to create for someone else. Coming to the middle.
Jordan played by Rivers. Pitched out to Armstrong from the other corner. His 3-pointer in and out. And a foul is called on Chicago.
All right, he's going to miss one, right? He's going to miss one. Yeah, thank God, bro. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. I'm not trying to be wrong about these. He's going to make this one. Right? Right? Okay, that was close. 1-point game with less than 50 seconds left. Let's go.
Pippen backs it up. Puts the move on Smith. Off the fake, gives to King. And he's rejected by Ewing. It's a 24-second violation. The Knicks down by 1 with the ball. Starks, played by Jordan.
Knicks don't have to overcomplicate it here. A 2 takes the lead. The Knicks going for it. And let's see what the Bulls do in defense. Oh, they rejected.
Down to 10. Ewing for Smith. Smith. Strip. Smith. Stopped. Smith. Stopped again by Pippen. What a play by Scottie Pippen. Final seconds. Jordan for Armstrong. And the Bulls have defeated the Knicks.
When you think the Bulls are out of it, they suddenly make a move. They make a run. They're now up 3-2 in this series with one more game to go to win to advance to the NBA Finals.
Ewing had bumped Cartwright away with his body to give him the space he needs to get a clean up.
Michael Jordan lighting it home. Rivers nearly picked it off. Ewing did. And Ewing putting the move on Pippen. And then blocked by Jordan.
Patrick Ewing. And at 35 to go. Jordan fouled by Rivers. And now Jordan with some words for Rivers. And Jordan being ushered aside.
Ooh, you can feel this series just swinging towards the Bulls' way.
Clock at 4. Here's Pippen for 3. Yes! Again, Scottie Pippen has hit the big shot.
He told his team, come on, you got to go after him and get him. The clock is running down.
Knicks can't find the Bulls to give the foul. And Grant on the drive is fouled. It counts. Look at that stat. Last 15 years, 106 teams have been down 0-2. 3 have come back to win the series, make it 4. The Chicago Bulls, as Scott Williams concludes matters for a 96-88 victory.
And just like that, the Bulls are back.
But the news is that Michael Jordan has broken his 2-week media silence by sitting down with Ahmad Rashad for a lengthy interview that you'll see at halftime.
Michael Jordan had enough. He had enough of the noise, and before the finals began, he decided to just get the camera set up with Ahmad Rashad and just answer these questions outright. Let's talk about it for real. Let's pod.
I think the media took it out of context. A lot of people say, well, maybe you shouldn't have done it at that particular time, or, it was just a bad scenario. Well, no one knows what's good and what's a bad scenario unless you're the person that's actually going through that scenario. And I felt it was good that I get away. It just so happens that it was Atlantic City, and people took that further than what it should. Yeah, I had to accept that, and I did, but I didn't let it affect what my main objective was, and that was to go out there and show loyalty to this team, to my teammates, and get us to the next level.
Even though I can look back and say he looks so badass talking about it, why have sunglasses indoors during the interview? I don't get it. I don't get the sunglasses thing.
Charles Barkley's road has been less satisfying. His days at Auburn brought little glory. His NBA career largely squandered on a team that could not win, yet
Charles Barkley now in the finals as well for his Phoenix Suns. He won the MVP that season, which Jordan said he didn't think he should have. He thought he should have won the MVP over Charles. And what's interesting is Jordan and Barkley, we saw the clips during the Olympics, they bonded together. They had an interesting dynamic. You could see them on the Oprah Winfrey show at the time. I mean, you could just tell they have chemistry together. But during these finals, they were foes, and Jordan and Barkley would have to duke it out for that championship. And in this series, it felt like Michael Jordan had something to prove over the MVP winner of that year. And Jordan would make do climbing up the ranks of career playoff scoring totals. And quite frankly, he scored a lot of points in this final series. Jordan, he loved to find reasons to motivate himself, especially in matchups like these. And Jerry Krause, it seemed like he had a liking to Dan Marley and that team in Phoenix. And so Jordan felt like he just needed to destroy Marley and dominate in this series.
I put it in my mindset that if I don't do this, then they're going to consider him on the same level as me.
Now, the Bulls ended up winning the first 2 games at Phoenix, taking a commanding 2-0 lead after beating them at their home soil. Charles Barkley's team now down 0-2, and this would be a big obstacle to overcome.
This is his first network television interview during the finals, so we bring this up as we try and touch on as many substantive issues as we can.
Oh, don't think this gambling stuff isn't over yet. David Stern had to address it. As a matter of fact, the NBA had to have a U.S. federal judge investigate the whole matter.
We bring it up not to turn the heat on Michael Jordan, but to clarify the issue. Are you satisfied that this is not a serious concern for the NBA, the latest round of stories about his gambling?
Yes, I am, but it's raised a good issue, and I think it's something that we have to be, I think, very cognizant of in the course of the summer, not for Michael, but for dealing with the questions our fans have raised about our players, and we're looking into a lot of related subjects on gambling per se.
Now, the NBA did end up clearing Michael Jordan in 1993 after conducting, yet again, like I said, 2 investigations. But even Jordan admits that he put himself in some very reckless positions at times. This was said in a later interview over a decade later. He said, and I quote, "Yeah, I've gotten myself into situations where I would not walk away and I've pushed the envelope. Is that compulsive? Yeah, it depends on how you look at it. If you're willing to jeopardize your livelihood and your family, then yeah." And when asked if he was not willing to do that, Jordan says no. Jordan's father might have put it best saying his son didn't have a gambling problem, but a competitive problem. And we know that insatiable desire to win at all costs is what made Michael Jordan so great. And in this game 3 against the Suns, the Bulls, oh man, they would go and play this out, try to take the commanding 3-0 lead, but it would be tough.
In the fourth quarter, the Bulls 8 for 29 from the field. The Suns 6 for 12, and Jordan only 1 of 10, so he was not able to take over. And that is very rare.
The Bulls were actually down big in the fourth quarter, and it looked bleak for them in this game. Jordan missing shots, and Charles Barkley just creating a chaotic mess, rebounding the ball, just making it hard for everybody to play their game.
Minute 35 to go, fourth quarter. Jordan sets up Brett. And the foul.
The Bulls would quickly gain momentum throughout the quarter. The Bulls would gradually gain momentum throughout the quarter and make a run to try to, come back in this one.
Come on, strong, down the stretch, three-point play, game tied 103. Charles Barkley trying to settle his team down as Grant was lining up for the foul shot, and now Phoenix calling for a timeout. The Bulls and Suns tied at 103, and Johnson steals from Jordan. Here's Barkley. But they may have called a timeout. That won't count.
Oh my God, the coach may have blew it. The coach may have blew it. They called timeout. They got a 2-pointer right there. Kevin Johnson with an insane steal here over Jordan. And then the coach decided to just call timeout before the play even materialized. They took another timeout, and so let's see if it pays off for them.
Here's Barkley off. Works it down. 5 seconds to go. Here's Barkley off the pump. Will throw in. Pippen to the basket to Grant, and we go to overtime. And it's Johnson, one-on-one against Jordan. No help. Now Marley over, leaving Pippen open. And on the back tap, comes back to Jordan.
In the game that's tied in overtime, Jordan gets the ball back after a missed shot. Jordan puts up the shot back to take the lead. The Suns had a double-digit lead in the fourth. They haven't scored much in the last 10 minutes. Only 1 field goal made in the last 10 and 14.
Chambers set the pick. Here's Chambers. Oh, what a move. Thomas helping out. Shot clock at 6. Shot clock at 4. Here's Johnson on the penetration. Barkley with the rebound. Barkley goes short. Rebound Johnson. Time running down. Here's Ames to win it. We go to a second overtime.
Another overtime? Yo, what's going on? I bet these guys are tired as hell, man. This is a grueling game. Well, okay, another overtime. Tied at 1-7. Another overtime. Tied at 107 apiece. Okay, it's been a minute. It's still tied at 107 apiece. Another minute or so passes. It's still tied at 107 apiece.
Just under 3 minutes to go in the second overtime. Fade away by Barkley, way off. Inside for Williams. Strong on 13 rebounds. Shot clock at 5. Armstrong off the steal and a foul given. We come up on 2 minutes remaining of the second overtime. Jordan. And Chicago leads 111-107.
Well, thanks to an effort and play from Marley here, they would come back and put up their first shot. What the hell am I saying? Well, the Suns were their Suns were not completely out of it. Marley here would make a great play here, get the rebound off this missed shot, and put it back in to make it a 2-point game.
Now Jordan to the fadeaway.
Jordan has looked better in this overtime, way better than he did in the fourth quarter. Barkley would put in the moves against Horace Grant here and draw the foul, in which he would make 1 of 2 free throws.
Well, Charles hits 1 of 2, and the Bulls with a 3-point lead.
Now it was Jordan's turn to be aggressive, drawing the foul right here.
Well, he is off.
Yeah. Well, you know what? He's tired, Mark. He didn't even get up on his legs for the free throw and follow through. I watched him all the way. After he left his hand, he knew he had missed it. So let's see if he gets to follow through and get up on his free throw shot this time.
I mean, I wouldn't blame him for being tired. He still got the free throw to be made. 4-point lead, 2-possession game.
Johnson off the dribble. Sets up Charles Barkley. Oh, Jordan slipped. Nearly traveled. Pippen. That was deflected short. And Barkley gets to it. 10 seconds left in the second overtime. The Suns are down by 2. Marley. Yes! Dan Marley has tied the game.
Is this game ever gonna end? Jeez. Now the Bulls have the chance to win the game and make this game not go to a triple overtime.
Grant for Pippen. He has the shot. Gets it off. And we go to a third overtime.
And right off the gate, within the first 30 seconds, the Bulls would take the lead here. 2-point lead.
Johnson, yes.
All of a sudden, everybody's making shots, as if everybody at the same time just caught their second wind. My goodness.
At that time, Barkley was shoved in the back. That's why he didn't come up with the rebound.
Here's Jordan. The shot clock at 5. Barkley. Marley for 3. Whoa! Dan Marley with Marley hit 8 for a playoff record in the Seattle series. Marley came up with that steal and Barkley able to finish it off.
And just like that, Pippen turns it over after the shot made by Marley from 3 for his 6th three-pointer. Charles Barkley puts up the dunk, takes the 3-point lead now.
Shot clock down to 3. Pippen's shot fell short. Eames with the rebound. Open shot for Chambers. And King able to get to Barkley on the intercept. Charles Barkley with the interception and the field goal.
Just a disastrous play on the third overtime for the Bulls. The Suns now up 5 in this one.
On several occasions during the course of the overtime. Here's Marley, and he's fouled.
It seems like the Suns will be the winners of this one.
Because a good screen has been set.
And a timeout called by Phil Jackson. The Suns lead by 7 with 40 and 9/10 seconds to go in this third overtime. Premature celebration by several members of the Phoenix Suns.
Pre-deserved, but very well deserved, because the Suns would end up winning this game in triple overtime to now just be down 1-2 in the series. And I bet Chuck is happy now. He's thinking, oh, I'm going to tie this series up. Let's just say MJ had other plans.
Seldom used during the season. Jordan, yes, and it counts.
Charles was so concerned about McRae coming down from the top that he lost sight of Stacey King from behind him.
Jordan with Chambers with room. It was deflected by Grant. Grant with the block. Jordan around Marley. Jordan all the way. Yes.
You see that tongue out? He means business. Oh, man.
Between the shot clock and the game clock, Jordan, yes, and it counts.
Jordan in this game scoring 55 points. After taking that 3-1 lead to the Suns, the Bulls fans, they felt like this was just the writing on the wall. Game 5 was going to be a formality. The crowd felt like they had already won the championship. It was over. Signs up on windows, signs up everywhere. People driving with their signs, flags waved. But in this game 5 at Chicago, this is a game to win a championship. Phoenix, though, had other plans.
The Suns now lead by 7. We're down to 1 minute and 50 remaining. Fourth quarter. Barkley struggling for possession. Johnson. Yes, and it counts. Kevin Johnson with the field goal, and he will go to the line.
Despite scoring 41 points in this game, it would be the Suns that would be on top. And so the Bulls would now have to fly to Phoenix to try to win this championship in 6 games.
Charles, the other night we were talking, you guys are down 3-1, and you kept saying, it's our destiny. It's our destiny.
I believe it is our destiny to win the world championship. I have believed that for about for the last year. And I believe in my heart that we're going to win the world championship. And I told you that. I don't care about being down 3-1. God wants us to win the world championship.
I don't know if I go that far, Charles.
No, I talked to him the other night.
But wait a minute.
I mean, there's a reason this video is up on YouTube on its own. Like, it's a 50-second clip that I found on YouTube, and there's a reason for that. That's a receipt, folks. That's what we call a receipt.
Charles, a final message to the people of Chicago as you head back west now.
Take that shit off the windows. You don't need it tonight.
Now, before Game 6, Jordan boarded the plane, and he said something very simple, but yet very blunt to the Bulls team.
Everybody's dreading getting back on the plane and going back to Phoenix. So I just say, look, man, I don't know about you guys. I'm only packing 1 suit. We're going back to win 1 game. I'm not going there to play 2 games.
Suns play 4. They have the basketball.
Out front to Marley. Marley holds. Now to Ames. Ames runs into the lane. Kicks it out back to Frank Johnson. Open for a leader.
18-footer. No. Rebound, Jordan. 43 seconds to go in the game.
Frank Johnson, not the man that the Suns would have wanted to take that shot, and Jordan is able to go the distance.
Worst thing that can happen, let him score and use up very few precious seconds. So now, if they can get a defensive stop without fouling, Chicago will have a chance to tie the game.
And well, they were able to do that much, and the stop was done. The Bulls have the ball after Scottie Pippen draws the foul right there. Deliberations being made on the bench. Timeout called. Both teams now talking over it. Phoenix up 2. The Bulls need to tie the game, or at the very least, to make this competitive. Take the lead they could. I wonder who's going to take that last shot.
They want Michael to get a full head of steam, try to keep him in the middle of the floor.
Well, Pippen got the snap. Here's Paxson to 3. Yes! The Bulls take a 1-point lead, and Phoenix calls for time with 3 and 9/10 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter.
If that truly is the shot that wins the game, man, is it stuff of legends. Look at that. A 3!
Michael, 11 seconds. Across the timeline it comes, goes to Pippen.
Pippen breaks inside.
Well, Pippen got the snap.
They go to Grant. To Paxson.
Paxson going for the win.
Here's Paxson for 3.
Paxson.
Yeah! Hits the 3. Yes! The Bulls take a 1-point lead.
And this round is done.
John Paxson nails a 3. That's the first score by anybody other than Michael Jordan in the entire 4th quarter.
The Suns crowd, the players, the fans, they're in shock. They can't believe it. They were down. They were up 4 with less than a minute left, and now they're down 1 with less than 10 seconds left, thanks to a John Paxson 3.
Johnson gets, no, he could not get it off. Knocked away by Grant. It's all over.
Let the celebrations begin. Pop that champagne. Michael Jordan in this series averaged 41 points per game. Crazy stuff. And John Paxson, he was a hero for this game. Ended the series for the Bulls in a championship. And indeed, Paxson hit the shot.
I sat in the gym with my father. In the back of my mind, I knew that that was probably my last game. And no one really knew except for my father and myself.
It was clear that Jordan was getting exhausted. The media, the grueling three-peat. It was a tough journey, especially 1993 was a tough year. And he had to talk with his dad, and it felt like they were going to have to do a drastic decision here.
Physically, I was getting exhausted, but mentally, I was way past exhausted. When you try to do something repetitively, you lose some of the hunger and some of the edge.
Being around him, there was more like relief than true joy, you know, like it's over, you know. He was tired.
During that Last Dance documentary, I think they did a great job just highlighting how exhausted, how burnt out Jordan was. After 93, it was clear that he had just wanted to step away from the game. You could just tell he's also feeling the brunt of it, not just from the expectations levied at him by fans and media alike, but also the criticism that he keeps hearing from others, especially around that year. It was tough for him. Like he said, he went through a lot. And it was one of those moments that it all just blew up in his face.
If I had the chance to do it all over again, I would never want to be considered a role model. It's like a game that's stacked against me. You know, there's no way I can win.
Clearly, the other side of the double-edged sword that is fame was rearing its ugly head, and Jordan, I mean, he just had enough.
My fame is, it was good at the beginning. Anytime people talk about you in a positive way, yes, it's great to hear those comments. But, you know, now that you're on a pedestal, it's not just the positive talking that you hear. You hear some points, some people taking shots at you, and that really changes the whole idea of being out there for people to see you. You want to get more behind closed doors so people don't know you as much. So I'm at that stage in my career, in my life, that you know, I'd rather get behind closed doors than to be out there in the spotlight to be taking shots from everyone that really don't know you as a person.
In 2016, both the owners and players union once again were at the table negotiating for a new CBA that would be up in 2017. And surprisingly, a lot of people were very happy with how Jordan conducted himself. Obviously, he's an owner now, but he was much more forthcoming to the players and actually was a big factor in, you know, the talks going more smoothly this time around. Adam Silver even saying here, let me just single out one owner in particular, Michael Jordan. Interesting. He mentioned his unique perspective that he brought to the bargaining table as he was a player and a superstar player at that, so he could speak on many fronts on behalf of the players, on behalf of the owners. So it was one of those things. He was like a bridge to the players on the table. And I mean, that's how it should have been in 2011, but I guess, you know, things were a bit tense in terms of the financials, and perhaps the penny pinching was well justified back then. Well, one key thing that came out of this new CBA was something called a designated veteran players extension, which is basically something that only a few players could be eligible for, and those players basically would get paid a lot of money. In layman terms, that's what we now coin as the Supermax, right? This was basically called the Kevin Durant rule because this rule was obviously a response to, you know, the notion of, you know, two super teams basically dominating the NBA. It would give the NBA team that drafted the player an advantage in terms of, you know, paying up the most money that they could if the star were to qualify for such a Supermax. Now, Michael Jordan, he was able to get the Charlotte Hornets to host the NBA All-Star Game in 2017.
It's been a busy 5 years in the sense of really trying to establish ourselves as a brand, reconnecting back with the community. It was a disconnect for some time. And just, you know, trying to get this thing right on the right road. And it's been a lot of things in the mix of that, from our community, you know, motivations to the name change to now the All-Star Game. And it's just a constant process of getting back to the top. At one time, this city and this team was on top, you know, and we took a long fall. And we took a change of direction, change of address.
And I won't lie, these are great developments for a franchise that is just seeking relevance year by year.
The NBA is now thinking about pulling the All-Star Game from Charlotte.
The NBA was deeply concerned about a new law that was, you know, passed in North Carolina that would discriminate against the people of the LGBT community, mainly transgender people. Yes, the bathroom bill that was very controversial, and quite frankly, the North Carolina government, you know, they kept pushing this, and the NBA just, they were threatening to pull away from that All-Star Game in 2017 because of it.
Charlotte can say goodbye to the All-Star Game and the millions of dollars it would have brought with it.
Charlotte had already invested $100 million. That's hundreds of millions of dollars lost because of this bill.
People are going to be upset about this, and they're going to be angered by this, and hopefully this will bring attention again to HB2 and the need to repeal it.
And obviously, both sides of the aisle, they were arguing over this. They were not happy.
I don't think the NBA, the MLB, the big sponsors, or anyone else has the right to dictate against the legislators of this state.
And the big concern for many in Charlotte and in North Carolina overall is that maybe future organizations will, you know, make a stand, and basically Charlotte and North Carolina would lose out on millions more.
I'm disappointed. I strongly disagree with their decision. And to put it bluntly, I think it's total PCBS.
Ultimately, this just puts the Hornets back even lower in terms of relevance. A big blow to what Jordan and the Hornets were trying to do in terms of that. Well, in terms of Charlotte potentially hosting an all-star game in the future, well, Silver said he's trying to make that a priority. Now, the Hornets season, it was actually not that bad. Even though they lost out on the all-star game, Kemba Walker would make his first all-star appearance this season.
First-time All-Star Kemba Walker of the Charlotte Hornets. 23 points a game is number 17 in the league. Also 4 rebounds, 6 assists. He's the first Charlotte All-Star since Gerald Wallace.
23 a night.
Kemba, he would also win the Sportsmanship Award for the NBA. This is a coming out year for Kemba, basically showing how good of a player he can truly be for a franchise that desperately needs. Now, the season, yet again, they would be 5 games away from the 8th seed. And you can see here a deadlock with the Heat and Bulls being tied. Bulls winning the tiebreaker. Look, the Hornets, they didn't make the playoffs yet again, but it seemed like they were onto something with Kemba rising. Hey, man, it's only a matter of time, right? They come back and they make a playoff appearance again. Well, that also means the Hornets are in the lottery. They have a 0.8% chance of getting the #1 pick. Spoiler alert, they're not getting the #1 pick. I don't know why I even said it. Sometimes I say that to like lead you in, but nah, they're not getting that.
The 11th pick in the draft will go to the Charlotte Hornets.
You're one of the better lottery teams, you're going to get one of the worst picks in the lottery. But that's just a draft lottery. I mean, Charlotte could still get a good player in that year. Update. Charlotte eligible. They're not guaranteed, though, to host the 2019 All-Star Game. And this came off the heels of recently North Carolina repealing House Bill 2, which was the controversial, bathroom bill that was contained in there. The Hornets president saying, "We've been assured that if the HB2 situation is resolved, we will be hosting the All-Star Game." They end up doing so. They will get the bid. Now, I'm going to try to roll through a couple of news that happened this year in 2017. Michael Jordan, in an issue of the Cigar Aficionado, we've already talked about a previous issue. He's a very big cigar guy. Well, he said something here that really had little to do with cigars that got people's attention. Basically saying, and I quote, "I think it's going to hurt the overall aspect of the league from a competitive standpoint. You're going to have 1 or 2 teams that are going to be great and another 28 teams that are going to be garbage. Or they're going to have a tough time surviving in this business environment." Jordan obviously talking about the Warriors super team, and also you probably have the Cavs in there as a potential one. Like, Jordan's probably just salty that he owns a team that just is not going to get those players in free agency and whatnot. It's going to be harder for a Charlotte team to, be relevant like a Warriors team.
Where do we stand as far as you're concerned on super teams and that concept?
Well, I'll just begin with Michael's comments. And I chuckled a little bit because this notion that maybe the most competitive athlete in the history of all of sports is frustrated, maybe a little bit, that his team isn't predicted to win the championship this year. So I take it with a bit of a grain of salt. And also, here's a guy who, in his last 6 full seasons as a Chicago Bull, won the championship. So at the time, of course, everyone defined that Bulls team as a super team.
Touche, Adam Silver, touche. All right, it's draft time. 2017 NBA draft. Let's see who Charlotte gets.
The 11th pick in the 2017 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Malik Monk from the University of Kentucky.
Okay, a Kentucky guard. Okay, Charlotte, let's see what happens here.
Oh, Dwight Howard! Are you kidding?
I won't lie to you. I forgot Dwight Howard was on this team. This season, this Charlotte team would be fairly competitive. I mean, they would be close to making the playoffs yet again. And better yet, Kemba Walker made it to his 2nd straight All-Star game as a injury replacement for Kristaps Porzingis, though, this time around. Hey, man, an All-Star's an All-Star. His resume is going to say 2018 All-Star for that season. Let's see here. Oh, 10th seed, an improvement in terms of the standings, but the record, I don't know if you could tell, it's the same record as the previous season. Exact same, identical. And this time, they're 7 games behind the 8th seed Wizards. Uh-oh. Kemba Walker winning another sportsmanship award. This is a deja vu season, let's be honest. All right, let's see what pick the Charlotte Hornets get in the lottery in 2018. Deja vu, just like last year, they have a 0.8% chance of getting the #1 pick. Say it with me, guys. Just like last year, the Charlotte Hornets get the 11th pick of the draft. Oh, and they hired disgraced GM Mitch Kupchak from the Lakers. Interesting. This draft was pretty interesting, even though DeAndre Ayton, the #1 pick, was not that good. One pick that Charlotte ended up getting was quite interesting, right? There was the whole Trae Young, Luka Doncic trade. That was a really cool draft, honestly.
With the 11th pick in the 2018 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Shai Gilgeous-Alexander from Hamilton, Canada, and the University of Kentucky.
Another Kentucky guard? Yo, what is Charlotte cooking up here, bro? Yo, they seem to have a fancy for those guys. Disruptive defender. Let's see here. I won't lie to you. I hear he's from Canada too. Chauncey, who's this player compared to? MCW? Hey, man, Charlotte got Shai. Yo, this is going to be an interesting team. I won't lie.
Okay, we are hearing right now that perhaps Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, just chosen by Charlotte, that this pick might be on the move right now as we check in with Woj. Woj, what are you hearing?
Yeah, Charlotte has agreed to a deal to send Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to the Clippers. The Clippers will send Charlotte back the 12th pick, the next pick of the draft, and 2 future second-round picks. The Clippers had been focused on getting a point guard out of this draft. They get the Kentucky point guard, and they'll still be able to draft 13th here in the first round.
Okay. Who's the player they're trading for? Like, I gotta know who's the player before I judge this trade.
The LA Clippers select Miles Bridges from Michigan State University.
There's no way! That's the guy? This is the dude! Oh my god! Bro, what is going on, bro? There's no way! I'm not sure how to transition from this one. I don't know, man. Charlotte might have a baller in them.
See, when I was a kid, I never really had a hero. My closest hero was my father.
Now we get to an unfortunate news that happened around this time in the summer of '93, where Michael Jordan's father, James Jordan Sr., ended up passing away weeks before they even found a body in the middle of a creek. His car was left on the side of a road where investigators said he was sleeping on the road when 2 teenagers went and robbed and murdered Mr. Jordan Sr.
The details are still coming in. Authorities in North Carolina say they have arrested 2 suspects early this morning in the murder of Michael Jordan's father.
This shook the entire country, but obviously shook the Jordan family even more. This news just adds even more to what was a difficult year in '93.
Word is Michael is planning a press conference Saturday morning at 8 a.m., the first time he will directly address the public since the murder of his father.
I haven't really made my definite plans for the rest of the summer. I think this was just more or less a testing thing for me to come and see how well I can respond again for the summer. And right now, you know, everything's tentative for my schedule from this point on, but I just wanted to come and see how I could react in these circumstances again.
So you haven't considered preseason at this point either?
Basketball? I haven't even thought about basketball. I didn't even think about basketball before all this happened, so you know, right now it's just the summer, relaxing and enjoying the company that I am in right now.
Something else that also made this case very sad was a lot of the conspiracies that were sprouting around this whole situation. Where even as recently as 2 years ago, Vlad TV asked James Buller whether or not he had known anything about Jordan's father being killed or over whatever theory was being comprised at the time. Basically saying that he was killed over allegedly the gambling debts that perhaps weren't paid to him in time. And that's just quite frankly a very irresponsible thing to throw around. There's no substantive evidence for any of this. It's just conspiracy. It's just hearsay.
One of the most stunning stories in the history of Chicago sports involving the greatest basketball player in history happened.
So Jordan, he threw a pitch during an MLB game. And on this night, we heard something from a reporter. And at that point, people started talking. And talking they did.
That game was on Tuesday. And we wanted to hold the story until Wednesday. But it leaked out
Breaking story here, the Chicago Bulls have called a press conference for tomorrow morning, and there's high speculation and a report that Michael Jordan will retire from basketball forever.
There was so much media trying to talk to Michael Jordan that night, and he just scurried off. He went to his car and just sped away. Oh no. And the press conference, it was full of so many media members from all over the globe. I mean, this is just an insane number of media people for one guy. Jordan was that big of a figure. We all know this.
When I lose the sense of motivation and the sense of to prove something as a basketball player, it's time for me to move away from the game of basketball. It's not because I don't love the game. I love the game of basketball. I always will. I just feel that at this particular time in my career, I've reached the pinnacle of my career. I've achieved a lot in that short amount of time, if you want to call it short. But I just feel that I don't have anything else for myself to prove.
And many people, they couldn't believe it. So obviously, they resorted to rationalizing it, trying to justify why it happened, trying to explain this away with a few theories that, are pretty much out of bounds. There's no actual evidence for any of these. One thing that people kept talking about is the gambling debts. Oh, David Stern might have found something. He didn't want to openly say it, but he ended up suspending Jordan. And this was kept in a hush-hush so as not to cause any more further outcry. So the conspiracy seems to be that they're trying to hide away the fact that Jordan is being suspended by David Stern. And there's one key comment that Jordan made during this press conference that has people thinking that this is the case.
Do you consider the possibility you may miss it more than you think and want to come back?
Excuse me?
You've played for so long. You've done nothing but play basketball. After a year away, is it possible you may miss the sport? Miss it more than you think and want to come back?
I'm pretty sure I missed the sport.
Want to come back?
To come back is a different thought. I can't answer that. I'm not making this a never issue. I'm saying right now I don't have the mental drive to come out and push myself to play for a certain focus. 5 years down the line, if that urge comes back, if the Bulls have me, if David Stern lets me back in the league, I may come back.
He outlined that it was an option that he would never close on himself. But him saying David Stern, if he would let me back in, makes people think that he was suspended, perhaps? I mean, again, guys, there's no evidence for any of this. It's just people talking. But honestly, what do you guys think? That's all I'm going to say. In 1993-94, he went and played baseball in the minor leagues for the White Sox minor league team. This is not a baseball channel, so you're not going to get any specific stats or any specific moments. All you're going to get is something that had happened with Sports Illustrated that made MJ pretty mad.
We wrote a story about him in Sports Illustrated when he was trying to play baseball. And I think the story was fairly sympathetic, but the cover was Bag It, Michael. And he, to this day, will not talk to this magazine.
The media was coming down his throat, and quite frankly, Jordan was being slandered. And that's probably because he's been held to a standard for so long in basketball that now he's being held to a specific standard in baseball that he's never asked to be held to, right? Just like he's never asked to be held to that standard in basketball, well, they do it in baseball. And that's as much as I'll cover in this one because his career does continue. He does come back and play basketball eventually. I mean, obviously, there was the jersey retirement in 94. It's quite interesting seeing his jersey being retired here. Baseball was a sport that he and his father bonded over, and it was a sport that he had talked to his dad prior to him passing away and saying, if I retire, should I go back and play baseball? And of course, that's what he did. Wait, I should talk about it now? I should talk about that season now? The 95 season, I'm back? Wait, what? I should talk about it now? Okay. Yeah, Jordan came back in a press release that basically just said, I'm back.
Hey, Mikey, we like it. Not a huge surprise, but clearly one of the great comebacks since Burt Reynolds' hairline. It came in a two-word statement, which is now just begging to have a Nike campaign built around it. Quote, unquote, I'm back.
Yeah, this was printed through a fax machine in March of 95. So you got the media just seeing this piece of paper where Jordan's basically saying, I'm back.
As of today, the economy has produced 6.1 million jobs since I became president. And if Michael Jordan goes back to the Bulls, it'll be 6,100,001 new jobs.
It's $1.3 billion in just 3 days.
This guy had the entire sky market just go up just by his mere presence, his mere aura. I mean, this guy, Jordan, bigger than life, larger than anything that can be conceived. And look, there's other videos covering how the Bulls fared in '94, Scottie Pippen quitting on the team during the playoffs and whatnot. All those things could be talked about, but they're not going to be talked about in this video. This is a Jordan video, okay? The way Jordan found his love for basketball again and the desire to play was, of course, in the practice. With the Bulls, he just came in one day. Some guy named Byron Russell, he was a rookie for the Jazz. They were practicing in Chicago, and he was talking trash to MJ, which prompted MJ to be like, oh, this guy thinks he can guard me? You even had Scottie Pippen, you know, showing him the shoe. Hey, come back, Jordan, you know you want to be here. And look, when it came in that he was going to come back, it wasn't going to be all sunshines and rainbows, right? He was going to be rusty. You would imagine him coming back to basketball wasn't going to be smooth sailing, and it wasn't. I don't know if anybody could tell, but he's wearing a different jersey number. Yeah, the number 45. He said this is the number he wore in high school, and it was really to honor a new chapter in his life. First game since his father passed away.
Not quite a Disney ending for Michael Jordan, but he's back.
Yeah, he wasn't quite back, as evident from the stats. 25% shooting, yikes. But it didn't take long for things to start running again. In this game, he hit a game winner against the Hawks. Bang! His 6th game since coming back. It would be dubbed the double nickel game for reasons that are very obvious.
It's 20 first quarter points for Michael Jordan. Jordan working on Starks. Got him in the air. Michael Jordan has 55. He had to work for them because they're saying, are you going to double team Jordan? If they do, if you double team, they're going to spot up. Michael finds the open man. Whittington with a jam. 3.1 remaining. Timeout, New York.
Jordan, just so good on both ends. Look at that pass right there. The unselfish play to win it as well. Jordan, he's back. He truly is back. But it's playoff time now, and the Bulls would face the Orlando Magic in round 1. Featuring a familiar foe. Yes, that is Horace Grant. And let's just say game 1 ended in very, very rocky territory. With the Bulls leading by 1 in the closing seconds, Jordan could just put a seal on the game, but Nick Anderson right behind him steals the ball.
Jordan still had a chance to deliver one of his patented buzzer beaters, but instead he threw it away.
And the Magic would take back the lead and win in game 1. This team also featured Shaquille O'Neal, Petty Hardaway. It was just a very good team in Orlando, and it looked like for a second the Bulls were going to lose this series very quickly.
Well, obviously Michael Jordan is superstitious. 45 is in mothballs, 23 is back.
In game 1, Jordan had worn number 45 as he did throughout that season, but now he's back to the number 23. Jordan in game 2, well, he had a much better game, and to be quite frank, the Bulls put up a statement win against the Magic in game 2, with Jordan scoring 38 points, playing good on both ends, of course, as well.
Here tonight, and it's stolen the game from Orlando, the team with the best home record in the NBA in the regular season, 104-94.
And you could tell, even though the series went back to Chicago, Jordan scoring 40 in game 3, it was the Magic that prevailed, and one thing became noticeably clear. That one, yes, the Magic were a very good team. Not to take anything away from those guys. But this wasn't a Jordan that was fully healthy, fully fresh, and played a full season of basketball. This was a Jordan that, yes, they tied the series at 2 games apiece, but you could clearly tell all those years playing baseball, he still hadn't adjusted fully to playing basketball at an elite high level.
The Magic by 10. Orlando has outscored Chicago by 17 points here in the second half.
And what's crazy is we're saying this, and Jordan still put up 39 points in game 5. And game 6, the Bulls were leading. It was still a game.
She can take him to the basket. 5. Oh my goodness, what a shot by Nick Anderson. Jordan, pull-up jumper inside to Longley. He missed the lay-in from Jordan. Can you believe it?
And Jordan here making the right play, seeing Longley open right there. Longley just missing it point blank. There was contest all around, but he could still have made this layup easily.
It's all over and the Bulls season comes to an end.
The Bulls were leading by 8 points, very close to the end of the game, and they choked it. They bottled the game.
The number 1 seed in the East gets the victory with 14 straight points.
And quite frankly, it just showed you they were not fully there. Jordan was still not the same player that he was in peak form. And look, shout out Horace Grant. He got it. He beat his former team. Him leaving in free agency in '94 was a big loss, and they couldn't replace him at the power forward position. And so one thing that the Bulls desperately needed to do was find an adequate replacement for Horace Grant's loss here.
And now to a developing story here on SportsCenter. The Hornets have made all-star point guard Kemba Walker available in trade talks. League sources telling our Adrian Wojnarowski the 27-year-old is averaging more than 21 points per game.
Word is that Kemba Walker was eligible for a $221 million max contract, and the Hornets seemingly did not want to pay him that money. I forgot how wild this timeline was in 2018. You had Trump basically dissing LeBron and trying to big up Michael Jordan in return. And Michael Jordan basically saying, nah, I support LJ. I support LeBron James. Yeah, right here he says, I support LJ. He's doing an amazing job for his community. Whatever that means.
Time you met MJ, what was that like when you met him for the first time?
It was godly. Said that over and over before, but it was like meeting God for the first time.
That's high praise. That's way too high of a praise. Saying that it's like meeting God for the first time. That's crazy. Does that mean LeBron was set to pass God? No, I'm not even putting out that. No. We're not doing this. We're not doing this BS. Yeah, LeBron James would end up passing Michael Jordan in scoring in 2019, which is obviously something major to accomplish.
Mac Biyombo and Malik Monk don't seem to realize this. And as soon as Lamb knocks it down to put the Pistons up 2, here they come on the court. Biyombo's at mid-court. Malik Monk's like, hey, look, I got caught up. Michael Jordan's like, bro, what are you doing? If we lose this game, I'm going to Steve Kerr you.
Yeah, Jeremy Lamb hits a game winner right here. But Malik Monk, who was running on the floor, he wasn't even supposed to be on the floor. So they gave him a tech. Michael Jordan slapping him in the back of the head saying, hey, man, shouldn't be doing that, bro. Come on, we're trying to win this game. Oh, in Charlotte, they get ready to host the 2019 All-Star game. And oh boy, the All-Star game is in Charlotte. Jordan, he did it. But you also have Kemba Walker as an All-Star starter for this one in 2019 in Charlotte. Just destiny being fulfilled right here. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful. And I mean, look, Kemba, I'm not even sure how he got there. I'm trolling. And with 2019 being a big year for Charlotte, it was also a big year for Michael Jordan to be philanthropic. With a very exhaustive list of donations that he had made prior to 2019, just listed personal donations, like so many donations. And then he got the Charlotte Hornets on behalf of the organization, making all of these donations. And look, man, you can't say that Jordan hasn't been, giving back to the community as much as possible. And to be quite frank, look, this doesn't make Jordan the GOAT, but let's be honest with ourselves. He got dick.
Kemba. Lamb.
As a Raptors fan, bro, I don't know how he did it, bro. This guy, Jeremy Lamb, he did it like weeks before as well, bro. This shit's annoying.
It's got a pair. Lamb lost it. Has to fire. Oh! What?
Crazy black magic. I don't know what the hell he's drinking. I don't know what. Somebody got to investigate this. To this day, I still don't understand what the fuck this was. Well, all that wasn't good enough for them to make the playoffs. So, they were a 9th seed that year. What the? Bro, Charlotte, bro. Yo, at some point, y'all got to stop being middle of the pack. Top lottery. Like, you're the top team in the lottery right now. This is actually sad.
Picking 12th will be the Charlotte Hornets.
Oh my God. Is that James Burrig? I forgot about this dude. I'll get into him in a couple of minutes. Trust me. Hornets selected P.J. Washington. Again, they have the 11th pick in 2017, the 11th pick in 2018, and then the 12th pick in 2019. Like, at this point, Charlotte got to think about doing something else. I mean, I don't know, Charlotte. Like, doing the same thing over and over again. Hopefully, P.J. Washington ends up being good for them. I don't know. A lot of people just did not like where the Hornets were headed in terms of as a franchise. And a lot of the criticism here being levied at Michael Jordan, of course, being the owner of the team. So in the offseason, Kemba Walker was traded for Terry Rozier. And to be quite frank, it was because they didn't want to pay him the Supermax.
Like, I think it's a great move for Kemba. I think it's a bigger conversation about Charlotte. If Charlotte doesn't give him the Supermax.
Well, that's because Michael Jordan's position has been from day one, I'm not triggering the luxury tax.
But what are we doing, Charlotte? What are we doing? Are we making some kind of move sooner or later to be relevant in the league? The one guy that wants to give you his heart and soul can't stay there in Charlotte because you don't want to be over the max. There are a lot of teams that go over the cap. I understand that. Sometimes you have to do what you have to do. I hear that. It's another conversation.
The Hornets were one of the main teams during the lockout complaining that they need more mechanisms to be able to keep talent with their teams that drafted them. They didn't have Kawhi Leonard on their team when they were demanding this. They didn't have Paul George, didn't have James Harden. They had Kemba Walker. So you argue for this thing, and then when it's time to pay him, like, will you take less? I was so irate with the Hornets about this, and I don't even think Kemba's worth the Supermax. But you're the reason why we have a Supermax. You're one of the teams that was really vocal about that. Then as far as Terry Rozier goes, the guy's never shot 40% from the field in the NBA.
Look, people were optimistic that perhaps Terry Rozier could work in Charlotte, but I'm here to tell you right now, that's a downgrade from Kemba Walker. I'm sorry. It is. It just is. Oh, yeah, they also had Tony Parker in Charlotte. I don't want to talk about that. I'm not bringing... No, that never happened. That never happened. La, 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 la. Kemba, who at this point was regarded as one of the, if not the best franchise players that they've had. And you have an ESPN article coming out saying that Kemba would have taken less to stay with the Hornets.
If it was a max offer, I definitely would have taken it, no question. I did not want to leave Charlotte. Like,
really?
No, I didn't. I love Charlotte. Like, I still live there to this day. Yeah, I love Charlotte. Love everything about Charlotte, organization, everything. Yeah, I did not want to leave. But I just kind of felt like, if I wasn't getting my max, that I shouldn't be there. I felt like I was, worth more. I feel like I've done so much there that, I kind of had to just move on. That was kind of my thought process.
And it may sound conflicting. You hear him say he would willingly take less to stay in Charlotte, but then you also hear him years later talking about how if he had been given a max that he would stay, and basically meaning he would have stayed, but because they didn't give him a max, he didn't stay. Two things could definitely still be true in that case. He still could have taken less and it be worthy of what he was worth at the time, or what he had thought that he was worth at the time. Well, Jordan selling off a percentage of the Hornets doesn't help with a lot of people thinking that Jordan might not be an owner for much longer. Again, there's not much else to say other than the Hornets are a middle-of-the-pack team, even though they're a 23-win team. It was a shortened season, and they're just not a good team. Okay, let's just face it. This was also around the time the Last Dance documentary came out and shook the entire world during a time that was already very shaken by other events that were happening around the time. And I won't lie to you, bro. I still sometimes go back and see a bunch of clips from this documentary, because I won't lie to you. When watching it, I had already known about a lot of the stuff that they were talking about in the documentary. But quite frankly, it's still, to me, one of those documentaries I'm like, hey, well done. Really good documentary. Now, Jordan, he said that he regrets leaving out Luke Longley from The Last Dance. It might have been due to that missed layup. No, let me stop. But one thing that was clear from this documentary is that it was a massive Jordan puff piece. It was a PR masterclass for Michael Jordan. And in 2020, Michael Jordan was trying to win PR points with a lot of people. Let me tell you. There's this article where apparently Jordan was a voice of reason amongst the owners meeting up with the players union as well. In a year where change was desperately needed on all fronts, Michael Jordan seemed to be one of those voices, one of those people that was actually, putting his money where his mouth was. All right, still draft lottery time 2020. And Charlotte, they have a 6% chance of getting the #1 pick this time. That's way better than their odds before. But again, I mean, they're a middle of the pack team. I don't know if they're going to get that pick.
Picking 8th is the New York Knicks.
All right, we have a double jump. That means that both Charlotte and Chicago have jumped into the top 4, while New York sits at number 8.
Oh my gosh, Charlotte actually got lucky. W. They're amongst the top 4. They could get a really good player in this draft. And with the 4th pick, it would be the Bulls selecting. So Charlotte could get a top 3 pick. Oh, this could be really good.
The 3rd pick will be made by the Charlotte Hornets.
And if you're Charlotte, you're just happy to be here, as evident from Devontae Graham right there. We all know Ant was the #1 pick that year, but the Warriors ended up picking a player for fit, James Wiseman, which led Charlotte to nab a talented guard in LaMelo Ball. My goodness. Big baller brand in Charlotte? Ooh-wee! During the summer of '95, Jordan was in Hollywood filming a movie that we all know today as Space Jam. Yeah, that movie with Bugs Bunny and friends. Yeah, Jordan was filming during that offseason. But even with him filming this, he still wanted to work out and take the season seriously because they just came off a playoff loss, right? So we got the director, he helped out and built a dome for Jordan to play in. It was pretty cool. He could train there and then also film the movie throughout the days. Look, it's Reggie Miller, there's Rodman, it's Patrick Ewing. All those guys were there playing. Jordan, I mean, he took this as an opportunity to learn and see how the younger guys would play and really be at their level again. But obviously, the goal was to surpass them. The goal was to go back and win championships again like they did in the earlier years. But before we get to that training camp, we have to talk about certain things that Mike would do outside of that during the lockout of '95. One player recounts how he received a video via Overnight Express from the decertification camp, a camp which aimed at being basically eliminating the union in which the NBA players were in, so that they could, seek injunctions, lawsuits, basically suing the NBA on their own terms. Because once you join a union like the NBPA, you basically give your rights away to do such things. And that group that was aimed at decertifying the union, well, they were led by various agents and stars, Michael Jordan, Patrick Ewing, and Reggie Miller alike. And basically, the players' camp, Jordan, Reggie Miller, Ewing, well, they wanted the NBA to evaluate this deal here that they have proposed from a player standpoint. And Jordan said Stern wouldn't recommend that. He wouldn't accept that deal from a business standpoint. So why would he ask the players to do that as well? Now, one of the deals that the players proposed, which didn't go through, was the inclusion of a team luxury tax that basically the argument being it would have dragged the players' salaries down and would have basically just been a hindrance towards players being more empowered and being able to make more money in the NBA. Now, this is all in a Sports Illustrated magazine released in 1995, where basically you have Jordan and Reggie Miller and all these guys basically wanting to eliminate the union, thinking that this was the best course of action for them to get their wishes. Now, one of the ramifications that came from the CBA in 1995 was to eliminate rookie contracts like these. Chris Webber in 1993 had a rookie contract that spanned 15 years, $74 million. Ultimately, he had a clause in it in which he could abandon the contract and opt out as a free agent, which he did. And he ended up getting traded to the Warriors, after which he got traded to Sacramento. But really, a player that got hurt by this the most was Glenn Robinson, who during the 1994 draft was selected #1 overall. And let's just say the Milwaukee Bucks had to pay a fine penny to get him. Robinson, he was being greedy. The Bucks on October 1994 offered him a contract that was upwards of $60 million. Robinson's camp, they were asking for $100 million. Well, on the day before the NBA season began, Robinson inked a fully guaranteed 10-year, $68 million deal, which would stand to this day as the largest rookie contract in NBA history. Now, unfortunately for Glenn, team salaries, player salaries would go up as new media rights deals would be put forth. So Robinson actually ended up losing out on millions of dollars because he was still on this contract that was quite frankly archaic, and other players were making more money whilst he was stuck on this $6+ million a year contract. And yeah, one of the ratifications of the CBA in 1995 was actually to put in a rookie scale contract, which will eliminate such crazy, outlandish offers such as a 10-year, $60 million contract. So basically, rookies would end up, being screwed over here. One thing that MJ said during this whole ordeal was, I can see Clyde Drexler, Charles Barkley, David Robinson, and all these stars saying, oh, great, it's a good deal, talking about the CBA. But then he goes on to say, yeah, it's good for us, the superstars, but for these young players who are going to move forward and make this league and make this game basketball as popular as it is today, it's not a good deal for them. That's why we're making this stand. Well, that rookie scale contract would inevitably be agreed upon by a lot of the veterans, including Jordan's camp as well. That was a compromise that they had to take so that the NBA wouldn't put in such strict luxury tax penalties and whatnot. Now, Michael Jordan, around this time, he was still viewed as Mr. Basketball in 95. And during that training camp, he would come into a completely new Bulls team where Scottie Pippen was the only player in which he played with in the first 3 championship years. And you had new players on his team such as Steve Kerr and Dennis Rodman.
Of all the offseason moves in the NBA, none got more attention than San Antonio's trade of Dennis Rodman to the Chicago Bulls.
And so now you had the best rebounder in the game playing alongside Michael Jordan, filling the gap that was obviously lost after Horace Grant decided to go to Orlando. And this 96 team, let's just say they were historic. But before we get to that, let's talk about Michael Jordan's attitude coming into training camp. He was angry because he lost in that previous playoffs. And he sees these new guys coming in like Steve Kerr, and basically they're acting all, dandy and whatnot. Jordan is like, what the hell is this? Bro, y'all have not won anything. Talking about, oh, I'm part of the Bulls Dynasty. You're going to have to play harder, is what Jordan basically told him. And quite frankly, he was really angry and incensed at Steve Kerr in particular.
Phil sensed my aggression, but he was trying to tone me down, and he starts calling these tick-attack fouls. Now I'm getting mad because for you to be protecting this guy, it's not going to help us when we play New York. It's not going to help us when we play these teams that are very physical. Next time he did it, I just hauled off and I said, when I fouled Steve Kerr, I said, now that's a fucking foul.
I have a lot of patience as a human being, but I tend to snap at some point.
It's funny that Steve Kerr is here talking about this, and it's funny that this happened to Steve Kerr in particular, because we all know how that Draymond Green punch, impacted the Warriors. But with Jordan, it was basically one of these stories that would make him even more of a legend. It would showcase how competitive he was and how much he wanted to win at all costs. And whilst in today's climate, if Jordan had done that today, let's just say more people would have been angry at him. And look, I won't lie to you, that season, 96, historic season. And that's probably why people weren't as mad looking back, because that season, that's the season where the Bulls just went on a crazy run. They won the first 23 of 25 basketball games that year. They were on a historic pace. They won 30, 40. They're at 50 wins. And then they quickly climbed up to 60 wins by March. It was March 21st. They were 60-7. Like, what the flip? And as you can see here, they ended up winning way more games. Now, at the time, the league leading record in the history of a season was the Lakers in 72 when they won 69 games. And let's just say the Bulls were on pace to beat it.
A record-breaking 70 wins.
They're going to walk away from here with 70 wins. Pippen holds the ball in the backcourt as it ticks down. The Bulls, 70 wins.
There it is. 70 has become a reality for the Chicago Bulls.
Well, right now, I think we're very happy that we accomplished this. I mean, we start the season saying we're going to win 70 wins.
And they had clinched a record 70 wins during an NBA season. And during this last game of the season, the Bulls will end up winning their 72nd basketball game of the season. It's actually impressive. A team going 72-10. You didn't think this record could be broken at the time, but the Bulls, they were together. The Bulls, they were on a mission, especially Jordan, after losing in the playoffs that previous season. Obviously, he didn't play a full season, but now they were the best team ever. They were in the history books forever, immortalized as the best team ever. Bro, they were really out here retiring his jersey, not knowing that in 2 years, he would be playing basketball and winning another MVP. Yeah, he was the 1996 MVP, his 4th MVP of his career. Post-retirement, he's back, and he's now an MVP yet again.
72-10 is an outstanding record, but 72-10 don't mean a thing without a ring, and that's pretty much been the focus of this team all year. We're here this year to win a championship. That's our ultimate goal.
The Bulls at the time had a pretty catchy slogan going into the playoffs where you can see it here. 72-10 don't mean a thing without the ring. Yeah, man, that moniker would, ring true, especially in the playoffs as they would blitz through the Eastern Conference.
And the Bulls have been superb.
Their sweep of Miami now behind them. The Bulls would face a far greater test.
How far greater? Well, the Knicks, that's the rival team. Patrick Ewing. We know that the Knicks were a very good team, even during that season, 96. And in 94, they made the finals when Jordan was playing baseball.
The series shifted back to Chicago for Game 5. The rejuvenated Bulls dominated and finally sent the Knicks home for the season.
Jordan just looked over at Spike Lee and waved bye-bye. The Bulls are moving on to face the Orlando Magic.
This was the same Magic team, largely, that had beaten the Bulls the previous year. And of course, now they were playing a fully fresh Michael Jordan. And also a revamped Bulls team that had won a record high 72 games. Who would be the better team? Well, the answer won't surprise you at all.
The Bulls have swept the Magic. Jordan finishes with 45 points.
Now with Dennis Rodman at the 4, seemed like the Bulls were unstoppable, only losing one game in the Eastern Conference playoffs, and now they're in the NBA Finals yet again. And to be quite frank, people were basically writing the Seattle Supersonics off, the team that were the opponents of the Bulls during that year's finals. I mean, you see Michael Jordan's stats here, 31 points per game, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, almost 2 steals a game. If the Supersonics had any business winning this final series, let alone winning a game, they would have to stop Jordan.
Now Shrep guarding Hopper. The backdoor pass. Here's the double team on Shrep, and Payton fires. Hits the 3. Gary Payton, 7 minutes in Gibson in just under 5 minutes in this first quarter. Jordan gets inside. Sonics lead by 1.
Good thing for Seattle is how many shot attempts they're getting as Jordan is feeling it. Man, I think they can post up Devin Shrem, who was an awesome post-up.
And let's just say the first 3 games, they had a hard time stopping the Bulls as a team.
The Bulls winning game 3, 108-86.
The Bulls were now up 3-0 in the series, winning every game up to this point in the finals. This team was on pace to make records, to make history. Only losing 1 game in the playoffs would be spectacular. 15-1 record? My goodness, I would love that on any day of the week. Man, every time you got Jordan laughing on the bench, that's how you know things are bad for you. And the Seattle Supersonics now were in trouble, as the series will now go into elimination station. But Seattle made an adjustment in games 4 and 5 that made it harder for Michael Jordan, especially, to compete.
Gary Payton going to take Michael Jordan inside, and not really happy with a play late in game 1 as they got tangled up, got a double technical foul. I ran into Gary Payton on the elevator yesterday saying, I am not going to take any more of that from Michael Jordan.
And it's amazing how much information Matt can pick up on those elevators. Payton with the steal and puts it down. And then apparently had something to say to Jordan.
Not a good idea.
So you got Gary Payton, the best defender by far on their team. Gary Payton won a Defensive Player of the Year award. For some reason, George Karl did not want him to guard Jordan for most of those games in the first 3 games of the series.
Jordan is not like he used to be. He done got a little age. He was off of basketball. I think my best bet is to really get him tired.
Well, Gary Payton, he basically told Karl, you're not going to be able to control me anymore. I'm guarding that dude no matter what you say.
The call against Chicago. Offensive foul on Michael Jordan.
And so now game 4, Gary Payton matches up against Jordan for the majority of it. And Jordan, oh boy, he would actually do a good job containing him.
Fourth quarter, here is Jordan. Whoa, it is one of those nights for Michael. He is now 6 for 19 from the field. We'll go to a 5th game on Friday night here in Seattle, starting at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 on the West Coast here.
A lot of people back down the bike. I didn't.
I made it a point. I said, just tire him out. Tire the fuck out of him. You just got to tire him out. And I kept hitting him and banging him and hitting him and banging him. It took a toll on Mike. It took a toll, and then I feel myself resting him a little bit.
Gary Payton outplayed Michael Jordan the last 2 games.
And the Seattle Supersonics taking the series back to the United Center in Chicago.
And then the series changed. And I wish I could have did it earlier. I don't know if the outcome would have been different, but it was a difference with me and beating him down a little bit.
The glove. I had no problem with the glove. I had no problem with Gary Payton. I had a lot of other things on my mind.
Not gonna lie, it's a nasty PR spin to have Jordan talk about how he was thinking about his dad during the series. That's why he was struggling in those games 4 and 5. So it just so happened that those struggles weren't as present in games 1 to 3. And it was, what, because you didn't think about your dad then? Like, I'm confused. How is that? Bro, you're not fooling me, dude. This game was emotional for Jordan. It's not like it wasn't. Okay, that's not to take away how emotional this game was. It was during Father's Day, that game 6, by the way. And also, another player that was pretty good in those finals, Sean Kemp, he was hurt throughout the series as well. He had a bruised sternum in game 1 and still fought through it and was putting up great numbers. Look, those first 5 games he averaged to, just under 25 points per game with 2 blocks a game on pretty good shooting. He was pretty good in the series. And of course, Gary Payton had actually done a good job on Jordan, like I said before. This whole PR spin won't change the fact that Jordan was held to his worst scoring outputs in the series during games 4 and 5 right here, 26 and 23 points respectively for Jordan. And in game 6, it's funny, he actually scored a series low 22 points. But the outcome of the game wouldn't speak to that as much.
The Chicago Bulls have won the 95-96 NBA championship.
Their 4th title in 6 years, with Jordan coming back for a full season, and they would win every time Jordan played a full season since 1991. And let's just say it was a very emotional night for Jordan in particular as well.
I can't even put it in words. On Father's Day, what it means to me. I know he's watching. To my wife, and to my kids, and to my mother, my brothers and sisters. This is for Daddy. I'm very happy for him.
The Bulls' first championship since his father passed away. This meant a lot more to Jordan than you would think.
Make it 4 in 6 years. An emotional moment for Michael Jordan.
Man, he's sobbing on the floor. That's how much this means to him, man. That's how much he's had to endure. And for him to finally reach the mountaintops yet again, it meant that much more to him. Ooh, 2020 September, Michael Jordan lining up his pockets even more. Let's see here. Sky is blue, water is wet. Breaking news coming up next at 7 p.m. Then you had here in 2021, Michael Jordan and his son launching Hair Incorporated, in which they would plan up NFT platform for athletes. Man, I mean, according to MJ's son here, it says here, my dad is a strategic advisor and partner. We meet with him regularly and he provides guidance and insightful ideas. Well, he was playing. He didn't have the same tools to connect with his fan base or monetize that. Might sound like MJ's being lumped into this scam. Ugh, it's just weird. Yuck. NFT. One thing about Jordan is he would try to line up his pockets as much as possible, as any capitalistic man would, right? You even had the shoes from his rookie season selling for a record $1.47 million in auction.
Pass to Devontae. Oh, my goodness! Didn't see that coming! Hum-diddly-dee!
Well, LaMelo Ball, he ended up winning Rookie of the Year during his rookie year, and quite frankly, he had a spectacular rookie season. But let's just say that many wish that he had played more minutes, more games during his rookie season. And that's because in year 1, he ended up missing 31 games due to injuries, but also he ended up playing 28 minutes a game, which is fairly low for a rookie. That is a top 3 pick, right? And you could see here, sometimes he would play 25 minutes. His first 2 games, he played less than 21 minutes. And then, the coach, James Borrego, would be very, very, very shy to play LaMelo and feature him in a lot of the offenses. Now, LaMelo, he had gotten hurt in this game against the Clippers, and unfortunately, yeah, he would miss a lot of the time. And people were afraid that he would miss the whole season, but he ended up coming back later in the seasons. And you can see here, that's when he missed a lot of the season. And he did come back, but again, he could have actually had a better season. And yet he still won Rookie of the Year. That's pretty cool.
First time that any of these teams are going through something like this, both teams that kind of stumbled to the finish line.
The Charlotte Hornets had made the play-in. They were a 10th seed, and they would play the Indiana Pacers. Whoever wins would remain, but whoever lost would be eliminated from the play-in. Let's just say Charlotte didn't have much of a chance here. Oh boy. Around this time, Scottie Pippen had recently come out and criticized Jordan and the things that were said during The Last Dance in his new book that he was promoting. You could see it in the background here. It's called Unguarded. And he had a huge problem with how he was portrayed in The Last Dance documentary. Scottie Pippen had said over the next few weeks after the documentary, he had spoken to other teammates that have been appearing in the show, and they said that they felt as disrespected as he did. And he says here, I'm not suggesting Michael wouldn't have been a superstar wherever he ended up. He was that spectacular, just that he relied on the success we attained as a team, 6 titles in 8 years, to propel him to a level of fame throughout the world no other athlete except for Muhammad Ali had reached in modern times. All right, back to the draft lottery now. As the luck of the Irish would not strike in Charlotte, and they would get the 11th pick of the draft. Oh boy. And with that pick, the Hornets would select James Bouknight. Interesting prospect here. From UConn, as Kemba Walker was in that same university. I wonder how good he'll be. I won't lie to you, one thing that did surprise me was how little this dude played, even in his rookie season. He ended up playing in the G League for a lot of his career in Charlotte. And during LaMelo's second season, it seemed like things were going on the up and up in Charlotte.
We're in a good place, but we're not complacent by any means.
And all that work that the team had put in throughout the season, and I mean, you would hope it paid off, right? I'm sure Michael Jordan also hoped that it would all pay off. And at certain points, you would see the fruits of that labor pay off in LaMelo having a sensational season. LaMelo had clinched his first NBA All-Star appearance in his career. And it was cool seeing LaMelo just, taking part in an event like this. Now, Michael Jordan, he reached out to James Bouknight during his rookie season, and it surprised Bouknight a lot. Michael Jordan ended up giving him advice in a surprise call. It felt very surreal for him, for a kid like Book, for a kid as young as he is, to get a call from the greatest of all time and say, hey, this is what I saw and you can improve. I don't know what that feeling is, but it must be amazing. Obviously carried it over, and now there's some stuff that he'll have to, try to do to grow. That's what a young guy is at the end of the day. But unfortunately, he would be caught up in, various terrible situations throughout his career, which would obviously put him in a very precarious situation to where his NBA career to this day, I think today as of now, he's in the Portland, Rip City Remix G League team that had recently, been created. This is a highlight reel from January of this year where he put up 28 points. Interesting. But like I said, a lot of these Hornets players were caught in some very bad situations. And obviously, it built a reputation around the league that the Hornets was, it felt like, the prison ball team. Well, that same All-Star game that LaMelo took part in, they were honoring the top 75 players. And let's just say Michael Jordan got a standing ovation that was bigger than LeBron James. And by the way, they're in Cleveland, okay?
A 6-time NBA champion and 5-time league MVP, Michael Jordan.
Him being the last one to appear amongst the top set. What the fuck was those? Him being the last player to appear and obviously being embraced by all the other top 75 players. Well, Hornets were in the play-in yet again.
121 points already for Atlanta. This last year in that play-in game, Charlotte gave up 144 points as LaMelo Ball was fouled.
I mean, I guess that's progress. I guess that's improvement. And back to the lottery we go with no playoff appearances. Yay! And this time you're getting the 13th pick. Unlucky!
Washington on the floor and a clean strip. Dennis Smith Jr.
Okay, now we're getting to more recent times, and around this time Jordan was actually going to sell his stake in Charlotte. And leading up to the 2023 draft, a lot of hype was being built up for Scoot Henderson. Now Charlotte, with one of the worst records in the league, were actually amongst the top 4 picks in the lottery, and they would actually get a top 2 pick, in fact.
The Charlotte Hornets. And that means that the #1 pick in the 2023 NBA draft goes to the San Antonio Spurs.
The #1 pick that year was Victor Wembanyama. So they had a chance to get him. And just like with Anthony Davis, they were 1 pick away from getting the greatest prospect in the draft. And many consider him to be the greatest prospect of all time. I do, for sure. So tough luck, Charlotte. Even when you win, it feels like you lose, because the Charlotte Hornets selected Brandon Miller with their 2nd pick, and a lot of people weren't happy about it.
The Charlotte Hornets select Brandon Miller.
Michael Jordan, you've owned the Hornets, the Bobcats, since I've been a fan, man. And every time I think you're about to do something like bad, you do something worse. Hornets fans have been through it all since day one. We have drafted more busts than any franchise. We've had to put up with so much stuff. It has affected my mental to be a fan of this team. And the moment I think, okay, this is it, this is our breakthrough, you know? We draft Brandon Miller. So, I'm rooting for the guy, I guess. It was the wrong pick. I'm rooting for the guy. But
well, they say it was the wrong pick, but during his rookie season, Brandon Miller actually played way better than people expected. He actually played better than Scoot Henderson, to where people were thinking, oh, Charlotte actually did the right thing. It actually picked the better player. Even I thought that it was the wrong pick. Even I was saying, Scoot Henderson's the better player. Well, even the guy had to say it, that he was proven wrong.
The reaction inside the Spectrum Center not exactly positive when Brandon Miller was announced as the #2 pick in the 2023 NBA draft. And no fan was more distraught that night than Ethan Gandara.
we have drafted more busts than any franchise. We've had to put up with so much stuff. It has affected my mental to be a fan of this team.
That soundbite got more than a little engagement on social media. And every time Miller had a good game throughout the season, people would come back to this tweet and ask for an update from Gandara. Safe to say he has changed his tune just a little bit since that night.
Props to Brandon Miller, whose jersey I now currently own. He proved me wrong. I think he proved a lot of people wrong.
He was afraid Miller would be the latest Hornets bust. Now he says number 24 is a cornerstone of this team's future.
Now, since the sale of the team, the Hornets had pivoted, have done a lot of trades. They traded P.J. Washington. They traded Marvin Williams. They traded Mark Williams. They tried trading Mark Williams. It didn't end up going through. But that was after Jordan sold the team off. And so I really won't comment much on those things. But more recently, Charlotte has really just had the worst luck in terms of injury luck. And as of now in the Eastern Conference, they sit with one of the worst records in the conference. Not just that, one of the worst records in the entire NBA. And LaMelo Ball, just as injury prone as he was in his rookie year, is actually even worse. And only has one All-Star appearance to show for it. Once Charlotte's future, now many people are questioning whether or not he won't be traded during the offseason this summer. Oh, and Brandon Miller has also been injured throughout the season, only playing 27 games this year, missing the rest of the season. He's improved since his rookie year, but he hasn't shown much of it. And unfortunately, not much else to say other than bad luck, Charlotte. Hey, they might get a top 5 pick, but knowing their luck, they might just get the 13th pick again.
It's good to be home, first and foremost. That's what this clinic is about. When the families are not able to support, we're there.
Now, look, we've talked about certain controversies that he's had in his life, but I will say this. He is charitable. He has done a lot of donations throughout his career, even as a player. He even recently set a record for the biggest donation made to Make-A-Wish, $10 million. And that's something that is to be mentioned, despite all the bad things you can say about him. And you got stuff happening with his son, Marcus Jordan. I won't talk too much about those things, because, well, quite frankly, that's not Michael. That's his son, Marcus. That's his business. Even though you could say, oh, that's a parental thing. He raised them wrong or something. I'm not going to say that. That's not my place. That's not anyone's place besides Jordan. Now, how do you top a 72-10 season? Well, to be quite frank with you, you really don't. And, 69 wins is really great. I'm not going to lie. That's tied for the record before the Bulls had broken in 96. But again, guys, we've been spoiled. Yet again, the Bulls have their best record in the NBA, and yet again, they're favorites to win the title this season. In the first round, the Bulls would play the Washington Bullets, and
he has 55 points. This will go down as one of the extraordinary playoff performances in the history of the NBA. Michael Jordan has taken over in the second half, and the Bulls defeat the Bullets.
Yeah, he torched them, scored 55 in Game 2, and they got swept in really clutch fashion.
Pippen had 22 of the 24 points the Bulls have in the quarter. Jordan lost it. Murray. Pippen is driving in, and the basket counts for the foul. Scottie Pippen alertly went baseline.
Scottie Pippen landing hard on the floor here. Just quite a scary landing right here from Scottie Pippen, but he would be okay. Just a crazy set of events that led to them sweeping this team. But, hey, the sweep is done.
Whenever that will be in the Eastern Conference Finals. Well, you look at it.
Bulls beat the Hawks in 5 games to make it the conference finals.
Jordan for 3. Pippen off the rebound. Oh, he is pounded. Oh, by Chicago. Scottie Pippen was claiming that is all right, but Dennis Rodman coming over to check out Pippen, who was in pain. Whoa.
I'm not gonna lie, the only thing that was noteworthy in this entire Eastern Conference playoffs was Scottie Pippen just dealing with a bunch of injuries. I mean, look at that. Just look at that bump on his head. It's crazy. He ended up just getting elbowed right here, bang, and that's where it came from. And as we would see here in Game 5, Scottie, I mean, he would be dealing with an ankle injury throughout the playoffs as well. And unfortunately, it reared its ugly head in Game 5.
Pippen looks to be hobbling as he comes out, replaced by Tony Kukoc. Tony Kukoc has been very quiet.
Scottie Pippen getting his left ankle worked on to
Getting a face-saving win.
An excellent job by Pat Riley and his staff. That's a 24-second violation. But the season has come to an end for the Miami Heat. Chicago will do it in 5. We're down to 3 6/10 seconds. The Chicago Bulls defeat the Miami Heat 100-87. They win the series in 5. They advance to the NBA Finals.
And in this finals, they would face a Utah Jazz team that has made it to their first NBA Finals in franchise history.
One possession back when Scottie makes the great extension. Remember, he's dragging that leg a little bit. You see the grimace.
And despite Scottie being a game-time decision with that ankle injury, he managed to actually have a good game here in Game 1, where he scored 27 points, also had 9 rebounds. And to add to that, 4 blocks and 3 steals. This guy, what a performance.
The score remains tied at 82.
After John Stockton misses a 3 here, Redacted gets the ball, but he gets fouled. He gets a chance to take the lead here with 2 shots at the line.
23 points, 15 rebounds, 9 and 2/10 seconds to go. Scores tied, 9 seconds left. Oh, he missed the break. Rebounded by Jordan.
Uh-oh, that's not good. The Bulls now with a chance to win the game, not having to worry about losing this one in regulation.
Jazz over the foul limit. We're down to 5. Jordan putting moves on Russell. We're down to 2. Now to 1. Here's Jordan. Yes! It is all over. The Chicago Bulls have won at the buzzer in Game 1 of the best of 7.
And that's what she wrote, man. That's how you lose a game. That's tough. That's a rough way to lose. I'm not gonna lie. And in Game 2, it wasn't much of a competition at all, with the Bulls leading by double digits here, and Jordan scoring much of the points for his team, of course, as he usually does.
A poor shooting fourth quarter by Chicago, 4 of 17. Dennis Rodman.
That might have been the fakest shit I've ever seen in my life. A Dennis Rodman three-pointer? What? Everything seems to be going right. I'm not gonna lie. This might be the easiest cakewalk playoffs I've ever seen for the Bulls. Now the series goes back to Utah, and I'm not even sure if Utah's gonna win the game here. Chicago just looks like the way better team. Let's be honest, bro. Should I even cover the rest of the series?
And they're on their feet. Standing ovation for the Utah Jazz, who have been able to get back into the series with a solid performance as they defeat the Chicago Bulls 104-93.
Okay, they won one game. That's good. Apparently, Redacted here took over the game, but we're not gonna talk too much about that. Okay, is Utah gonna tie the series up? I don't know, maybe. I don't think so though.
It's a 1-point Chicago lead. Just under 1 minute remaining in the fourth quarter. Game 4 of the NBA Finals with the Bulls up 2 games to 1. And Jordan comes up short. Stockton fires down on the line. And the Jazz have taken a 1-point lead.
Uh-oh, they've taken the lead here, but there's a lot of time left. They can still take the lead back. Unfortunately, Jordan missed a shot here. Stockton making a crazy good pass here. Full court to Redacted here. Oh no.
Jordan, played by Russell. And Kerr for 3. Carr tips the rebound, and it's been knocked out of bounds. Hornacek had it knocked out, but apparently was able to call for time. All right, here's Malone. That will be the man you'd want to foul. Malone is fouled.
He would not miss both like he did in game 1, would make them both. Redacted here, he had a decent game, and then now looks like the Bulls are going to lose this one as they're down 3 points.
Jordan with 10 seconds. He fires the 3.
What a tough blow here as Redacted celebrates.
The big story here tonight, the story concerning Michael Jordan's physical conditions. This Jordan arriving about 2 hours ago. He is suffering from flu-like symptoms. Made his way onto the court just moments ago, and as you see right here, looking a bit shaky.
3:30 this morning, Michael Jordan woke up with flu-like symptoms. He had a stomach ache and a headache, and he couldn't go back to sleep. He threw up all night, and as reported earlier, he missed the shoot-around, but he was in bed all day and continued to throw up. I talked to him, I said, how do you feel? He said, I really feel horrible.
In the latest documentary of The Last Dance, obviously released in 2020, they did a good job at actually talking about the full details of what happened the night before the game and how Jordan even got to this point.
For game 5 in Utah, I'm up at Marriott. So it was George, myself, Tim, and I think a couple of security guys.
The night before the game, we were all in Michael's room, hanging out.
But it's like 10:30 at night. I'm hungry.
I guess Utah didn't know what room service was, and so these guys had to look for some food to give to Jordan. They found this one pizza place, and very suspicious things were happening as they got the pizza delivered to them.
So we ordered a pizza, and when the pizza came, there was 4 or 5 guys outside the door.
5 guys delivering 1 pizza.
You know, it's very rare that you get 5 delivery guys from, the pizza place to bring you your pizza.
So Jordan eats the pizza. He's the only one eating the pizza. He ate the whole box. And yeah, that's when he got sick.
All right, I get into him. He's literally curled up in a ball, shaking. He goes, man, find a team doc now.
So it really wasn't a flu game. It was food poisoning.
So not only is he now playing in the game 5 in front of a hostile crowd in Utah, but he's sick. And basically his mother was like, don't play. You don't gotta play. He said, I have to play, bro. I have to play. And let's just say the game started terribly for Jordan and the Chicago Bulls.
And Jordan trying to slip it and then threw it back and hit. So Michael Jordan, despite visibly shaken by the flu symptoms, connecting from the corner to tie the game. So Michael Jordan, who in a rare occasion did not go to the free throw line at all the other night, only the second time in his postseason career that he went an entire game without a free throw.
Jazz, it felt like we're running up the score in this first half.
will try to keep it alive. Chris Morris done a nice job. And here's Stockton checking the floor. And then putting the move on Kerr. Caught. Except that one. Tried to fade away. Foster with the rebound.
And the Bulls, they're only down 4. It's not like this game was running away from them. They did end up making a run at it in the second quarter.
But his history in games where he's either been hurt or sick has been bad news for the opponent.
And let's just say Jordan started cooking in the second half.
Off the bench. Jordan, yes. Able to come up with it on the deflection. Jordan fires for 3. Yes. And he's tied the game at 77. And you can see how exhausted Michael Jordan is.
Where is that bench? He gets there and sits back, and they put the ice bag on his neck. He won't even take the Gatorade.
He doesn't want to waste any energy. No high fives, no lifting water to his mouth. He is exhausted.
Jordan with 12 of his 16 points here in the second quarter. It's down to a 3-point Jazz lead. And the steal by Jordan. Putting behind the back on Russell. He turned it around and finished to Pippen. And tipped home by Jordan. What a play by Michael Jordan. Clock at 7. Jordan shooting. Yes. And double team. Pippen knocked it aside. Picked up, recovered though. Stockton for 3. Point. Jazz lead. Bulls have missed their last 6 shots. Jordan. Yes. But Jazz by 1. And the game is tied at 85. Jordan able to scoop up the loose ball for the possession with 40 seconds remaining.
You just knew this game being tied, who was getting the ball back after Jordan nabbed the rebound.
10 on the shot clock. Pippen banking Hornets. Here's Jordan from 3. Yes. Michael Jordan from straight away.
And after a back and forth for Oster tag here dunks it, followed by Luke Longley here dunking it, it would still remain a 3-point lead with 6 seconds left.
In the fourth quarter.
That's hard to believe that you could lose track of time and score as Karl Malone did there right next to Pippen. He does have 5 fouls. No excuse. Should have committed one there.
And you could just tell here Jordan just laboring through it all, but it's still, like this commercial says, is the reason they're even in this position in the first place. And it's funny, a Gatorade commercial just pops up right there.
The total exhaustion on the bench. Michael Jordan sucking air, got the back massage from Scottie Pippen. I think Chicago just fouls right here. It makes it a free throw game.
2/10 of a second remaining. The inbounds, and the Chicago Bulls have defeated the Utah Jazz to take a 3-2 lead. They win it 90-88. A courageous, classic performance by the flu-ridden Michael Jordan.
This game, dubbed as the flu game, we all know now it's food poisoning. But it doesn't change the fact that he played through something so excruciating and scored 38 points in those 44 minutes that he played, alongside 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals. This guy was carrying his team through it all. It's just marvelous.
As we mentioned at the start, Michael Jordan looking better, appears to feel better.
And now it's game 6 with a chance to win a championship with this win tonight here. Jordan feeling better after that last game. Oh boy, it might be over for the Jazz. Now we'll skip forward to the fourth quarter with 28 seconds left. It's a tie game. And Jordan during the timeouts looks to Steve Kerr, tells him, get ready. And just Steve Kerr replying that he'll be ready. And the rest was history.
Pippen looking for Michael Jordan. Checks the clock, 5 on the 24. Here's Jordan. Did not have the shot. Kerr does. 5 seconds remaining.
But there's still time on the clock. The Jazz could tie or win the game outright.
Remaining in regulation, the inbound. Pippen lost it. Quick coach. Have won their 5th championship in the last 7 years. Just 0.6 of a second remaining.
And as Redacted walks off, we've got the championship being given to the one and only Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. Jordan tells us the recap of how that shot came to be with Steve Kerr making it to win the championship. And I'm not going to lie, bro, I almost teared up myself.
Michael, start the fourth. There were 4 reserves to start the fourth. Scottie was the only starter out there, and everybody's kind of been complaining about bench play throughout this series. How telling is it that Steve Kerr was the guy who hit a jumper, hit the shot to put you ahead by 1, hit the winning shot?
Steve's been fighting with himself because of Game 4. He missed a 3-pointer, and he went back to his room. He don't even know this. His wife told me that he was very frustrated. He kept his head in a pillow for hours because he let the team down to some degree, because everyone knows he's probably one of the best shooters in the game. And he had an opportunity to put us up and give us a big lift. And he was very disappointed. And when Phil drew up the play at the end, which, as everybody in the gym, everybody on TV knew it was coming to me, I looked to Steve and I said, hey, this is your chance, because I know Stockton's going to come over and help, and I'm going to come to you. And he said, give me the ball. So, I mean, that's just typical John Paxson. You know, I used to play with John Paxson. John Paxson used to say the same thing. And I think tonight, Steve Kerr earned his wings, you know, from my perspective.
And I think the way Michael Jordan talks about Steve Kerr in this post-game presser, it's beautiful. It's amazing.
Can you please, as to your best ability, lay out the scenario that you would like to see unfold and the one that you expect to unfold because of money considerations, particularly involving Scottie Pippen's future?
At the time, a lot of people were talking about how the Bulls, it felt like the ride was about to end soon. You win 5 championships in a 7-year period, and you would think, let's keep this going. But financial issues with contracts coming up, a new CBA coming up, it felt like the Bulls, they had to pick a lane. They had to pick a direction, so to speak. Despite the team winning a 5th championship, despite the fact that they could win 6, there was contract issues. Some players, their market value was just exploding. Dennis Rodman had not signed a contract up until during the season. And then you got Scottie Pippen. He was dealing with an injury during the summer where he had to get foot surgery. Just like Michael Jordan, Pippen would also sign a 1-year contract. Okay, so you only got 1 year with these guys potentially.
Things evolve. People evolve. They don't stay stagnant and static in any position. And, you know, more than anything else, coaches' salaries went like this, and, you know, general managers' salaries might have gone like this.
Do you think Jerry Krause resents that?
I'm not going to speculate on that.
And worst yet, we're not even sure if Phil Jackson will remain with the team after this next season. Now, despite Jerry Reinsdorf going to Phil Jackson and giving him a $6 million extension for 1 more season, Jerry Krause was insistent on this being the last season that Phil would be coaching the team.
Phil is the coach, Jerry's the owner. Those two needed to talk, and we got it done, and we're very happy to have it done. This will be Phil's last year as the coach of the Bulls. At the conclusion of the year, we'll look towards the future. Now,
Phil Jackson, he came up with an interesting theme for the last season.
Our first meeting back from the summer, Phil passed out our handbooks for the year, and on the cover, there it was, The Last Dance.
We'd arrive at the practice facility. It's our first official meeting as a team. Get the team handbook, laminated on the front page. Last Dance.
So I called it The Last Dance.
Michael Jordan, he insisted that he would only play for Phil Jackson during the championship press conference, right? And what's funny is Jerry Krause was the one that groomed Phil Jackson into the coach that he is today by recruiting him. And it seemed like now Jerry Krause had found somebody else to groom and recruit as the next Bulls head coach. There's a guy named Tim Floyd who was Iowa State's head coach. So he's hosting a wedding party for his daughter, and he invites everybody on the Bulls except for Phil Jackson. Worse yet, he even invites Tim Floyd to the wedding. Yeah, let's just say the rift was there.
Jerry Krause, the Bulls general manager, says, quote, organizations win titles, not players, end quote.
And look, even at the time, Jerry Krause was misquoted as saying that, you know, organizations do, not the players.
Michael Jordan's motivation. But it really reached a high in the fall of '97 on press day. Krause said, I don't care if we go 82-0. Phil's not coming back.
That statement is very indicative of how their relationship was at that time. Only an angry man would say something like that.
Krause could have stayed up in his office that day, but he came down into the Berth Center where there were just numbers of camera crews, and he said, it's not just players who win championships, organizations do.
Without the word alone in it, would have been an arrogant statement to make. But the statement I made was alone. I said players and coaches alone don't win, and that's true. And I believe that to this day. I'll believe it all my life. I think you have to have an organization that wins. Our secretaries in the office get rings. They get the same rings that everybody else gets.
And all those championships that they've won over the years, it didn't matter. The rift was still there between not just the coach and Krause, but also MJ and Krause, and also Pippen and Krause. Yeah, Krause was just not a likable man.
Quote that was attributed to you.
Well, as you know, David, there was a misquote. What I said was that players and coaches alone don't win championships, that organizations do. I do sincerely believe that organizations as a whole win. One part of it can't win alone. The guy left the word alone out of there. Right. And he admitted later on, oh yeah, I left the word out. Well, you dumb son of a bitch. That's what killed.
The rift between Jordan and Krause, I didn't talk too much about it in this video, and that's because I really mainly want to center it around Jordan. But it is important enough to bring it up here. Now, I did talk about when Jordan was injured during his second season with a foot injury, and he ignored the doctor's advice and just decided he wanted to play. Well, Jerry Krause wanted him not to play so that they could tank and get a better pick that year. And Jordan, quite frankly, he did not like that. And ever since then, he was very, very resentful of Krause. Even though Jordan ended up dropping a career-high 63 points in that postseason, Krause was not too happy that he had played. Charles Oakley, when he got traded in '87 for Bill Cartwright, Jordan also showing his displeasure back then.
He alienated so many people. I mean, he just has such a horrible way about him.
He's not a very personable guy. He's not very media friendly. He really knows how to put his foot in his mouth.
The personal insecurities that Jerry sometimes has, his ability to irritate people, to be brusque, all of those things factor in.
It was clear watching the Last Dance documentary that Jerry Reinsdorf was basically being framed as the villain, just as he was in a lot of other documentaries in the past. A villain of what, you may ask? Well, a villain of breaking up the Bulls Dynasty.
He is blamed for destroying the team because he allowed his ego to intervene between the team, the coach, and all the people involved.
That doesn't change the fact that he did contribute to those championships. He was the guy orchestrating moves that had set up the Bulls to be able to win as much as they did in the 90s. And look, somebody that people say has a little man syndrome, I mean, he wanted his due. He wanted his respect. And a lot of people just were never siding with him. The coach would get more credit. You'd have Jordan getting the most credit, and Jerry Krause just left in the dust. And his division ran deep with other players too, like Scottie Pippen.
Fraction of their uncertain future would prove far less of a challenge than an early injury to Scottie Pippen.
We were dealt with the deficit early on. That was Scottie Pippen being out, so we had to basically put our boots on and go out there and somehow find a way to survive.
The Bulls will go off and start the season slow, only winning 9 of their first 16 games. It was clear that the loss of Scottie Pippen earlier in the season impacted them and the team's performance overall.
Michael, are you resigned to the fact that it's going to be like this for a couple months until Scottie comes back?
No. I wouldn't assume that if I were you guys either.
Now, fortunately, Pippen did return. And even before he returned, after the first 16 games, the Bulls ended up going on a hot streak, winning 15 of the next 19 games afterwards.
Scottie Pippen a couple of days ago told the Arlington Herald that Arlington Heights Herald that he does not want to play again for the Chicago Bulls. We talked to him tonight. We asked Scottie if he would ever wear a Bulls uniform again.
Would you be surprised if you had to put on a Chicago Bulls uniform again, or would you put on a Chicago Bulls uniform again? Let me ask that, and let's make sure it's very clear.
Well, it's not to the point that I want to, slap a shot back at management in any way. I'm not going to say that, I'm going to put one on. I'm not going to say that I'm going to be put in the situation where I'm going to be forced to put one on, but I'm not going to play there anymore. And that's that. And I have that freedom and I have that right to do that.
Quickly, this got the headlines going. This is late November, mind you, and he's basically demanding a trade here. Now, it's been known for years that Scottie Pippen thought he was underpaid and really he was. And relative to his production, he wanted to get paid an adequate amount. And unfortunately, he signed a contract, that was quite frankly a horrible contract when you look back on it. And so with Pippen being resentful of the front office, he was even more resentful. For years, had wanted to either get traded or just not wanting to be in Chicago anymore. So that rift definitely did exist between Pippen and Krause, to the point where at one point it was close that Tracy McGrady could have been traded for Scottie Pippen at one point.
The first thing that really stuck out to me, because I almost was a part of that, is 1997, Jerry Krause wanted to trade Scottie Pippen. For me, I had like a personal connection because he tried to trade Scottie Pippen for me on draft night. So that really stuck out.
That was crazy. You revealed that on one of our early shows, and it blew my mind.
Listen, it was
that they tried to trade you.
The last hours of before draft night, I flew to Chicago and got a physical and had conversations with Jerry Krause and everything. And he was real serious about trying to get me in that draft.
And Michael Jordan, you said, is the one who put the kibosh on that, although...
Well, let's just say yet again, the trade demand was not acquiesced to, and Scottie Pippen would come back and play. And Jordan, during the Hall of Fame speech that he did in 2009, did address the whole players don't win championships, organizations do misquote.
Jerry Krause is right there, and Jerry's not here. Obviously, I don't know who invited him. I didn't, but I hope he understands. I hope he understands it goes a long way, and he was a very competitive person. I was a very competitive person. He said organization wins championships. I said I didn't see organization playing with the flu in Utah. I didn't see him playing with with the bad ankle. Granted, I think organizations put together teams, but at the end of the day, the teams got to go out and play. So in essence, I think the players win the championship, and the organization have something to do with it. Don't get me wrong, but don't try to put the organization above the players, because at the end of the day, the players still got to go out there and perform. You guys got to pay us, but I still got to go out and play.
Again, like I said earlier, this is one of those stranger Hall of Fame speeches, because even back then, Adrian Wojnarowski, who worked at Yahoo Sports, he was basically lambasting Jordan for basically being petty during his biggest moment of the later years of his life. But again, that just captures the complexity of this story. Jordan obviously wanting to picture himself as the ultimate hero, the ultimate reason as to why they won all those championships. Krause was a villain in that. Phil Jackson was an ally in that, right? You see how the chips fall, and you see, who gets alienated, who gets put as the bad guy. Well, back to this 98 season. The Bulls were the number 1 seed, swept their competition in the first round, and then I guess the Hornets in the second round, basically gentlemen swept them. Charlotte did win game 2 thanks to B.J. Armstrong, basically, performing well against his older team. Now, the Bulls, they would play against the Indiana Pacers, coached by Larry Bird in his conference finals. And of course, that team was being led by Reggie Miller, who was one of the better players in the league. And I won't lie to you, he's also one of the biggest, most underrated playoff risers of all time, but that's another story for another day. Wait, actually, I'll get to this story now, because he actually showed some things in the series. So with the Bulls leading 2-0, right? They've never lost a series when leading 2-0. And yeah, this spelled doom for the Pacers, right? Reggie was on a heater in the fourth. The Pacers were up 3 with less than 24 seconds left in the game.
Michael. Pippen. They're looking for the 3. Now it's Michael stumbling into the lane and drawing a foul with 12.2 on the clock.
Jordan, he would make both shots at the line, but unfortunately, it's just a 1-point game, and Reggie got the ball and he got fouled, and after making both free throws himself, it was basically a done deal, 4-point game with 10 seconds left. And that's all she wrote. The Pacers won game 3, and the series was now getting interesting.
He goes by Kukoc, the high arcing shot off the glass, and we got us a 1-point game.
Another duel. This will be another duel that will get close.
There's an offensive foul. An illegal screen is called. Reggie on the move, finds Best, deals it out to McKee.
and it's knocked out of bounds by Jordan, who comes over to get a piece of it.
Oh man, this game getting really intense.
McKee looking. Gets it in for Miller, batted away, grabbed by Pippen, and they have to foul him.
Oh, this is not good. Bulls already up 1, and now they're gonna have to shoot shots at the line.
A miss.
It's been a tough game for the Bulls at the line. Oh boy.
Missed them both. Loose ball, out of bounds. Who's got it?
They would end up eventually giving the ball to the Pacers, seeing that Jordan had been the last player to touch it.
Jump ball. Now Hugh Evans says, wait a minute. He motions Ronnie Nunn over, and they overrule him, and he does. He overrules him and gives the ball to Indiana.
The Bulls are still up 1, though. They would have to make a shot to still win this game. The Pacers do.
Harper's on Miller. McKee gets it into Miller for the win. It's there! 4/10 of a second. One of the greatest clutch playoff performers of his generation has apparently done it again.
And now the series is tied 2 apiece. Oh, wow.
The final score is going to look a bit more respectable for Indiana.
Now, the Bulls in the pivotal Game 5 did win the game and take the 3-2 lead, but it was not over yet. You would have to go back to Indiana, where things would get intense.
Heady play by Rodman. 1:09 to decide it. Michael misses it. Loose ball. Out of bounds to Indiana.
Michael Jordan now is on Reggie Miller. Best on Kerr. He can beat him off the dribble.
So that changes things.
He's dribbling it too much.
He goes to the basket and hits on the run. Longly it goes. Michael on the move. Looks to tie, but can't. Longley grabs it. Gets it back to MJ. Into the lane.
You know Jordan, he's clutch, he's gonna make these. And the game would be tied at 89 apiece.
Best to the basket, collides with Rodman. Ball comes loose. 8.5 seconds. Got it.
That was nothing but net.
A 90% guy in the postseason. Hits them both.
MJ would have to pull something out of his hat here to get this win.
It's Michael. That's the guy to watch. He stumbles and loses it. McKee has it. The Pacers and the Bulls will take it to the limit.
But as the celebrations would go off, the game would not be over. The referees had actually called a foul on that trip. So it was now free throws to basically clinch this one.
If he misses the first one, you've got to make sure that you get that 3-point lead.
I would put the points on the board right now. I would not miss. Put the points on the board and end the game.
He misses it on purpose. Pippen grabs it, and that will do it.
With 0.4 seconds, I mean, there's not much you could do. Even trying to call a timeout, I mean, it's over. The game would be done, and they would go to a Game 7. Pacers by far made it the toughest on the Bulls in the series that we have seen in a long time in the Eastern Conference. They were even leading into the 4th quarter.
Kerr can tie it, and does. Antonio Davis gives the Pacers the lead again. Jordan to the hoop.
It was tied at 79 with Jordan free throws, and Travis Best would commit his 4th foul. Oh, crucial foul right there. Very dumb foul.
Michael from Kukoc. Bounce pass to Longley. It won't go. Miller and Pippen battling, and Scottie comes away with it. Pippen. Chicago leads it. 8-10 on the shot clock. Looking for Smith, who goes to the floor to try to recover it, but his saving pass is stolen by Kukoc.
And then Jordan would draw a foul right there, but he would miss not just one.
Michael misses them both. Give up on your dribble. Smith can't hit the hook. 5 on the shot clock. Michael dumps it off to an open Longley. And the Bulls have a little bit of breathing room. McKee, and he travels.
Things were just falling apart for the Pacers. Oh no. It will be a 2-point game later in the quarter, 2 minutes left.
Pippen driving, throws up a little hook. It bounces home plus a foul. Pippen trying to take the lead to 5, which he cannot do. But Jordan out-battles 2 Pacers for the rebound.
And the Pacers would not score a basket. And the Pacers, they've ran out of gas, it seemed like. They wouldn't score a basket again in this game, with the result being a Game 7 win for the Chicago Bulls, where they would face the Utah Jazz in a repeat matchup in the NBA Finals. But Utah owned the best record in the league, and so they would host the NBA Finals in Game 1. I think a lot of people remember Jordan with the game winner in Game 1 to take the lead. And let's say Chicago needed a little bit of that miracle again in overtime. Down 2.
Puts it on the floor, tries to go to the hoop, lost it. And Russell dives to the floor to pick it up, and he gets the timeout. Chicago doesn't have to foul because of the overlap. It's Stockton on the run, and it's Utah by 4. Kukoc looking to get it in. Jordan back to Kukoc. They need a 3, and Kukoc delivers it with 5.4 seconds.
After a foul to give, Utah would receive the inbound here, and Stockton would get fouled, where you would obviously see him making both free throws here, and it would now be a 3-point game with less than 4 seconds left.
Down to Michael with Russell on him. He tips it to Pippen. Can he beat the horn? He can, but he misses it, and Game 1 goes to Utah.
In Game 2, they would win by 5, with Jordan scoring 37 points. The Chicago Bulls were ready to do business. And let's just say Game 3 was historical for all the wrong reasons if you're Utah.
With 36 seconds to play, you can see that Utah is doomed to score the fewest points ever in a playoff game, not just the finals, any playoff game. And unless they hit a basket in the next half minute or so, they will somehow in a finals game score fewer points than any team has ever scored in any NBA game, all the tens of thousands of NBA games since the advent of the shot clock.
Not only would they end up not scoring a basket, basically clinching the record for the least points scored in a game in the shot clock era, but you also have the Bulls winning by 42, which is the largest margin of victory in an NBA Finals game to this day. Quite frankly, a shellacking of epic proportions. Embarrassing, to say the least, for the Utah Jazz. And look, people are going to talk about Dennis Rodman. After Game 3, he was nowhere to be seen. This guy decides to cosplay as a wrestler during... Like, what is going on, bro? He's with Hulk Hogan. Yeah, this is disgusting. He's basically being a distraction to the Bulls team. And they're in the finals, mind you. And he's just out here, hitting people with chairs. And I won't lie to you, bro. I could care less about this, bro. Phil Jackson said as much. He doesn't care. They're going to keep playing.
Now, as far as Dennis Rodman is concerned, he says that we accept Dennis Rodman with no reservations. Dennis Rodman is family. And
apparently, that's what MJ said. And apparently, Utah Jazz are 6-0 after losing by 13 or more points. Well, they'd be down 2 with less than a minute left.
Jordan with Russell on it. Leans in baseline and misses. Loose ball, crucial loose ball.
Foul would end up being called, and you got Rodman making both free throws. Hoo-wee! So as long as he's on the court, he's going to provide you with what he has.
Malone screens for Stockton. John to the basket off the baseline. Misses the reverse. Loose ball. Knocked around and picked up by Harper. Here comes Kukoc. Knocked away from him by Russell. And even though there's a foul, it's a good thing for Utah because Jordan was the only guy on the other side of half court. Regardless of what you think of Dennis's ongoing antics, it's pretty clear that it doesn't represent much of a distraction to his team at this point. They understand it. All they want is what he can give them between the lines, and they're willing to pretty much indulge almost any behavior otherwise, especially for the next week or so, and maybe it's only a couple of days now as they're about to go up 3-1, and then they'll figure out what to do about him, if anything.
But you do recognize what a catastrophic mistake you made and the disrespect that you showed to your team, don't you?
I don't think it was a mistake. I think, my team apology, but people like
the media and the TV people here make it more than what it was. And you know, it wasn't all about that. You know, I didn't do that to embarrass my team and try to get any spotlight here. I can do that any day.
How have you managed to shut?
And with him being tasked to defend Redacted, he did a decent job. In this game, Redacted scored 21 points, but look at that fourth quarter stats, okay? Oof, only 2 points on 1 of 3 shooting. Yikes. It's now a closeout game in Chicago to win the title. The Bulls with a chance to win their 6th title at home. And let's just say it would be a tightly contested one in this one.
Malone, 39 points, and personally pushing this series back toward Utah.
Uh-oh, Redacted was going off, and he was actually playing good.
Michael Bennett, double team, Kukoc open for 3, missed it, and Utah has the rebound. Michael, Tony again for 3, and he was fouled and will shoot 3 free throws.
Now, he did miss 1 of 3 free throws, and it would be a 2-point game. Well, now it was up to Antoine Carr to make these pivotal free throws to put it away.
A 4-point Utah lead. He's had a poor shooting night. Out to Kukoc for 3. With 5.5 seconds, it's a 1-point game. Into Stockton. No chasing him. Stockton gets away. And Pippen dives to foul him, but with only 1.1 second remaining.
And now Scottie's fouled out, but he did his job to stop the clock. Let's just say Jeff Hornacek was now in the position to try to clinch this game with these 2 shots right here.
The Bulls will have a chance to tie with a 3, and he won't make them both.
Now, he would make the second one. It would be a 2-point game. Woo-hoo-hoo-wee. This is for the championship. We all know Jordan's going to get the ball. Is he going to do it again? A miracle in Chicago.
It'll be Harper to throw it in. Looking for Curran. Stockton knocked it away. Into Jordan.
And so now you would have to go back to Utah to clinch this championship. If you're the Bulls, oh boy, you could have had a big one here at home.
Wesley was hanging back, trying to steal a basket. Pippen made the defensive play and may have hurt himself. He was holding his lower back, and the Bulls asked for time.
Now, throughout the playoffs this year, Pippen's back injuries would keep making it hard for him to play in these games. In game 4 here, you would see Scottie Pippen here. Ooh, he would fall and land on his back.
Jordan is telling Kukoc to slide in front of Karl Malone when he's driving down the lane. But Tony Kukoc is saying, hey, Malone's a big guy. I don't know if I want to sacrifice my body and get in front of him.
Hey, this is the finals. You better sacrifice everything.
And Scottie Pippen, he was putting it all out there, you know, taking those charges when Karl Malone would drive.
He lays it in, but it won't count. Another offensive foul on Malone.
Stockton gave that ball up a little bit too soon.
It looks like Scottie Pippen is laboring as he moves up and down the court. Ahmad told you he's suffering from a bad back. He'll try and post Scottie on him. They go to it right away. Stockton comes over on the double team. Now back to Scottie, and they couldn't recover. Hornacek was left alone with him, and an easy 2 for Scottie.
Bob, I think Scottie Pippen pulled his back out on that dunk shot on his first play when he reached up for the rim and he pulled it down. I think he stretched up and he grimaced as he came down and he could barely run.
And now we would get to game 6 where Scottie Pippen, that back injury was just lingering even more than ever.
Ahmad Rashad back at the Delta Center, and early on, Scottie Pippen re-injured his back on that dunk shot that he had just at the beginning of the game. He has been in the locker room for the past 5 or 6 minutes trying to stretch that back out. He has both doctors in there. They're just trying to see what they can do to get him ready to play.
All throughout this game, Scottie Pippen would try to play it out, but would have to go back and forth to the locker room, back in the court, stretch his back out, trying to make sure that he could play adequate basketball. Now, in the last dance, he admitted that throughout the game, he was basically a decoy and that he was really there just to set a body on somebody. And you have to admire just how much effort Scottie Pippen played in this game, knowing how bad it was that he really shouldn't have been playing in this game.
At the Delta Center. Now the strategy on Scottie Pippen, they had him in the back, they were putting ice on his back and electrical stimulation for pain relief, and they were trying to bide their time up until the 10-minute mark to bring him back out and see if he could play the last 10 minutes of the game.
But even Michael Jordan was starting to run out of gas here.
Jordan has 37 points on 13 of 32, 2 of 7 in the fourth. Even Superman apparently gets tired. Malone, lots of room. Got it! That's their 10th play! Jordan spinning. Double team. Has to get rid of it. Gets it right back from Pippen. Double pump, knocked away by Carr, and a foul. He hits them both, making it a 2-point game. Michael, short, rebound Stockton. The jumpers come up short when fatigue is a factor. It's true of anyone, even the best of them.
And then Stockton right here, he was so close to hitting a dagger 3, which would have made it a 5-point game.
Jordan ties it. Cross-court Stockton, a 3, it's there!
What a big shot. And now Utah up 3 with less than 42 seconds left. Woo! We might see a game 7 in the finals that is already shaped up to be a great one. We're about to see a game 7 in the series that we thought would end in 5.
Michael working on Russell. Brings them to within 1.
Now this is a good place to end the story because it's all leading up to this 1-point game with the Utah Jazz having the ball.
Jordan with 43. Malone is doubled. They swat at it and steal it. Here comes Chicago. 17 seconds from game 7 or from championship number 6. Jordan open. Chicago with the lead.
Jordan, for the second time in his career, makes a shot that many people would refer to as the shot. Imagine how good you are that you have multiple shots that people refer to as the shot.
Jordan's left hand here as he gives Russell the push. The referee can't see that. Jordan frees himself up for a clean look.
Now, many people dispute whether or not Jordan committed an offensive foul here by pushing him off. He barely pushed him off as Russell was already going towards that direction. There was not much pushing that Jordan was doing there.
That may have been, who knows what will unfold in the next several months, but that may have been the last shot Michael Jordan will ever take in the NBA.
What's the greatest thing about Jordan is he has all the tricks. That's why it's so difficult to guard him.
If that's the last image of Michael Jordan, how magnificent is it?
But folks, this game's not over. As a matter of fact, there's 5 seconds left. Utah has the ball. They can win this one.
Stockton. Harper's on him. Behind the screen. Harper got a piece of it. It comes off. The Chicago Bulls have won their 6th NBA championship, and it's their 2nd three-peat.
Big surprise. 6 championships, 6 MVPs. Michael Jordan, get over here. You grace us with your presence. You've contributed mightily to our league. And tonight you gave one of the singular performances in the history of the NBA Finals.
The storybook ending has been written. And as you know, this team would break up.
If there had been a Game 7, would you have been available to play?
No.
Really?
No, I was done pretty much. I mean, I struggled to pull it through in that game, and I suffered from it, still suffering from it, but I wouldn't have played in a Game 7. I just wasn't able to go. I mean,
I think this team being called The Last Dance, it's the most appropriate name you can find. I know this video was a long one. The Jordan story, I felt like this video had to be made, and the way it was made There might have been mistakes along the way, but the legend that is Michael Jordan, there's a lot of things that people like to dismiss or ignore. And there's a lot of other things that people don't highlight nearly as much that should be highlighted. And many people to this day, they still don't understand why Michael Jordan decided to still try to play basketball after a career that had been ended in the perfect way. Well, it's quite obvious. Jordan simply just had an itch to scratch, as he did in '95, as he did way back in high school. And I think the best way for me to end this video was to end it on that shot and that championship year. And honestly, even though this is not truly the ending of Michael Jordan's story, it's one that we can forever cherish in the tale of two Michael Jordans. Thank you for watching.